wars, forgotten legends in the scores, ruthless clicks, unending pain, in the realm of virtual rain. Virtual rain, in the realm of virtual rain. Warriors rise and rulers fall, streaming past the ancient walls, glory fleeting, shadows dense, through the veil of screens immense.
So we have to add on to this, or can I just get rid of it? Hmm. Delete, delete, delete. We will make something of our own design. Let's clear out a little more space, though. Ooh, look at this go. Chop down all them trees. My little third sheep. Be another sheep in here somewhere. Hi, Looney. How you doing, buddy? There's a sheep.
Did somebody say waffles?
No.
I have brain damage.
I said sheep. Barking and larking. There's all the sheep. I found them all. Watch this. Contained. Now they won't get in my way. Let's get rid of some of these trees. We can always put more trees back in. So, get rid of some of these trees. Trees kind of remind me of the trees off of the Lorax. What kind of game is this? This is a building game. Basically, it's just a building simulator. Gives you intuitive tools, really simple to use. It's been on my wish list for quite a while. And I saw Luna's Kitty playing it. I thought, you know what? That looks like a really chill, really relaxing kind of game. I started playing it off stream and I realized I like doing this kind of stuff. I like designing villages and whatever comes to mind. And I thought, you know what? I wish they gave you more stuff to build with and a larger area. Like if you complete one section, maybe be able to make another and join it to that and slowly build your own like little medieval world or whatever. I think that would be kind of a cool addition to this game. And I wish they had grid snapping in this, but they don't. It's all just freehand, kind of draw it as you go, kind of deal. So you can pick housing, and you can make your housing just whatever way you want. flattish. Change directions. Pitched. You can make a barn that looks kind of like a Daisy barn. Make flat roof stuff. You can add doors, windows, whatever. See, if you choose windows, you can do this. Let me zoom in a little bit. Now we chose a window. Find a spot that's but I can take that window and change it to a door. There you go. The controls are really simple. You can do it all with basically mostly a mouse, but you do have some controls with your keyboard. That's C right there. Or you can choose different types of windows, like different kinds of doors. Oops. Be right back. Hang on, chat. Yeah. Oh. It's kind of a fun little chill game. It's something that I can play that I don't have to worry about anything getting crashed out because it is storming here tonight and the power's been looking a little on the iffy side, so I don't want to be playing something that's online that I'm too worried about, dropping off on a night like tonight. So this will be kind of a chill night tonight, just kind of messing around with this game, playing it. Then you can move your entire buildings around and do that kind of shit too, so. I would like to see them expand on this a little bit. I think that would be kind of cool. I mean, they have the AI sheep over here. And then if I put in water. Oh, excuse me. Hi, Rosie. If I put in water, this will attract, I believe this will attract ducks. Yeah, see? Ducks. There's little fishes swimming in there. You pet the sheep and they'll follow your
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
they'll follow your
Fuck
mouse.
this shit, I'm out. No thanks. Don't mind me. I'ma just grab my stuff and leave. Excuse me, please. Fuck this shit, I'm out. No. Fuck this shit, I'm out. All right.
Controls are easy to
I don't know what the
use.
fuck just happened, but I don't really care. I'ma get the fuck up out of here. Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Enjoy your lurk, Rosie. We'll erase our roadway there. Most of the shit is just controlled with your mouse. So I figure I can just play this and put on a horror story and we'll just chill tonight. Since how it's a dark, stormy night in October. I didn't really want water there, but that's alright. And you can back up through everything that you do. You can go backwards through it. Oh, and if you build something where like the sheep are, they pop up with fucking umbrellas and float back down. You get rid of the water and ducks fly away. See that shit? Woo! Floaty umbrella sheep. Yeah, it's a fun little game that isn't it doesn't take itself too seriously. Although I built this. I'll show you what I built. Um, over past couple of days. This is what I built. Made a just some kind of medieval castle looking type place. Kind of Hogwartsish. I don't know if that's a word. Controlled day and night cycles. Dawned. Let's see, it would be kind of cool to see like little NPCs, people and villagers and whatever. Have NPC persons walking around and coming to and from and to the place. And I mean, it wouldn't be too much different than having like the sheep on there. It wouldn't be too taxing for the game itself to have that kind of thing going on. See, if my audio wasn't all fucked up, you guys could come in, play some music, we could chill, build environments. But we're gonna put on a scary story.
Howling in the North. A short horror story. Written by Stories from the Attic. Narrated by Robin McConnell. People from the lower countries, those that are geographically further south, and which consequently feel nothing like the cold that we feel, often talk of winter's bite. Where I'm from, in the upper countries, specifically in the far north of Norway, close to the boreal forests and within touching distance of the Arctic Circle, winter does not simply bite. Here, winter chews. Here, where we experience 6 months of daylight, endless days when the sun refuses to set, and in the other 6 months, a stretch of darkness as long and cold as death, we really feel the winter. At that time of year, nothing grows and almost nothing moves, save for tending to the caribou and dogs or collecting extra firewood. There is nothing to drag us from our homes, a world beyond our closed doors being a barren wilderness of nothing. We try not to go outside unless we have to. Though, of course, the air itself does not freeze, it sometimes feels like it has. In winter, an awful glassy stillness comes over the town and the surrounding area, and with most people remaining inside for weeks on end, any venture outside, especially on a windless day, is like an excursion into silence. The scenery, or rather lack of it, when you look away from town, stretches out from you in a sea of uniform blank, the horizon line between the land and the sky removed, as if it had been sketched lightly onto the earth, like a pencil line on a sheet of blank paper that had been erased by a god who'd thought better of putting it there in the first place. The only thing that disrupts this wall of uniform blank is the forest. Around 2 miles from town, it erupts from the deep navy shadow of the night in jagged lines of conifer and pine, jutting from the ground like the teeth of some slumbering giant. The only thing that disrupts this wall of uniform blank is the forest. Around 2 miles from town, it erupts from the deep navy shadow of the night in jagged lines of conifer and pine, jutting from the ground like the teeth of some slumbering giant. The boreal forest, or taiga forest, marks the boundary between this, the edge of civilization, and the vistas of ice to the north. It is always surprising to me to hear that most people have never heard of the boreal forest. Whilst every school child in the world seems to have heard of the Amazon, and most can probably point to it on a map, the taiga remains almost mythical. You would think that a mass of trees that literally encircles the globe, or at least the top of it, stretching across Canada, Scandinavia, and Russia, and containing the largest concentration of trees anywhere on Earth, would be a little more famous, but it isn't. Like many things tucked away up here at the top of the world, the forest seems to somehow have been all but forgotten. Though, of course, just because things are forgotten does not necessarily mean they have entirely gone away. Usually, in winter, to venture away from the houses and toward the forest means only two things: silence and dark. Whilst the town itself still buzzes and throbs with the frantic muttered scurrying of human activity, outside of town, even at a distance of a single kilometre, sound and light begin to fade, until eventually they disappear. The few birds that venture this far north have long departed, as perhaps we should have, for warmer climes in the south. The dogs, which in winter are kept close to the houses or in heated sheds, bark and howl from time to time, but even this sound fades into hush the further away you go, muffled and swallowed by the snow. The experience of walking away from town, toward the trees, is like wading into the ocean at night. At first, the dull rhythm of people remains, a low, reassuring hiss, the odd click and high-pitched laugh. The lights still dance as flickering reflections on the surface, and you know you can find your way back. But if you look away, if you allow your eyes to fix on the direction you're heading, rather than what you're leaving behind, just for a moment, then, all too soon, those few remnants of life vanish, until all that remains, all that there is silence and dark. Usually. In the winter of 2002, however, things changed. That year, for 4.5 months, silence and dark were not the only things waiting at the edge of the forest. That year, there was something else. It started with a sound, a tearing, echoing screech that rang through the emptiness like a clarion call. When papers in the South reported how this sound had terrorized the community for weeks, they referred to it as a howling, which we in town, viewing the copy many months later, thought was ridiculous. For anyone who had actually heard the sound, the word howling seemed not only inaccurate, but deeply, almost insultingly, inadequate. A howl, you see, is a familiar sound up here. Not from wolves, though we do have Arctic foxes, but from the huskies and other sleigh dogs that we keep. To hear the packs baying at the moon is not uncommon for us, nor is it in any way unsettling. I remember, for example, the first time I read Bram Stoker's Dracula. I had been attending a university in Oslo at the time, far from my hometown, and surrounded by other literature students who could not understand for a second why I found the Count's famous line about the wolves so funny. In case you have not read it, whilst the protagonist, Jonathan Harker, is unnerved by the sound of wolves howling from the forests surrounding the infamous castle, the Count reacts with pleasure to the sound, encouraging Harker to "Listen to them, the children of the night. What music they make." A line that most, even now, will hear in Bela Lugosi's thick Eastern European accent, and which seems to show the Count as intimidating, or at very best, a little strange. For my classmates, the Count's reference to the wolves as children of the night made him seem wild and sinister, because affinity with these beasts mirrored his own savagery, and the fact that he referred to their discordant baying calls as music was incomprehensible, characterizing him as a lover of wicked or dark things. For me, however, the line not only made perfect sense, but was almost word for word what my grandmother would say whenever the dogs would start howling outside. Sometimes she would laugh and talk about them singing again, and joke that they made a better choir than the collection of red-faced and overweight ladies who would bellow the hymns at the church services every Sunday. To us, howling isn't scary. That sound, though, the sound that came pealing and gurgling from the forest, filling the air like a thunderclap, chilled my blood faster than any Arctic storm. Some said it was bears, forced south by the melting of the ice, the consequent inability to hunt and resulting lack of food. When someone else pointed out that the sound was nothing like a bear, these newly christened experts in animal behavior would explain that the sound was made by numerous bears calling at the same time. That, despite usually being solitary animals, the bears had been forced together by circumstance and were now travelling in packs, scouring the frozen barrens of the forest for food. When they came up short, they would wander close to town in search of a meal, roaring and howling because they were hungry. Or so the theory went. It sounded far-fetched, but when the alternative explanation was some folk tale about the trees themselves wailing, it began to sound more plausible, especially when believing in packs of bears or wailing trees allowed people to ignore the most hideously striking thing about the calls. The fact that in their timbre, tone, and pitch, they sounded for all the world like voices. As if, impossible as it might have been, they were made by a person. Not a bear, but a human being. My grandmother insisted the call was a cry of pining or of pain from some injured beast or a thing neither animal nor man. It was, she said, the sound of a soul being ripped from the body, or else it is the echoing space left inside one when there is no soul at all. The calls, long, ponderous, and prolonged wails of agony, rang out from the inky darkness of the tree line for weeks, and with every fresh call the people shuddered. Men who had been speaking would grow suddenly silent, exchanging glances and looking furtively toward the barred doors of their cabins. Women would clutch their children to them and, at times, when the sound became too bad, cover their ears with their hands, attempting to shield them from the fear that seeped and spread with the sound, out from the forest and into the town. In some ways it was the not knowing, not being able to put a face or a shape to the sound that was worse, for in the absence of certainty, strange shapes can form. Had the weather not been as severe as it was, the roads blocked with snow or so treacherous they could not have travelled, many would, I know, have left in the first week. When, in the second week, the sounds seemed to come closer, one or two people attempted to make the journey, only to return later the same day with news that any such escape was impossible. It wasn't until well into the third week, with winter at its height and the other townsfolk begging him not to go, that Elias, stubborn as always, tied the chains to the tires of his pickup and sped out of the village, determined to reach the nearest city. When he did not return, a day, 2 days, or a week later, we could only hope that he had made it. In those first weeks, some, already terrified by the sounds themselves, locked their doors and vowed not to leave their homes until the sun returned 4 months later. At first, this seemed to be a reasonable strategy. Being so isolated and knowing that winter would give us naught but emptiness, we were all well stocked with enough provisions to last several winters. If we were prepared to barricade ourselves in against the cold and conditions, then why not against whatever was out there, unseen and stalking between the trees? Many began to make preparations to do just that, stripping wood from their outhouses and buying up nails and boards from the one general store to reinforce their barricades, until, that was, the first door was shattered. Luckily, that first time, no one had been home. Elias, the old man whose house had been invaded, had been at a church service when the intrusion happened. When it did happen, however, it became immediately clear that whatever it was that was waiting for us out there did not care for our fortifications. Barring doors and boarding windows would not keep us safe. The heavy timber frame of the door had splintered like matchwood, the locks and chains snapped and smashed whilst Bess, the dog left to guard the place, had been found dead, her skull completely, almost clinically, caved in. I remember looking at this unfortunate victim of whatever had broken in and instantly regretting it. The image has stayed with me ever since. In all but one respect, the dog looked perfectly healthy. There were no tearing bites or slashed claw marks indicative of being mauled by some large predator such as a bear, nor was the body mutilated or partially eaten, as it most likely would have been had this been a bear attack. Rather, the only injury was a clean, almost perfectly circular blow to the very top of its head, a blow which had imploded the skull in a manner that reminded me of a hard-boiled egg someone had tapped sharply with the back of a spoon. It was as if someone with expert timing and impossible force had hit the poor thing with a sledgehammer, killing it instantly. I remember, oddly, that beneath my obvious concern and horror at the incident, another callous, less sensitive part of me did reflect that this method of dispatching animals seemed almost humane, that the animal would not have suffered, and that if the technique were to be discovered, it could be very useful to the caribou herders when they were forced to euthanize sick or injured animals. The only other injury apparent on the dog was to its mouth, as a number of teeth were either broken or indeed snapped clean off, embedded, it would seem, in whatever thing had entered its territory. The other strange thing about this first break-in was the nature of the items removed. Whilst a hungry bear or scavenging animal would presumably consume anything and everything it could find, whoever or whatever had broken into this cabin had been very selective, removing bread, specific tins, fruit, vegetables, and even a first aid kit. The perpetrator also made off, so Elias said, with several books. Some said this was an accident, that the bears, disturbed partway through their invasion, had escaped with anything they could grab clamped between their jaws. The books, they said, had been removed because the bears, with their acute sense of smell, would have picked up the scent of human beings left on the page's cover and spine. I did not believe it, nor did Elias, though he took steps to disprove it. "If," he said, "a bear killed Bess, then why had the dog's carcass been left intact? If the sounds we were hearing, the moaning wails of agony, were indeed an entire pack of hungry bears, would not they have torn her to pieces in seconds? Why were the hunks of meat left to defrost on the counter left untouched?" When those supporting the theory gave no answer, Elias decided to find out for himself. Marching from his door with the limp body of his dog cradled in his arms, he proceeded, bravely or stupidly, towards the tree line until, after a few moments, his silhouette faded into the darkness and snow, and he disappeared from view. When he returned, he was empty-handed. "If it's bears that killed Bess," he said, "let them have the spoils of their hunt. They'll smell the body from miles off. If she's still there tomorrow, as I think she will be, then we know it ain't no bear." The others nodded, and that night, against a backdrop of darkness and the most hideous, pained and mournful wailing, we all, religious or not, prayed. Despite what had happened to Elias's cabin and the fact that we now knew it was futile, we still added extra reinforcements to our doors, hoping that they would at least slow whatever was coming for us and allow us to escape. Then we waited, clutching mugs of scalding tea. We huddled by the fire as we muttered, discussed, and worried over what we might find in the morning. In all of those discussions, however, what we did find never came close to being suggested. At dawn the next morning, a dawn marked by the clock on the wall, but not by any movement of the sun, the dark remaining as steadfast, thick, and immovable as it had for the previous month, a group of us, armed with guns and heavy with terror, emerged from our cabins and headed for the tree line, to see what had become of Bess. I remember our slow trudge through snow that was shin-deep out towards the trees, and I remember feeling as if we were wading through the silence. Everything, save for the grunts and sighs of our exertions, was still, and our voices sounded so massive, foreign, and intrusive when we spoke that eventually we all chose to remain silent, each man clutching the icy metal shaft of his rifle and hearing in his head, if not with his ears, the sound of that horrible wailing. What we found at the tree line was as confusing as it was chilling. Bess was gone, or at least was no longer where she had been. She had not, however, been consumed, dragged into the forest, or mutilated. Instead, she had been buried. In the place just before the trees where Elias had laid his former companion, there now stood a small tower of rocks, piled one atop the other, below which a small plot had been dug, and into which her body had been placed. I, like everyone else there, was stunned. Everyone but Elias. Rather than the stunned silence the rest of us shared, he instead was muttering to himself and circling this strange plot, squatting every now and again to examine the space, to take measurements, and to photograph the area around the grave, where the last embers of a small fire were still smouldering. "It's people," someone to my right said, his voice displaying the watery thinness that marks a descent into tears. "People did this." I was about to agree when Elias, rising from his squatted position, shaking his head furiously, kicked at the fire and shouted loud enough for us all to be taken aback, "Don't be so stupid!" He turned and began to walk back toward town, and, hurrying after him, my tearful friend called, "Bears don't build fires, idiot! It's people! People have been here! They've broken in and killed your dog! They must have come from further north. Savage people, cannibals, and—" Elias spun around to face us and marched quickly toward the speaker, grabbing him roughly by the neck of his coat and dragging him the few paces back to the grave.
Idiot, eh? Idiot? Are you people blind? Those are rocks in a pile. When was the last time you saw a rock, eh? When was the last time you saw anything on the ground here that wasn't snow? Whoever or whatever put that there had to dig through the ice, through the solid, rock-hard earth that we can't but dent with a shovel, and take those rocks up from below. Look!"
Elias pointed to the disturbed earth all around the graveside, which was admittedly more brown dirt than I had seen for months. It was at this point that I saw the tears in his eyes, and realized that he wasn't simply angry, he was terrified.
Look!
He screamed again, pointing at the ground around the pile of rocks. There in the snow, in the frozen pits of mud and dirt that rose and fell like the crests and falls of waves, were lines, long troughs and trenches
Ew,
dug
salty,
into the
what?
snow, regular and spaced, as if the ground had been worked with a rake, or... Elias
should seen that
squatted, and
before you
before
went
this
working.
pattern of lines, held his gloved hand out with the fingers spread.
This isn't a spade. Something clawed for them. Got these rocks out by hand, by scraping and ripping at the earth.
Looking back at the lines, I, for the first time, saw them as Elias was seeing them, as the marks of fingers that had gouged the earth, desperately digging and pulling up the frozen ground, frantically clawing so hard with bare hands that the snow was stained with black streaks of what looked like dried blood, clawing with hands like no human being had ever had, the space between each finger being almost the width of 3. Hands of a giant. Elias turned and stormed back toward town as I observed the enormous craters in the snow that pitted the surface around the strange little grave, craters widely spaced and undeniably in the shape of feet, prints left by the immense stride of something huge. For the next 3 weeks, tales of giants, ape-men, and trolls circulated around the town. With each new break-in, each raid, the stories gained more traction. 2 witnesses who had managed to escape their cabins just before they were raided spoke of a shape, massive and tattered, that hobbled and jerked forward in an awful, uncoordinated manner. The thing, they said, had the outline of a person, but so immense that it stooped to enter through the doors, the tops of which were themselves 7 or 8 feet from the ground. With each telling, the stories would become more elaborate, more violent, and more terrifying. Some spoke of Inuit mythologies, of Ukuano, a beast said to be half man, half bear, that would stalk the caribou and attack the herders, tearing out their intestines and smearing the steaming offal onto its skin. Others whispered of spirits that haunted the forest and would emerge every 100 years to feast on the blood of men. One old woman named Ona swore that as a child she had seen one of the ogres that her father spoke of in hushed tones, twice the height of a man, wading through the waters offshore and hunting seals. She said that sometimes, in the summer months, you would see their scalps protruding out from between the tops of the trees. Perhaps, she said, they, like the bears, had been forced south by the melting pack ice and were looking for new prey. Eventually, fed up with these stories and the frenzy of hysteria they were causing in the town, the mayor called a town meeting, during which he asked that we not make such fabulous guesses, spread rumours, or weave our own folklores and mythologies. He said that spreading such stories only made people jumpy and paranoid. "What we don't want," he announced, "is to increase the fear in town. Our job," he repeated over and over, "was to stay calm and wait this thing out without losing our heads. There is nothing to be gained," he said, "from turning fictions into fact." As he said this, Elias, who had been sitting quietly at the back of the room and who had refused to participate in this weaving of narratives, suddenly stood up and, without saying a word, marched from the room. Half an hour later, we watched, stunned, as his pickup skidded and slid carefully out of town, disappearing as he himself had earlier, into the darkness. It was whilst he was gone that I saw what I saw. I had been walking from the general store, which had now, like much of the town, adopted a siege mentality, and only opened for a few hours each week for people to buy essentials. I was hurrying back to my cabin, my coat bundled around me and hat pulled down almost to my eyeline, when I happened to glance out into the dark and see what at first looked like a snowman, or an immense scarecrow, made to be 3 or 4 times the size of a man. It was a thick, vaguely humanoid silhouette, an outline broken and warped by the darkness and the sheets of falling snow, so that the expected shape jutted out at strange, impossible angles. The shape was around 8 feet in height and almost as wide across. The head, covered over with some kind of hood or cowl, reminded me of prisoners being led from court when the police throw a towel or blanket over them to conceal their identity. At first it didn't move, but instead simply stood watching, waiting. This immense, dark shape, like some silent reaper on the edge of town, watched. I saw no features, only a deep black outline, a shape indistinct and malformed that began in a slow, haphazard, and distinctly painful-looking locomotion to shuffle in slow, laborious movements back into the dark and back toward the trees. I ran for my life. It was almost a week later, in a lull between the wailing, that another sound, low and rumbling, was heard through the town. The sound, I knew immediately, of a motor engine. Elias's truck. The car rolled unsteadily back into town, and, to the surprise of many, contained only Elias. Most had presumed that if he had managed to reach a city, he would have brought people with him, the police or the wildlife agencies with nets and guns, or else he might have brought a fleet of cars back with him so that we might all be evacuated. Instead, he arrived alone, with a large tarp fastened over the flat back of his truck, stocked, it seemed, with provisions. "He just went to stock up for himself. He hasn't raised the alarm at all," Some screeched, calls to which Elias did not respond. Instead, he simply rolled his car up beside his cabin, got out, and went inside. I was part of the small crowd that gathered outside his house, filled with questions and hopes of a solution, an escape. When he emerged moments later with his sled, he did not answer questions. Instead, he addressed the gathered crowd, not with an explanation, but with an instruction.
"All of this," he said, waving at whatever was under the tarp, "needs to go out there."
He waved at the darkness outside of town, to the blank expanses beyond the reach of our electric lights and out toward the tree line.
"It needs to go out there, and it will get there much faster if you help. If you don't, I'll take the damned stuff myself."
Despite there being scores in the crowd, only a half-dozen, including myself, volunteered. I, like them, was scared, but I believed that Elias had the answer to that fear, and even if he didn't, what use would hiding do against a thing like that? Over the next hour, without ever questioning why or what exactly we were shifting, we loaded the heavy wooden crates onto sleds, pulling from the back of the pickup and placing them carefully onto the pallets as Marnie and Jan fastened up the dogs. Then we headed out, dragging whatever strange cargo Elias had brought out to a point by Bess's grave. It took us 2 hours, during which not a single person spoke. That night, for the first time in over 5 weeks, there was only dark and silence outside. The howling had stopped. The following night, I visited Elias in his cabin, not because I was scared for him or myself, because I wanted to thank or praise him, but simply because I had to know. He welcomed me in, and after an hour or so, waiting to see if the howls would come again, I asked him what was in the crates.
"Amongst other things," he said with a wry smile, "oranges. It was that thing that the mayor said," he continued, "about fiction becoming fact. It made me wonder, and eventually convinced me. What if it isn't about fiction becoming fact, but the other way around? Fact becoming fiction? What if, 200 years ago, a British girl living in Switzerland, the daughter of a writer and one of the first great feminists, penned a story of horror based on fact and presented it as fiction? A story about a doctor obsessed with the secrets of life and death, about an abomination stitched together from the remnants dragged from the grave, which in the doctor's workshop of filthy creation he instilled with the spark of life. Maybe there's a reason that book was first published anonymously, and it was amongst those stolen from my shelves."
I regarded him, stunned, following what he was suggesting, but not for a second believing that it might be real. Elias sensed this, and, moving forward, took both of my hands in his, staring deep into my eyes with a conviction I have rarely seen in any other person.
"I know it sounds insane, but think about it. Sailors for years have talked about strange noises coming from the ice. Some have even spoken about seeing a dark figure, many times bigger than a man, standing perfectly still on the ice. What if Nona really did see an ogre wading in the waters between the pack ice? What if there really is something out there that we all know about, that we could even give a name to, but which we never thought was real? At the end of that novel, a creature robbed of a soul and yet feeling, mourning every moment of its pain and rejection, walks out onto the frozen wastes of the Arctic with a promise never to return. But what if it had no choice? What if it was forced to come back? Now, I'm not talking Boris Karloff, flatheads and neck bolts. I'm talking about a wretched, tattered thing, sewn together and capable of wrath, and yet cursed with emotions. A thing that reads Milton and speaks in poetry. A thing that can never, ever die, but which will always, always suffer. Can you imagine a thing like that not howling into the night in anguish and pain?
Pain? I I asked, reluctantly admitting with this question that I was, however implausibly, going along with his suggestion.
Pain.
Elias echoed, and finally, releasing my hands, rose to his feet and reached for a book. From a page he had clearly marked earlier, he read,
But a most extraordinary circumstance, and what would be scarcely credible upon any single evidence, is that the scars of wounds which had been for many years healed were forced open again by this virulent distemper. For though he was cured soon after, and had continued well for a great number of years past,
Hey,
yet on
Turtle.
his being attacked by the scurvy,
How are you?
his wounds, in the progress of his disease, broke out afresh, and appeared as if they had never been healed. Nay, what is still more astonishing, the callus of a broken bone, which had been completely formed for a long time, was found to be hereby dissolved, and the fracture seemed as if it had never been consolidated.
He snapped the book shut and stared at me for a long time.
That's from George Anson's A Voyage Around the World, published in 1748. It tells of how a man injured at the Battle of the Boyne, whose scars and bones had completely healed, found that when he contracted scurvy, the healing was reversed. It isn't fiction. A lack of vitamin C, which causes scurvy, also stops collagen production. What people don't realize is that scarring isn't something that happens and is then finished and over with. It's an ongoing, continuous process. If there isn't enough collagen when the process stops, and scars that have been knitted closed, fully healed for years, centuries even, suddenly split, popping back open, bones that have been broken and reset suddenly start to splinter.
He paused, and, lifting a copy of the book to which he had been referring, showed me an illustration on the cover. I saw, as he had seen, a patched network of stitching and scars.
There isn't much vitamin C out on the ice. That thing, if it is what I think it is, must be in agony,
he hissed.
I brought oranges, ascorbic acid tablets, and vitamin C supplements, liquid treatments for scurvy with empty syringes, and piles upon piles of painkillers. I also brought books, poetry, literature, encyclopedias, to heal those other, less visible wounds. I might be wrong. This might all be a ridiculous theory, and that howling might have come from a pack of bears, but I don't think so. The thing is, if I'm right and if what I've given can help, then we'll probably never know. We'll never see that thing again. It'll disappear back into the dark and cold.
Elias was partly right. We never saw any dark figures again, and the howling, having stopped that night, never resumed. We were, however, not completely without evidence. When spring finally arrived, berries, nuts, and the first of those beautiful wildflowers that grow even despite the frost were left outside of Elias's door. When autumn arrived, each house in the village would wake to find huge piles of firewood, already cut from the forest and bundled outside their cabins. As winter approached, another town meeting was held. This time, however, there was no fear, but rather a glimmer of understanding. In the last days of meagre daylight, Elias returned to the tree line, once again with a dog. This time, however, the canine was alive and happy. A puppy, born in autumn, and strong enough to last the night outside. With the blessings of the whole town, he tied the tiny pup to a tree on the edge of the forest and returned to town. We never saw the pup again, but the following morning, fastened to the same tree, was a page from one of the books Elias had donated, with the words, "Thank you, friend," scrawled upon it in charcoal. This has been Howling in the North, a short horror story. Written by Stories from the Attic. Narrated by Robin McConnell. Copyright 2023 by Michael Vandervoort. Production copyright by Michael Vandervoort.
Not as scary as I thought it would be. How am I liking this game? I like it's very chill. It's very relaxed. I mean, you can sit and you can build all kinds of shit with this. I don't know if you were here to see my weekend build, but I can show it to you if you want. It's a random short story. Okay. Hold on just 1 second. Let me put this.
It was the summer of 1877, when I was stationed a few miles out to sea at an old fort that was now being used as a treatment and recovery facility for the wounded. It was a quiet day.
This is what I built
and I
over the
remember climbing
weekend.
to the south tower of our fort. The sun glistened each wave, and in that perfect painting, a peculiar figure emerged. I couldn't distinguish exactly what it was, but it seemed to be a man walking towards the shore. The waves seemed to push him forward, but he was almost motionless to
Watch
the
this.
impact, as if
I can
pushing
do
back
this.
against the sea with each stride. He did not flinch, but rather the sea moved
And all the
along with
lights
him.
come on.
We sounded the alarm and rushed to the beach. As soon as his feet touched dry sand, we pointed our guns to him and shouted for him to stop moving. He stopped, looked around, and
The
fell to his
interesting
knees.
thing about this
The
game
stranger was
is you
picked
can
up
do
and brought to our
this.
sick bay. A medical team soon
You
followed
can
to
actually
examine
go
him.
down
I
to
was one of the
street
first
level.
to take a closer look. He did not utter a single word, and was intriguing not only by appearance, but also smell. He had a sort of metallic charcoal air surrounding him. The most striking feature was a metal mask encasing his head completely.
Hi, JC.
It appeared to be melted directly to the skull, to perfectly fit him up to his neck. His mouth and nose were covered by this thick metal plate, appearing as a single sheet molded to the subject's cranium. We couldn't understand how the subject was breathing. We couldn't identify a single point where the skin came loose. We checked his body for wounds or marks, anything that might help us understand what happened to the man. Our first thought was that he might have been a prisoner of war, tortured, maimed, and somehow he escaped his captors. While I was examining his mask, a nurse started cutting his robes from the back. Suddenly, she let out a horrifying scream. We turned around towards her. The nurse pushed herself back into a corner, gasping for air, then pointed at the man's back. What we saw that day was nothing but unholy. Pulsating orifices lined his spine, all the way down his back. I counted 12 of them before I had to throw up. After I pulled myself together, I went back in to take a closer look. These holes were nothing we've ever seen before. They began directly on the surface of the skin and had a small cilia attached to the interior walls, ending in fleshy membranes.
That's odd.
These gaps went further into the body, as if there was no ribcage or other organs.
Didn't load some of the
His
stuff
skin was
that should
pale
be
and
on here.
translucent, with little
Probably
to no
because
hair
I've got
covering
some
it.
other shit going, but
His fingers abnormally large, while his height and overall bone structure was that of an average human man. The lungs needed further examination. As for how his breathing apparatus worked, it remained to be investigated. The nurse administered a heavy dose of anesthesia, while a few soldiers grabbed a bone saw, a chisel, and started working around the metal plating. It was a slow, exhausting process, with only millimeters of progress done by the hour. We took turns, with each one chiseling just enough until we heard a crack. The mask split in two. The opening wasn't showing any skin, but rather contrasted the dark gray metal to the pitch black behind it. I grabbed a nipper and gently tried pulling it apart. It moved. Then I heard a faint, muffled, screeching sound. It was coming from the patient's back. He was responding to the pain. The nurse grabbed another vial of anesthetics, but I told her to stop. I wanted to see his reaction. Two other doctors grabbed the other side of the mask, and we started pulling harder. The orifices began gulping air
But yeah,
violently.
this is what I made over the weekend.
A strong pull from one of the doctors ripped a chunk of metal from the mask. We moved in closer to inspect the man's face. Looking down on it, I felt my knees give away. In that small opening was nothing but evil. What appeared to be was a nest of snakes, curled up, slithering, living inside that space.
Ugh.
The same shrieking sound came back again. This time it sounded within the whole fort. We took a step back. The patient lifted his body from the operating table. His eyes rolled back into his head, showing nothing but black concrete spheres. With both
Go
his
from
arms,
winter
he grabbed
to
his mask and
autumn.
started pulling it apart, ripping chunks of metal, revealing more and more of the pulsating mass of serpentine bodies. I pushed the chamber doors open to alert the others. Then I felt something grabbing onto my left foot. I turned to see a disfigured corpse, dressed in its soldier uniform, hanging onto me. He whispered. I violently pulled my leg back and yelled to my colleagues to get out of there. I passed the mortuary and saw the bodies rising from their tables, the physician being dismembered by them. From the patient's room, I heard screaming. I was cursed to the sea. Now to it I will bind thee. The staircase was filled with bodies, some crawling up, others collapsing from above. I worked my way through the guts and twitching human remains up to the first floor, looking for the exit. The concrete halls turned to madness. Patients eating their own flesh, soldiers pushing their blades upon themselves. I slipped on a pool of blood and fell on my back. At that moment, a soldier crawled on top of me. Holding his severed arm, he whispered. While I was being dragged by other deranged soldiers, I saw the exit moving further away. I felt helpless, the dead grabbing my limbs, holding me down. Their blood fell on my face, and I could smell the burned charcoal, the vile metal taste on the tip of my tongue.
I love how
This madness,
intuitive
I
this
saw the man
game
from the
is.
sea,
It adds
standing on the other side
support.
of the corridor. His head unfolded into countless moving appendages. At that instant, the dead let me go, and one by one, they disappeared behind our patient. Everything was swallowed into his darkness. His gaze pierced 1,000 hauntings and shined upon me. He looked me in the eye, and I could hear his voice, clear inside my head. For a moment, my mind escaped that place. It saw indescribable entities, light trapped in an infinite space, the dread of being lost, forgotten. I came to my senses, turned around and ran as fast as I could. The warm breeze hit my face as I climbed the top of the south tower. My mind was still hanging to the mesmerizing gaze, and I felt my spirit left behind in that corridor. The stranger made his way back to the beach. Following his steps were the resurrected corpses of our soldiers, all quietly moving behind him, with their faces trapped towards the horizon, their punished bodies still being dragged to obey another king, not letting them to rest. While their bones are yet to be dust, they must still serve. Even in death, one must fear. Standing on top of the tower, I saw the waters pulling back violently. Gargantuan creatures began revealing themselves. Pushing out of the waves were indescribable blobs of flesh, lidless eyes, feathered serpents, abominations of proportions that I have never seen, nor could comprehend. Greeted the man from the sea. They welcomed our patient with chants and screams, their twisted motion moving the waters further and further away from the shore. Their screams were slowly coming down to a screech, accompanied by rhythmic hums. A foul metallic stench filled the air. The man from the sea stood upon the shore, surrounded by the hushed hummings of his awaiting followers. Did he summon them from their slumber, or were they just inviting him back into the abyss? What he said to me, I cannot voice. Death as we know it is merciful, for we do not know when we shall meet. But from deep beneath, it found a voice in this ungodly creature, banished it in its iron prison, only for us fools to set it free.
It would be
It could
kind
have
of
circled the
cool to
oceans and
have this
disappeared back into the
be
unknown. And by chance,
internal
us,
as well as
a
external,
speck of dust in this
so
infinite
that you
sea.
could decorate the inside and make it actually interactive, so that you could put NPCs on here and then have like your own playable NPC where you can walk around in the village or castle or whatever you created. That would be kind of cool. Oh. But I'm still learning some of the controls for this as well, so it takes a little while to figure out how to control everything. I don't know if it has a tutorial. I just kind of loaded it up and went, okay, I'm going to get on here and see what it does. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't done any research. I don't know if they're going to keep developing the game or what, but it would be kind of cool to like finish something and be able to say, okay, this is done, lock it all down, and then release NPC villagers or whatever into that space and see people walking around in there doing their thing. Maybe some horses, kind of like the NPC sheep, so that you can put them in like stables and do that kind of thing. I'd like to see the objects increase so that you can make things like a stable or, you know, more decorative stuff going on. That'd be kind of cool too. But I mean, it's only a $15 game, so, and it's cool to chill out with and relax. There's not a lot to save on the game, so losing something in this, really not a big deal. You can also photograph all of your stuff notice how it has kind of a diorama kind of feel to it. Like a miniatures type of feel. And that's what it's kind of meant to be like. So they give you all kinds of photographic stuff to take pictures and do all kinds of things with. Ground level viewpoints and all kinds of stuff. Oop. That's not what I wanted to do. Oopsie. I mean, it's pretty cool. I mean, if you were going to build like or design structures, this would be a good tool for that. Or games and stuff like that. If you could, well, you could basically photograph the outside of whatever you're wanting to make. Like if you wanted to make a farmhouse, you could, you know, design your Daisy farmhouse or barn, you know, take pictures of it from all angles, make your dimensions off of it, what you wanted it to look like, what kind of windows you wanted in it. Placements, you know. And you could take, pictures of it and then wireframe your own to look like this. And then make your own stuff and put it in a game kind of thing. Now, if you could, like, photograph this and then have your system automatically wireframe it and transfer it to a server or to whatever you're building for a game kind of thing, that would be kind of cool. Use it as a design device. It would work pretty slick for that. It really would. I wish the snapping was a little more intuitive. So you could snap it together like BBP from DayZ. So I could do this, but then go, okay, I want to snap this to that. Or if it would let you, instead of stopping you at a particular distance, if it would let you build to a certain length. And then you could go, okay, I want this section to be this long on there. Also, larger grid spaces would be a little cooler too. Should probably put some suggestions in there. I don't know. I don't even know if they have like a Discord or a web page or what. Hello, little sheepy. Better watch out. You're going to get stuck inside my building. Oh, he's going in there. Wish they would give you a snapping point. On the buildings themselves. I don't like that particular part of the controls. They could stand to shrink this down. The buttons don't need to be that big. Why are those two off? They follow the same pattern. See, and that's another thing is you try to get stuff to match up and square up, and they don't. That turned out cool. It would probably never be that thin, but hmm. Or Oh yeah. Getting into it now. Hello? Ah, let's see what I did there. Hmm. But I know how to fix that. Uh, they're short stories, so we will. I'll get you another one going here in just a second. I was just trying to get this figured out real quick. Couldn't figure out why I couldn't raise those up, and that's because they were all the way down to the ground. Um, Headed to bed anyways. Just thought it got awful quiet. Yeah, this is a very quiet game too, by the way. There is music on here. It's very, very soothing. Almost a little too soothing. If I got so tired listening to this, my first couple of hours playing this game, it about put me to sleep sitting in my chair. So that's kind of why I turned the music off in here, because it's that light. I was like, holy crap, I can't listen to this. It'll put me to sleep. So I was like, no, that's not gonna work. I can't listen to that. That'll definitely put me to sleep for sure. Yeah, it's very soothing. If you need something to play to just calm down after like a long stressful day, this game is perfect for that. You de-stress, just chill out. You come into this calm little environment and just kind of build whatever you can imagine, you know. A lot of it's going to wind up being like castles and stuff like that because it seems to be what it's geared towards. But that's not really a bad thing. You know what I mean? Off. Have a good night. You too. You too. Get some good sleep. Get your rest. Kind of wish you wouldn't do that. Like, put columns and shit in.
It started when we called out to the stars, into the darkness. We felt so small, tumbling through vast emptiness while clinging to the skin of the world, and without a single reason why. We were curious, yes, but ultimately I think we were just terribly frightened. And we were young. So very young. We were children, and like a lonely lost child, we did the only thing we could think of to make it stop. We did what we thought we had to do to make the universe make sense. We called for help. For years we scanned the sky for a sign. We sent signals to the stars in the darkness beyond. Are we alone? But the skies were quiet. Always. So quiet, leaving us to our own makings. But crying children never cease, and neither did we. We sent calls into every corner of space for decade after decade. We refused to believe that no one was out there. They had to be, yet, for some unknown reason, they never answered us. Everyone remembers when that changed. They think it responded to the Arcibo message from 1974. The response to the message was received almost 3 months ago, in 2 separate parts. The first part of the message was received at the Hat Creek Radio Observatory in California. The Allen telescope array picked up what sounded like static interference that continued on for over an hour. It consisted of unintelligible screeching and buzzing sounds that continued without pause for a whole hour. The meaning of this message was never discovered, if it had one. The only thing we knew was that the signal's origin came from somewhere in the Hercules constellation, near Messier 13. As soon as that signal stopped, the real message began. We made contact that day, and we were asked a question.
Who is there?
It came not through the radios, but as a voice. A voice inside all of our heads asked the question to all of us. I heard it. My wife heard it. The young heard it, and the old heard it. Even the deaf heard it. Everyone everywhere heard this voice whisper that question in their heads in every language on earth. I remember it almost too clearly. It asked in that familiar yet indescribable voice that's always there in my mind. It was like one of my own thoughts had gone rogue and had decided to speak directly to me. The world seemed to stop as everyone listened for what came next. The heavy question seemed to linger in our minds for hours afterwards, then for days, and then for weeks. That day changed everything. There were doubters from the very beginning, and the holy ones who claimed that God had spoken to all of us, and that the time to repent was now. There were those who claimed they'd heard nothing, and those who claimed that the aliens had given them their own secret messages. And of course, there were those who truly believed that we had been contacted for the first time by an extraterrestrial race like us, one ready to communicate, ready to lead us out of the dark. We were wrong. We never made contact with alien life, at least nothing comprehensible or discernible to human understanding. The stars are vast, and in their vastness our voices had touched the ears of something truly incomprehensible, something hungry and malevolent. The voice. We realized our mistake when the ground started to groan. Beneath our feet, everywhere, the ground seemed to moan. The muffled sound shook through the dust and the dirt below us. No one knew what was causing it, at least not until the calls started coming in. The graveyards were screaming. All at once, the dead had started screaming. Every deceased man, woman, and child was turning in their graves. All the animals did so, too. Every dog, every cat, everything that had ever walked the earth. The cries of ancient whales shook the seas, and the shrill screeching of birds echoed in the forest. The caskets shook, and the morgues howled. The voices stopped together in an instant, leaving the world in an amplified silence. In their absence, a new sound filled the air. The voice returned.
I hear you.
It came as a whisper from behind, an ominous yet oddly playful presence that felt so close, but was truly still so far away. It let us breathe in the silence for a moment before it made us a promise. It was a promise we all knew to be true.
I am coming.
The voice was gone, and the air was again filled with screams. This time they were from the living. After the voice had gone, we were left to our own devices. Millions panicked, and rightfully so, as chaos took hold of the streets. Many would die in the violence and the gunfire that night. They would be known as the raptured before long, and the rest of us were the condemned. We could only wait. The screaming dead was only the first of the side effects that we felt as the voice approached. The closer it got, the more we felt it. That first night after the screaming, we noticed the stars bleed for the first time. A section of the western sky had turned black, blacker than the night, and it was only truly visible because of the ring of stars around it. The light from those stars had turned red, and they seemed to bleed across the sky like food coloring dropped into water. Their light swirled and flowed all around the edge of some unseen mass. I knew then that I was staring into the face of the voice. Our scientists claimed that nothing was there and that their radar and scans always came up empty. Their telescopes could see nothing but darkness in that section of space. However, the proof was right in front of us, as every night that ring of darkness got wider and more stars bled into the sky. We watched it come. As each night passed, the black spot would widen and more stars would distort and bleed around it. During the day, a new hell would greet us. The side effects worsened. The day always brought something new. I'm sure most of what happened will go untold and unknown. The animals started disappearing. All of them. No tracks, traces, or bodies were left behind. Pets would run away, some violently so. They all retreated, never to be seen again. The forests were left abandoned, the oceans empty, and the air was left silent. The world seemed so empty and lonely. They left like water receding from the shore, just before the tsunami breaks. One day, about 2 weeks ago, scientists tried to talk to the voice again. They hoped, perhaps, to reason with it. They told it about what was happening on our world and asked it questions. The scientists begged. It didn't speak. When asked, "What do you want?" the voice sent a response. The next night, the skies lit up with streaks of fire. It was alight for hours, blazoned with orange and red. We didn't realize the effects until the next day when the televisions turned to static and the telephones refused to work. We had sat, watching, as all the satellites were knocked out of the heavens. After that, reports became rumors and rumblings. Sanity, a thing of the past. The air chilled and weighed us down. The voice was nearly here, and everyone felt it. It rained for a week after the satellites fell. The rain was salty and mired with an unknown filth that turned the grass black. Maybe the satellites tracked something back in with them when they hit the sky. No one knew for sure. All we know is that it fell from the clouds black as charcoal and blotted out the sky like liquid ash. Darkness fell upon us for days. When the clouds went away, the skies were empty. There were no clouds, yet the sky hung low and gray. If the sun was anywhere in the sky, it never made itself known. Even it had abandoned us. Each day grew slowly darker and darker until night and day became almost the same. Some people would claim later that they'd seen things in the dark, creatures with gangly limbs and crooked faces lurking in the corner of their vision. They were tall, white creatures that looked molten or rotten through their transparent skin. Appearances would last for just a second or two before vanishing without a trace. Some believed this to be the first step in the aliens' invasion, but the rest of us didn't know what to think. We just knew that it was nothing that simple or benign. They must have been hallucinations, just more madness to endure, but ultimately as harmless as anything else, as harmless as the screams of the dead, the missing animals, the dying sky. Appearances slowly increased in duration and number. I think everyone saw them once at the least, but I don't think a single person would ever guess why they were truly here. They never touched nor spoke to anyone, and they certainly never harmed anyone. Most who got good looks at them described them as mournful or sorrowful looking. Some even claimed the creatures watched over them at night, and others even claimed that it seemed as if the creatures were sorry for them. One claimed to have seen one upon the ground, hands clasped over its head. He said it was praying for us. Prayer was no help. The churches and places of worship that had divided us for so long failed to bring hope to any in the end. The voice let them pray and beg for a while, but just days ago, the voice ended it all. No one questioned how, for at this point, nothing that happened surprised anyone anymore, but on the final day, all books of worship burned. Every last Bible, every Quran, everything. People rushed to their centers of faith, but found no solace. The churches and temples had suffered the same fates, if not worse. The people were left abandoned by their greatest hopes. There were rumors of churches all over the world, with walls formed from the bodies of those who sought refuge. They were merged to the walls, stuck to them like flies in a trap. They died still pleading for hope, but they were beyond God's help. The rest of us had learned to stop begging. We waited. The final message came. From beyond the sky, it fell upon us, and the voice echoed and it spoke the simple truth.
I am here.
There's a darkness beyond the horizon, the likes of which I doubt has ever been seen. It brings with it the screams of countless souls, and it moves fast. The stars are dying now, and I know they'll never be seen again. The light is dying so fast. I leave this not as a warning. No, it's far too late for that. Instead, consider this the last realization, the last humanity will ever know. for we used to wonder whether or not we were alone and lost, but never whether or not we were safe and hidden. The universe is infinite, and our understanding was significantly more finite. We should have never beckoned to the darkness. Instead, we should have clung to the light and closed our eyes every time we returned to the void. As the final minutes approach, I hold one final truth to be certain. I now know why the skies were always so quiet.
Well, that was wholly depressing.
Got a 6x, bro. Yes, once you put it, nothing more than 2 times. Got a 6x on. So, it's right there. 6 times. Got a 6x on this whole thing. Sure. Yeah, yeah.
Little butterflies. I didn't notice that before. Little butterflies flapping around. Hmm. That door looks unsafe.
I'll never forget the summer of '95. I was 13 that year. A heat wave had set in, making it one of the hottest Julys on record. The house I grew up in on Lake Michigan didn't have air conditioning. Most of the time, that was fine. At night, a breeze would come in off the water, so just an open window was usually enough to cool things down and sleep pretty comfortably. But not that summer. That summer was different. Some of my friends and I had taken to camping outside to try and escape the heat. Jordy Baker, Augie McLean, and me. I don't know if it really made all that much difference. I think maybe we just liked being together. That made it easier to get through. I can't remember the first day I met Jordy. We lived on the same street in our small town and we did everything together. He was my best friend. It felt like it had always been that way. Augie was a quiet kid back then, but you wouldn't know it when we were alone. So much so that his big mouth got us kicked out of my backyard. Dad had to be up at 5 for work, and he didn't exactly appreciate Augie's high-pitched laugh the same way Jordy and I did. There was a clearing in the pines behind Jordy's house where we used to hang out sometimes, so we decided to set up camp back there. An old, rusted-out Buick Century marked the spot. I always wondered whose car that used to be. Back before it became part of the woods, I mean. Thinking about it now, I'm not even really sure how it got out there through the trees in the first place. We cleaned out the broken glass and the cigarette butts left behind by the neighborhood teenagers, and we made a fire pit out of one of the wheel rims Jordy managed to pry off. The mosquitoes out there were ruthless at sundown, and dry, prickly needles covered the ground in a thick blanket under the trees. The only thing I hated more than that feeling under my feet when I wasn't wearing any shoes was the crunching sound they made whenever I was. It wasn't all that cozy of a spot, but at least it was private. A place far enough away from the rest of the world that we could stay up all night laughing and no one would care. Jordy had skimmed some beer from a case in the basement that his dad was working on. 4 bottles of lukewarm lager to share between us. Not exactly a blowout, but not enough that Mr. Baker would miss him either. I don't drink much beer these days, but even just the smell of it always brings me back to that night. The hours slipped past as we stoked the fire, talking about nothing in particular. That half a sip of beer must have gone right to Augie's head as he called it a night pretty early on without even finishing 1 bottle. We didn't mind. More for us. At some point, Jordy brought up what happened to Pike Lister. Pike was 2 grades ahead of me in school, and he'd probably failed a couple on top of that. He was big, and everybody was scared of him. On a Friday, that past November, Pike left school after his usual extra hour of detention to walk home. And that was the last time anybody saw him. The search lasted for weeks. They never found anything. Some people said he just took off, ran away from home. Others thought he might have drowned in the lake accidentally. Not Jordy, though. I listened quietly as he laid it all out. How his dad said it wasn't the first time something like this had happened around here. How back in the 70s, 4 people disappeared without a trace. And how around that same time, locals had started seeing something in the woods that wrapped around our town. Pale creatures with large eyes and long limbs creeped around on all 4s. The pine creepers.
Idiot visitors.
That's what we called them anyway. Jordy figured that's what happened to Pike. The pine creepers must have got him. I laughed him off and eagerly changed the subject. We ended up burning a couple more sticks before letting the fire die and heading to bed. One of us could take the back of the Buick, and the other had to sleep in the tent with Augie. To call it a 2-man tent was being generous. I offered to bite the bullet.
Yeah,
at least that's what I let Jordy think.
Bird.
I'd never admitted at the time, but the truth is, all that talk about the creepers had me a little scared. Augie's snoring and spooning seemed like a fair price to pay if I didn't have to be alone outside. After all, if they could take Pike Lister, what chance did any of us have? I'm not sure what time it was when I woke up. It was still dark out, and I could hear rain coming down outside. For the first few minutes, I just laid there, listening to the steady sound of the drops against the tent. It wasn't long before I realized that beer had gone right through me, and I wasn't going to be able to hold it. I fumbled around until I found the lantern, and I made my way outside. The night air had cooled down a bit with the rain, which felt nice. The whole sky was clouded over, blocking out any light from the moon or the stars. My eyes finally started adjusting to the dark. That was when I noticed it. Something catching the light just beyond the edge of the clearing. A dim, reflective shine that flickered as I moved the lantern. It took me a second to realize what I was looking at. Eyes watching me. It was hard to see much of what those eyes belonged to. I knew what they were. Pine creepers. My pulse pounded in my ears as we stared each other down. I carefully started backing up, never once looking away. I wanted to turn and run so badly, but just kept slowly taking one step after another. I got back into the tent as quickly as I could without making much noise. Maybe if I was quiet enough, those things would move along. I thought about waking Augie, but didn't want him to freak out and draw attention to us. Seconds passed. Nothing. The rustling of the trees and the calm drone of the rain. Just as I started to think that maybe I'd overreacted, maybe my mind could be playing tricks on me, it started. That familiar, awful sound. The crunch of those needles. There was something moving around outside the tent. I did my best to hold my breath. The worst part of it all is I knew Jordy was out there, alone. I kept telling myself he wouldn't wake up. He was safer in the Buick. That I should stay still, stay quiet. I laid there, and I kept listening for what felt like forever. I was too scared to do anything else. I never woke up Augie. I never called out to Jordy. I never did anything.
As he was scared, shitless, or witless, depending on case may be.
The hours passed, and I must have fallen asleep for a few minutes, because the next thing I knew, the birds had suddenly started chirping, and even from inside the tent, I could tell it was getting light out. I gathered any bit of courage I had, threw the sleeping bag off, and gave Augie a shove. I climbed out of the tent first, but he wasn't far behind me. Part of me believed that the pine creepers were still out there, just waiting for me to slip up. When I saw the Buick, I got this awful feeling in the pit of my stomach. It was empty. Jordy was just gone. On the way back to his house, I kept telling myself, we'll find him there. He just got up early and he wanted the comfort of his own bed. He wasn't there. We waited around all day, but he never came home. By the evening, our whole town was in a frenzy looking for him. I never told anybody about what I saw that night. Not even Augie. Nobody would believe me anyway. I've played it over and over in my head. I'll never forget the summer of '95. That was the year Jordy Baker went missing.
Dun, dun, dun. Okay, that's actually not a story. It's something else.
Behind closed, and had seen just about every god-awful thing that I thought a lot of things, and called them crazy. Partner Del Wilkes was narrated by Robin McConnell. If someone had told me that August night in 2017 that the case file propped on my desk by my partner, Del Wilkes, was going to be the last I ever worked on, I would have called them crazy. I had spent 14 years on the police force, working my way up to a position as homicide detective. I believed that within those 14 years I had seen everything there was to see of transgression, tasted every flavor of cruelty, and had seen just about every god-awful thing that this line of work could throw at a person. I thought there was no way I was going to leave that job. It had taken me so long to get there that now I'd arrived, I'd be there till retirement, come hell or high water. I thought a lot of things, and on almost every count, I was wrong. In the end, it wasn't high water that came for me. The case that landed on my desk, the case of Clark Dornan, was to be the last I ever worked as a homicide detective, and in fact, the last I ever worked as a police officer. As far as having seen everything, well, I'd never seen anything like that, and I hope to God I never will again. Opening the file that evening, I recognized Clark immediately. Rising from my chair, I chased the figure of my partner as his hefty frame attempted, unsuccessfully, to recede into the distance. "Hey!" I called after him, watching him slowly, and it seemed to me reluctantly, come to a stop and turn to face me. "Clark died? I mean, you're planning to just palm this one off on me? Even knowing the special relationship that Clark and I enjoyed over the years?" Dell sighed deeply and narrowed his eyes at me in the way he always did when he wasn't amused. "You hated him, Tony. We all know you did. Look, I'd go and do it myself, but the gaffer's crawling up my arse about that young girl who went missing a few weeks back. It's just eating up my time. Anyway, Clark's probably not even dead. You'll be back to your desk and charging him with wasting police time by the end of the week." I stared at Dell, confused by his final statement. "Sorry, what do you mean he's probably not dead? This is homicide. If he's not dead, then it isn't really our business." Dell sighed heavily again. "Have you even looked at the file?" He read the silent response in my expression before I had time to answer, and snatched the brown paper folder from my hand, opening it up on a nearby desk that was neither mine nor his, but was available. "So, obviously, Clark's been in plenty of times over the years complaining about that woman who lives opposite." I nodded, knowing only too well what Dell was referring to. Clark Dornan was what we in the department referred to as a crackpot, a lonely man with nothing better to do than harass the police with his own far-fetched tales of murder, mystery, and intrigue. I had sat across from him countless times whilst he explained the logic and evidence he had that his neighbour in the house opposite was some kind of serial killer. This evidence, amassed carefully and invariably scribbled into pocket-sized notebooks, consisted of notes written by Clark on the comings and goings from the house, and probably constituted enough proof to lock Clark himself up as either a peeping Tom or a more benign species of stalker. The basic drive behind Clark's suspicions against his neighbour was that over the past 5 years he had seen a score of young men enter the house and, according to his careful observations, never coming back out again. "Either they're all living there like hermits, or there's more going on. People don't just disappear, except in that house. They all let themselves in with a key they find under the welcome mat, and then that's it. They never come out. They just vanish into the void. Nobody comes to the door to meet them, and they just vanish."
You've eaten
When
by
I would
the
press
house.
Clark as to whether he had any other evidence, he would invariably offer up the sounds he heard coming from the house. When I asked exactly what these sounds were, he would describe a low, laboured moaning, usually at night, that would go on for a few weeks after each man entered the house, but would then stop abruptly. One time he even brought a tape recorder with some muffled noises he had recorded to show us exactly what he was talking about, though the sounds proved exactly nothing. Without fail, every one of these visits would end with me or one of my colleagues leading Clark politely out of the station and down the stairs, with assurances that we would keep an ear to the ground and that we would let him know if we decided to make a move on the house, which of course we never did. One lunatic's suspicions and some circumstantial nonsense about disappearing men was not enough for us to get a warrant, even if we wanted to. There was one time, when Clark came in with photographs he had taken of a man entering, that I did take slightly more seriously. The man in the photographs, taken surreptitiously from behind Clark's net curtain, bore a striking resemblance to a man who was already being sought by the police in connection with a rape case. I recognized the fellow from his neck tattoo, and pressed Clark for more information. Not because I feared for the man's life, but because if he had indeed entered the house and never left, as Clark insisted he had, then we had the current location of a man we were seeking in connection with our inquiries. On that occasion, I even went to the trouble of visiting the house, more accurately a council-built bungalow at 261 Morton Street, and rapping on the door. When there was no answer, I walked around the back, only to find the back door to the house led out onto a small garden with a scratch of badly kept grass and a manhole cover dead in the centre. This back door, hidden to Clark, who only ever observed the house from his own front window directly opposite the front door, explained the less than impressive magic trick performed by the many men who had entered the house. Clearly, they did not want to be seen exiting, and so made their exit through the rear door. When Clark last came to the station, 3 weeks ago, I had informed him of this. He had come to tell us that not only had the number of men visiting the house increased, but the moaning had also become louder. As if, he said, "There's more of them in there now, all crying out for help." When I confronted him with the possibility that the men simply left through the back door, he was unconvinced, and wanted to know what kind of honest person enters by the front and leaves by the back. I told him that the men might not necessarily have been honest, and he took this as proof that the house should be raided. "Something weird is going on in that house. Something not right. You need to check it out." I nodded and assured him that I would, but of course I never did. Until this file arrived. Dell pointed with a pudgy finger to the letter enclosed within the file, written, I knew instantly, in Clark's hand. "Basically, Clark hasn't been seen or heard from for about a fortnight. He sent this letter in to me about 10 days ago, and at the time I just ignored it, but then his sister called in and reported him missing. I happened to mention the note to the gaffer when I heard he'd disappeared, and boom, suddenly we're investigating people who aren't even dead yet." I lifted the letter and began to read. "So you thought you'd pass it on to me like the generous lad you are. Cheers." Dell shrugged and again began making for the door. "Sorry, pal, but I've got other stuff, you know, like people who've actually died." I nodded that I could check it out for him, and Dell gave me a grateful thumbs up as he left. I headed back to my desk to read over the letter. "Dear Detective Wilkes," it began, "I hope you don't mind me writing to you. I would have written to your colleague, Tony, but I've dealt with him before and nothing ever seems to get done, so I am reaching out to you instead." I bristled a little at this, but then reflected that, from his perspective, it was true. What I should perhaps have bristled at was the fact that, despite Clark choosing to avoid me, I still ended up with this case. The letter went on. "In 2 hours' time, I am going to take matters into my own hand. I'm going into the house. I've been watching this place and the things that go on there for years now, and I'm convinced that there's something dodgy about the place. You read about things like this, don't you? Joseph Fritzl keeping those women trapped in his house all those years, or that guy in the US who had girls trapped in his basement? What if all those men are still in there? I've tried getting help. God knows I've tried to give you evidence, and yet you do nothing. Now it's down to me. I'm their last hope, and I won't let them down. I know it might be dangerous, but don't worry, I've taken steps to protect myself. I'm going in." The thought of exactly how Clark might have found the means to protect himself made me stiffen a little, but I continued to read. "In the past year, things have really ramped up. Whereas the house used to get maybe one visitor every month, now there's one every few days. All men. They all go in,
but none ever come out, and at night I hear them moaning. Louder now, as if there are groups of them. It's horrible, and it's not right. All the times I came into the police station, nobody took me seriously or asked the important questions. Nobody looked into who actually lives there. Nobody asked why it is that nobody else ever comes out of the house. How does the person who lives there survive? They never have deliveries of food. They never leave to buy food. How could they survive? Again, I thought of the back door and considered that the house's inhabitants must use that as an exit and entrance for their own comings and goings, possibly to avoid the prying eyes of their weirdo neighbor. I'm going in, and I hope coming out
Their
with liberated
weirdo
victims.
neighbor.
Today is July the 30th. If I'm not seen or heard from within a week, send someone in after me. If I don't come out, then you know that I was right. Something terrible is happening in 261, and something terrible has probably happened to me. I have met the same fate as the others who entered that cursed house, but I will have died a hero. Clark's delusions were clearly not confined to paranoia. Delusions of grandeur were also on the menu. Shaking my head and placing down the letter, almost in disbelief that the gaffer wanted us to actually check this out, I decided to key the address into a search engine and find out who did in fact live there. The results were interesting, to say the least. The first result was an image of an attractive, dark-haired young woman in a state of partial undress. It was from a less than reputable dating site, and gave the address beneath a flirtatious few lines in which this woman promised a good time to anyone who decided to stop by. The woman pictured, from the waist up, was fairly good-looking. She had jet-black hair cut into a short bob that came down to just past her ears at an angle that emphasized a very feminine neckline. In the photo, she stared into the camera with a sultry, suggestive sideways glance that was coupled with a half-smile. The other notable element of the image, and indeed every subsequent photograph I found of her, was the eyes. Whether the image had been doctored or not I was unsure, but in every image she had irises that were of a bright, radiant yellow. I ran an image search on the photographs and found at least 6 other examples of the same lady, referred to in every reference only as Jennifer. In every instance she shared her site with other women in even greater states of undress with their addresses listed. For someone who had obsessed over this address for so long, Clark clearly hadn't done much research. Then I looked up the residential address in the city records in the hope of finding someone registered to the address, perhaps through the electoral register. No results were found. As far as the council records were concerned, the house should have been unoccupied. At first, I considered taking these findings upstairs to the gaffer, explaining that these were clearly advertisements for a woman working in the oldest profession, and that the reason Clark never saw the men leave is because they exited the building from the back door, so as to avoid being seen. Visits to the house and liaisons with Jennifer not being the sort of thing you want every man and his dog to know about. I stopped short of actually taking the results to him, however, as I could already anticipate his response. He would no doubt underline the fact that we don't know for certain that the men left by the back door. We definitely know that Clark didn't, and that, in all fairness, if there is a vice case to be made in that house and the business operating from there, shouldn't I have known about it all along? I decided to simply go to the house, with the expectation that I knew already what I was going to find. Arriving at the door of number 261, I contemplated for a moment whether I should simply use the key under the mat that Clark had mentioned, but knew, of course, that to do so would be to enter without a warrant or the proper clearance, meaning that on the off chance there was some crime to be reported, I would not have the legal grounds to be there. I decided instead to knock at the door and see what, if anything, I could see through the net-curtained windows. Having received no answer, I moved around to the back of the house, reasoning that if it was the exit used most frequently,
I might get a better answer there. Upon seeing the back door, I found that it had been left slightly ajar. However, across the tiny crack that the door had opened, a spider had been busy constructing a web. Judging by the amount of webbing, which ran from the edge of the door to the door frame and extended almost the full length of the frame, it must have been the work of several spiders, and indicated that nobody had passed in or out of this door for quite some time. Otherwise, the webs would have been disturbed. I thought for a moment about disturbing the webs myself and stepping into the house this way, but decided against it. Clark might have been a crackpot, and there may have been no evidence of anything approaching the severity of murder, but there was certainly something dodgy about this place. Men did not simply wander into an unlisted and supposedly uninhabited house, and women did not advertise their addresses online if there wasn't something strange going on. Reflecting upon this, and the fact that if there were people inside it would be best and look better in my report if I entered from the front, I moved back around to the front of the house. Having made my way back around to the front door, one thing struck me more than anything else: the smell. For a second I wondered if it might have something to do with the open drain in the center of the back garden, but realized soon enough that this was a different kind of hateful aroma.
Enjoy the
The
read for a
stench
minute.
was
I'm going to
wretched.
get up and
A
stretch my
horrible,
legs.
yogurty
I will
sourness,
be right
like
back.
the smell of rotten meat. The closer I got to the door, the more overpowering the odor was, to the extent that I wondered how anyone, no matter how desperate they were to get their end away, could not be put off by it. Having reached the door, I made a decision. As a homicide detective, I had been to enough gruesome crime scenes to be able to recognize that smell. The door before me was rotten close to the hinges, the wood itself seeming to have become damp and decayed, but it was not the cause of the odor. Seeing that this door also was slightly ajar, I decided that the smell of death coming from inside the house was enough to give me just cause to enter. I could write it up later as a suspicion of foul play based upon the stench. Covering my mouth and nose with the forearm pressed tightly to my lips, I entered the house and took out my pocket torch. Inside the hallway, the house looked fairly normal, but both dark and empty, as if it had not been lived in for quite some time. The floor was thick with dust and made a gravelly, rasping crunch underfoot. The bare wires hanging from the ceiling and the lack of light bulb attached to it confirmed instantly that flipping the switch would be no use. No light entered from the windows, before which thick curtains were drawn. At this point, I am happy to admit that my vision of sauntering in, making a vice bust, and strolling out again had vanished. Unless it was catering for a clientele with very specific interests in nocturnal fauna or harboring a rather left-field haunted house fetish, this was not the sort of environment one visited looking for a good time. The story didn't fit. Again, I called out, hoping that someone would answer, but I received only silence in return. I rounded the corner toward the living room, hearing my own footsteps heavy on the uncarpeted floor, drawing from the boards with every step a yawning, wailing screech as the wood creaked loudly. Aside from that sound, however, the entire place was silent. There was a stillness in that house that seemed to me unnatural, as if the air inside had not been disturbed for decades. Though it was warm outside, the atmosphere inside was of a different kind of warmth, a close, stifling humidity in which the air felt thick, as if it had a weight and substance of its own. It is hard to accurately describe, but there was an overwhelming sense of patience to the air, as if it were waiting, lurking, and biding its time until someone was stupid enough to intrude upon it. Again, I called into the darkness. This time, there was an answer. Having been asked many times since, I have always tried to search for the correct word to describe that sound. The closest I have ever come is a skittering. It was a sound of movement, a rush or patter of feet, such as one might perhaps expect to hear from rodents scurrying away. However, it did not have the busy, haphazard sound of mice or rats. This skittering, a soft and yet somehow pointed sound, was somewhere between a rustle and a scratch, the sound you might imagine a dead leaf, dried and crisp, might make if blown across the floor by a stiff breeze. In pursuit of the sound, I turned the corner into the living room and stopped dead. Whatever had made the sound disappeared out through the door to the kitchen. I didn't see it clearly, but I did see the shadow projected against the wall. On the strength of that alone, I would have been reluctant to give chase. As it was, I was fixed to the spot by the vision that presented itself to me. What I had stumbled into, simply by turning the corner in a small suburban council house, was a tomb. Against the walls of the room, each wound up in what looked like a sleeping bag made of thin grey cotton, were men, or at least what remained of them. Each individual was skeletally thin and barely conscious. Some were only partial remains, a head and torso, an arm still encased in that thin muslin cotton and strung up to the wall. Remnants of limbs dangled from the ceiling like horrible ornaments, while some of the men, emaciated, their skin a milky white and yellow, were suspended face down from the ceiling as if they had been glued there by their backs. Their eyes stared downwards, hollow and empty, and from one or two a soft, low moan like the reedy sound you get by blowing into the neck of an empty glass bottle escaped their mouths, which lolled slackly open. Every surface in the room was covered or encrusted with layer upon layer of what looked like finicky spun candy floss. This stuff was off-white, but also gave off a faintly phosphorescent glow. Within the mass which yawned down from the ceiling and walls, arcing inward like the throat of some giant creature, were thinner tendrils, stretches of the stuff that varied between being as thick as a man's thigh and as thin as fishing wire. Reams of the stuff wrapped and interlaced over itself, so that in some places it seemed thin and in others as thick as a blanket or a forgotten lump of cement, and within it all, in every direction I looked, the suspended relics and remains of men. On one wall were shapes, outlines, like the figure of a person with a sheet draped over them, the suggestion of a hip or the curve of a shoulder bleeding into the leg of the next. On another wall, a shoe hung suspended, whilst half of a briefcase jutted out at a strange angle. For several moments, I simply stood, rooted to the spot by confusion, disbelief, and terror. I stood stock still, assessing just how close I was to the lines of this webbing, something within me telling me instinctively that if I were to misstep, to allow this stuff to stick to me and feel myself becoming entangled, I might never make it out of this house. Then, as if snapping awake from some daydream, I came to my senses as I heard the back door swing open. I wanted to run, to sprint through the kitchen and out into the garden, but I knew I couldn't. Instead, I hunched my shoulders, pulling my jacket off and using it as a shield, trying as best I could not to touch this god-forsaken stuff and to avoid at all costs the stuff touching me. By the time I got out of the back door, I was just in time to see a dark shape disappearing out of sight, as if swallowed by the small patch of scrub and lawn. I ran nearer and saw only the open black circle of the manhole, the cover flung to one side and the shaft leading down into the sewer below. standing there and looking down into that concrete cylinder, looking for all the world like the gaping mouth of some awful leech, sucking and swallowing the light that faded after a few feet into a pit of black, I felt my stomach turn and vomited onto the grass. By the time reinforcements and ambulances arrived, I had dragged a table from the kitchen out into the garden, flipped it upside down, and placed it over the manhole cover. I had then piled several other kitchen items on top of that, trying as best as I could to ensure that whatever had retreated into the darkness below could not get out. Or at least, it couldn't get out here. In total, the remains of 32 men were recovered from that house. 4 were still alive, but almost completely catatonic, and 1, Clark, could speak only in stuttered, nonsensical sentences. The bodies that were found were examined and were described to me in private by the pathologist as having been sucked dry. "Someone or something," he said gravely, "has liquefied the muscle tissue and fat and extracted it slowly through several large puncture wounds across the body, like some form of slow liposuction, the way you might suck the flesh and juice from a segment of orange." He paused, raising a hand to his forehead as if to steady himself. "Worse still, the tissue shows decomposition at different rates. Some parts of the body had died and begun to rot months ago, whilst some still had blood vessels that gave up working only a few days ago. The victims were kept alive, possibly conscious, whilst this process was taking place." Considering he did not have access to the details of how the victims were found, his final words chilled me beyond expression. They were kept alive and almost fed upon whilst still alive, like flies in a spider's web. That description haunted me. Haunted me because of the things that Clark was able to say before he was taken to the psychiatric ward. Things about how she had lured them there to feed on them, of how he had become ensnared in the fabric, and how she, with supernatural speed, had darted forward, her massive legs working with horrifying speed to twist and entangle him until he was bound up, unable to fight, unheard as he screamed. He told of how he waited, how, if he turned his head far enough, he could just make her out in the corner of his eye, perched in the upper right-hand corner of the room, 8 feet from the floor, pressed and huddled against the ceiling. He wept as he recounted how for days he could only make out the vague outline of her shape, but how on the 5th day he had watched her creeping ever so slowly, closer and closer towards him. How he had tried, kicked and screamed against his bonds, unable to move as she approached on thin spindle legs, ever closer.
I made
How
another
one
one on
of
my
her
time
legs,
off,
thick
learning how
with
to use the
long,
controls
bristling
and
black
stuff.
hairs, had actually touched him before she had passed by and begun to feed on another live meal. Of course, these mutterings were dismissed offhand as nonsense by most, but not by me. There never was a conclusive answer. No explanation for what happened to those men, except for a few
This
salacious
is what
rumors
happens
about
when
how a
I
few of them were
have
on the
to
sex
learn how
offenders
to
register,
use
and one had previous convictions for soliciting.
controls for building.
No identification was ever made of the material or fabric that somehow wound full-grown men up like prizes and suspended them from the walls and ceiling
Yeah,
like decorations.
sorta.
No
That's
real
not really what I
answers
was
to who
going
she
for.
was, or what in
I was
God's
going for
name
something a
was
little
capable
more
of
like
binding full-grown men
ElfQuest,
up in its
but
web.
it's kind of what it turned
Some,
out
of
to
course,
be.
looked to
Was
me
more
for
Harry
answers.
Potter.
After all, I had been the only one to really see what was in that house. My answer has always been the same. I told the truth. Told them, as I'm telling you, about the web of tombs, of the men encased like flies for later consumption, and of how I'd heard something move
I was
when I
telling
called.
Turtle earlier that it
I
would be
also told
really
the truth
cool
about
if
what
you
I
could,
saw, which wasn't
like,
much,
lock it
but
in
was
as being
enough.
finished
Enough to make
or
me
mostly
quit the force and
finished,
to never sleep well another night in my
and
life.
you'd be able to
What
drop
I
like
actually saw was
NPC
a
people
shadow,
onto
a
it,
dark shape,
so that you'd
slipping
have
into the
like little
manhole.
villagers or something
When I'm
walking
pressed
around
and
in
people
there.
ask what the shadow looked like, I always answer that to explain would be pointless. That a
There's
shadow
no
isn't
players.
accurate, that it can be warped and
The
distorted by
only
other objects in the
NPCs that
room,
are on here
stretched
are
and
3
pulled by the
sheep
position of the
and
light
some
source.
ducks.
What it showed might not be real, I say. Sometimes the listener
Well,
is
that's what I
convinced,
mean. It would
but
be cool
rarely
if
do
you
I
could put
manage to convince
NPCs
myself.
in there
For
to
what
just
I
walk
saw,
around and
or
go in and out
thought
of the
I saw,
buildings and
was
doors.
in its
And
upper portions
like at
a woman.
nighttime,
The
when the
head,
lights come on,
shoulders, chest, and arms
they'd all
throwing the
go
silhouette one would
indoors.
expect from an average-size
Then when the
adult
sun
female.
comes up, they'd maybe
Though, of
come
course,
outside.
that silhouette was
That
strangely
kind of thing.
positioned as she crawled, belly inches from the floor, and with terrifying speed, skittering towards the door. The upper portions, though strangely positioned, were normal. It was the back end, the swollen, bulbous mass she dragged behind her, the mess of knuckles and sinews that flickered past each other with strange, almost mechanical locomotion that made the thing obscene. I tell those who ask that, whatever it was I saw, it moved on more than 2 legs. But, more than what I saw, I think it was the lack of answers that made me leave. I always suspected, you see, that the lack of answers from my superiors came from a reluctance to face the questions that would follow. What was that thing? Where did it come from? And is it the only one? More importantly, after slithering into the sewers that extend like an interconnected network beneath the entire city, and from which it could emerge at any time.
Autumn time is
Where did
bright.
it go? Could it still be down there? And, most importantly, where is it now? That final question is one I think about a lot. This has been Behind Closed Doors, a short horror story.
But yeah,
Written by Stories from
it's
the Attic.
pretty cool.
Narrated by Robin McConnell.
Just
Copyright
relaxed
2021
building
by Michael Vandervoort.
simulator. You
Production
just make
copyright
and build
by Michael
whatever
Vandervoort.
comes to mind. Just a way to chill out, relax, and pet your sheep. Pet your little sheepies. But yeah, it'd be really cool if you could put NPCs in the game. I mean, it wouldn't be that hard, really, when you think about it. To just have some little villagers that walk around. Then there's little birdies, but you can't pet the birdies. But over there where I put the water, the little pond, there's ducks over here. And you have ducks. Little duckies. Rubber ducky, you're the one.
Chilling tales for dark nights.
I saw it coming. This isn't a confession. You can't prove a damn thing, so don't even try. I'll deny it to my grave. I'm on my third drink for the evening anyways. You can't trust the word of a drunken man. And that's when I start to feel anything these days. The third drink. Sometimes it takes 4, but usually 3 will do. It's the same cycle every night for weeks now. I drink, then I start to feel, and the fear comes over me. And then I drink some more until I pass out. Wake up, slog through the day, keep my head down, keep my chin up, don't draw anyone's attention, go home, repeat. One night a few weeks back, there was a man at my door. I answered it, wondering what in the devil he was doing there at that time of night.
That scared me.
I live in the end of my street, and there's no one around for quite a ways. Even the evangelicals that comb the neighborhood rarely make it all the way to my house. "Help me," he gasped, his blood-flecked lips quivering in the rain. His forearm was badly broken, bits of bone sticking through the skin. He was pale and drenched, the rain and blood dripping steadily from his haggard frame, pooling on my porch beneath him. "There's been an accident. I need help," he winced. "Can you help me?"
Help me!
I
Help
nodded,
me!
dumbly, shocked at his state, then ran inside looking for my cell phone. But by the time I got back to the door with it, he was gone. The only sign of him, a trail of splattered red, leading down from my front steps and out into the front yard. I stood there, shocked for a moment, and then I put the phone away, slammed the door, and locked it. I don't know why. I was just scared, frightened by the whole
Got 3
affair.
little sheep.
And some part of me, some damned selfish part of me, kept saying, "It's okay. It's someone else's problem. He's gone. Forget about it." So I poured myself a drink to ease my nerves. And then another. A few drinks later, I'd forgotten all about him. And a few drinks after that, I drunk myself to sleep. I woke up with my head throbbing. I'm not a heavy drinker. Well, used to not be, anyways. I stepped outside and noticed that there was no blood on my porch. I breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe the rain washed it all away, I thought. Or maybe it hadn't happened at all. I went to work, nursing my hangover. But I made it through the day. Came home, tried to relax. I'd slept poorly the night before, and my day took what energy I had left, so I decided early in the evening to call it a night.
Boop.
I was just about to go to bed when there was another knock at the door. I closed, looking over to it. My heart raced. I tried to laugh off my rising fear. It was just someone at the
The
door.
sheep can't really
Afraid of.
actually touch anything on top,
But as
so
my
they
hand reached
walk
for the
till
knob,
they fall off.
I heard his
And then
voice.
float down to the ground.
The same quaking shudder of a voice from the night before.
Help. I need help.
I stood stone still as he pounded on the door.
God, it hurts.
He shouted.
Why won't you help me?
I put my back to the door, bracing it, squeezing my eyes shut. This isn't real, I thought. It can't be. And after a few seconds, the knocking stopped, and it was quiet. I flung open the door, but there was no one there. No trace of blood or sign of his presence. Unsettled, I shut the door, locked it, and reached for the phone. And so it went for 4 more days, each night the same. The knocking, the horrible man at my door, the cries for help. And each night I secured the door and waited until it stopped, and then drank myself into oblivion. By the 7th night, I'd had enough. I made a stiff drink as soon as I got home, and then another after that one. I had thought of nothing but the events of the previous week that day.
Get off
So
my
naturally, I was
building,
anticipating the knocking when it came
you
again that
weirdo
night,
sheep.
confirming my paranoid fears. I was waiting for it. I threw open the door on the first knock, and there he was, battered arm hanging limp at his side, pale face twisted into a grimace. But before he could say anything, I leveled my shotgun at his face and pulled the trigger.
There
His
we
head
go.
popped
Now
like a
he's
blister,
down.
and I fired a second time, blowing his arm clean off and leaving a hole in his torso. Covered in his wet viscera, I shut the door. I want to say I was in a trance, that I was on autopilot and out of my head. But that's not true. I knew exactly what I was doing. I was trying to make a point to myself. See, I'm a level-headed man. I don't believe in ghosts or the supernatural or anything like that. We live in a rational world, and I damn well wasn't going to sit back and let my head play tricks on me without fighting back. They say blood is hard to wash off. It's not true. His blood washed right off of me. One shower later, and I was good as new. So when I finished cleaning up and calming down, and went back to the front door, I likewise expected there to be nothing there, as there had been no trace of him left from the previous nights. I couldn't believe it when I opened the door, and his remains slumped inside like a sack full of meat. I reached down and poked the corpse. It was solid. The porch was covered in blood and gore. Once more I panicked, and this time I did go into sort of a trance. The hours passed in a blur as I dragged the body around the back of the house, dug out a shallow grave, cleaned off the porch as best I could, and took another shower.
Well, technically, he
And I
helped
made
the
another
guy.
drink.
He helped end
Tomorrow
his
the knocking would come
suffering.
again, I was sure. I hadn't just killed a man and buried him in my backyard. When I got home the next evening, I sat and waited anxiously. Any moment the knock would come. The man would come again, be at my door, waiting for me, asking for help. Maybe tonight I'd laugh, invite him in, ask him if he wanted a drink, I thought, sipping my own drink nervously. The minutes stretched out, and it felt like I'd waited an eternity. When it finally came, the knocking, I breathed a sigh of relief as I rushed to the door. But it wasn't the man from the previous nights. It was the police. A car had gone off the road the night before. They wanted to know if I'd seen anyone. Maybe it was my drunken state that allowed me to lie so convincingly, but after telling them I knew nothing of it, they bade me a good evening and left. My pulse pounded in my head. This couldn't be happening, I thought. It wasn't real. The thoughts piled on one by one, and all I could do to quell them was keep drinking until I lost consciousness. I called in sick the next day. I checked my backyard, and sure enough, the grave I had dug was still there, still fresh. I dug him
Full of a
up,
dead body, that's for sure.
burned the body until it was ash. When I was done, I went back inside the house and numbly sat down. And since then, I can't feel anything. Not until I drink. Usually 3, sometimes 4. And it's only then that I start to feel it. The fear. See, I'm not afraid of ghosts. I don't believe in them. I've never believed in them. Probably in part because I was raised by my heavily superstitious mother. She made her living as a psychic, telling fortunes. She claimed that she had the sight, that she could see a person's fate before it happened. And she had a steady stream of gullible clients that kept a roof over our heads and food on our table. So I didn't make a big deal out of it. But like any kid, I rebelled against her and her beliefs. And when I left home, I found plenty of support for that rebellion. Psychics aren't real, right? No one can see the future, right? 'Cause now I'm afraid my mother wasn't faking it. That she really could see the fate of all those people who came to her. And I'm afraid. I'm so terribly damn afraid that now I can see it too.
Milk Teeth. Written by Colby Newton. Narrated by Heather Ordover. The river had broken its banks and seeped onto the abandoned highway. The shallow, rippling pools played with the flat wheels of the bus, splashing upon the rusted hubcaps and weathered undercarriage. Tendrils of vine and leaves gripped the contours of the metal cab, stemming from the cracks in the submerged pavement. Claire Collingwood stumbled her way through the murky shadows, fighting to remain standing as the water clung to her dress and pulled the fabric already stretched tightly over her bloated abdomen. For a moment, she hesitated, absent-mindedly holding her belly in one hand and a knife in the other. She considered the bus. There would be no way to ensure her safety once she was inside. The glass windows and flimsy door would offer little protection from the weather. But this did not concern Claire as much as the thought of how easy it would be for them to get in. She contemplated finding a different location, but another pulsating stab racked her abdomen, and she abandoned any thought of traveling further along the deserted road. With her mind set, she pushed on through the water careful to hold the knife away from her body in case she fell. The door was rusted shut, but with some prying, she was able to wedge it open enough to budge in. Pulling it closed behind her, she was slightly comforted by the door's reluctance to move. At least, this would make for somewhat of an obstacle. A human body, or what was left of the tortured remains, occupied the first seat behind the driver's. She only gave it a momentary glance before carefully making her way toward the back of the bus. After making sure she was alone, she gathered the abandoned clothing left scattered among the seats. Finding a seat near the middle of the bus, she made a bed on top of the cushion. But before she could lie down, she looked at the window just above the seat and pictured one of them peering in at her. Claire shivered and moved the clothing to the floor between the seats. Maneuvering herself slowly, she reclined onto the makeshift bed, pulling her dress above her knees. Saying a silent prayer, she bit down on the handle of the knife and began to push. 15 years earlier, Claire Collingwood would never have imagined herself giving birth alone in a rusted bus. She had been a fresh, young face in the medical field, aimed at making a difference in the world. Everything at the time had been new and exciting as she prepared to make her mark as a nurse at one of the leading hospitals in the country. She had met her husband, Marcus, after he contracted a parasite while building wells for villages in Africa. An ambitious man, he was quick to charm the young nurse, despite looking like death and wearing only a paper gown. Although she despised the thought of his body harboring insects, she couldn't help but be taken by the man, as dreamy-eyed as she was. A year later, the two were married and prepared to build a life together. By that time, she had moved up in the chain of command and worked with a team designated for unusual cases. She still remembered how it all started. In the years since, she had devised her own poem to remember the sequence of events that ended the world. Now Claire recited the verses in her head, exchanging the Lord's Prayer for his punishment.
Their bellies had all flattened, and none had come to see.
It had been in the news for a few months, here and there an unusually high occurrence of miscarriages, followed by concentrated populations of infertility. Insidiously, these incidences happened more and more frequently, spreading like a virus.
Upon the breath of every man, dark words to be free.
People were panicked, blaming everything they could name. Pollution, global warming, damnation, and terrorists had been on everybody's lips. The president told people not to panic, that he knew medical professionals were close to identifying the cause of the threat. Claire, however, had known this to be a lie. No one knew what was happening. Nevertheless, these events had only been the ill preparation for what was to come.
Then the month of May, when milk teeth grew no more.
One day, rumors began to spread that no children were being born. At first, appearing to be the hysterics of a crippled world, people tried to deny their greatest fear. Of course children were still being born. They'd always been born. But soon, it became apparent that what had once been was no more. For the first time in recorded history, not a single human being was born in a day's passing. That day led to another, and another, and another. A year passed without any births, and the world cried in pain. While society spun apart, Claire and Marcus had kept each other sane. In their innocence, they thought they could still make a difference and bring an end to the chaos. They still went on dates, catching some of the last movies to be produced, and never abandoned the hope of a return to normalcy.
until the night the dryness ended, seed replaced with spore.
On one evening, she awoke with an impending feeling of doom. For the first time, Claire Collingwood was not her optimistic self. At first, she was unsure of what had awoken her. She lay still, listening to the sound of Marcus breathing. Then she heard her pager vibrate on the nightstand. The message demanded she go to the hospital,
Pager?
but offered
What?
no other explanation. When she arrived, a heavy silence hung over the ward. Doctors were whispering quietly, gathered around the doorway of room 419. Claire wringed her hands as she approached, noticing a look on the doctors' faces that she did not recognize. They only looked up when she came within arm's reach. "We're about to begin," one said, not bothering to greet her. "Begin with what, sir?" She was beginning to decipher the emotion blanketing their faces, and her unease grew. "Delivering a child." The reply came from a different doctor after the first had simply stared at her. Now she understood what she saw in these men. Fear. The same primeval, guttural fear that had gripped their ancestors now coursed through the bodies of these men. Claire's own emotions no longer seemed irrational, though she did not know why she felt so threatened. They moved into the room before she had a chance to question what they were saying. She followed, taking in a strangely tepid scene. There wasn't anything intimidating about the expectant mother. She seemed genuinely excited, if not a little confused herself. A smile was pressed upon her face, and she was slowly looking about the room. Eyes locked in position, her head pivoted in sweeping motions, as if she were following a particularly slow fly. "Hello, I'm Claire. I'll be one of the nurses helping you with your delivery tonight." The woman offered no sign of acknowledgement. Confused, Claire looked over at one of the doctors, who shook his head when they locked eyes. The scene she had once labeled as surprisingly plain now seemed to be a mask for something more sinister.
A perfume master poison, deception none could name.
Claire staggered back in horror as she turned back to the woman. She was no longer smiling, nor did she seem confused. Her eyes gazed into Claire's, and she quietly said, "It's time." Her head then jolted back, and a tormented howl burst from her lips. The doctors jumped into motion, preparing tools and grabbing gloves. It only started seconds ago, but as the woman's screams escalated, so did the feeling of doom. Just as it began to seem as though the terror couldn't be more intense, the woman fell back onto the gurney, dead. At the foot of the bed, the doctors were gaping at a writhing form. Claire pulled the woman's gown up to look at it and screamed. She knew what it was. They all knew what it was. However, none of them dared to say it. One of the doctors reached a hand to the child, fingertips quivering.
And through the blood it came to be, for the world it was to blame.
Claire ran down the hall. Blood splattered across her face. She could taste the doctor's gore in her mouth. How it had snatched at him, ensnaring him, had finally broken Claire Collingwood's hope for redemption. She now knew that things would not get any better. They had only just begun. Marcus had not seen it and didn't understand why his wife insisted on leaving the city. He would later regret asking her to stay and consider their options. More women were starting to give birth, and as it spread, so did the carnage. Soon they were infesting the cities, waiting in the shadows for those who were left behind. The couple ran for nearly a decade, scavenging what they could. They met fewer people every year, and the time between conversations with strangers continued to grow. If it hadn't been for Marcus, Claire would have joined those hanging by their shoelaces in the forest. He remained hopeful, despite all they had seen. As if to reward him for his faith, a spark of hope began to shine in the people they encountered. News was spreading of women beginning to have normal children again. Although doubtful, Claire was ready for some change in the monotony, and Marcus was set to take all the necessary precautions. But he had never gotten the chance. A few months into her pregnancy, he was killed, and Claire was left alone with their unborn child. Suicide crossed her mind, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Marcus would tell her to at least have the child. She owed it to him for all the years he saved her life. She was determined to bring the child into the world, and she spent the next few months clinging to life, focused only on her purpose. Finally, the time came, and her body began to respond, just as she found the abandoned bus. The sun had set some time ago, settling the forest into a still silence. As it grew darker, Claire's contractions came more frequently, and she alternated between pushing and resting. The thought of taking a quick nap crossed her mind when she heard it. A small splash from outside, so quiet that it was almost mist, froze the air in her lungs. It could just be the wind blowing the water across a stone. A twig may have fallen from a tree. Or... She shook the thought from her head and focused on her breathing. The pain was unbearable, and she gnawed on the knife handle to relieve her frustration. It was so consuming that she almost missed the second splash. This time, she knew it wasn't a twig, but she had to be sure. Slowly, she pushed herself up and edged toward the window above her head. Leaning against the seat, she peered into the darkness. The trees swung softly in the gentle wind. In the moonlight, everything was drained of its color. It would have been a peaceful sight, if not for the tall, dark figure standing in the shallow water. It faced away from the bus, its head tilted to the side as it swayed back and forth, as if listening to music. Feeling like her heart was about to explode, Claire began to lower herself back into her hiding spot. Just when her head was out of sight, the seat creaked loudly under the weight of her arm. She pressed herself against the floor, not daring to breathe. Within seconds, she heard it at the window. Its thin fingers squealed against the glass as it pressed its face onto the surface, searching inside. She could see it, but she prayed it couldn't see her. From her vantage point, she saw its black tongue snake out of its mouth and kiss the window. Then it stepped out of view. At first, she thought it was gone, but then she could hear it. It was inspecting every window, searching for a way into the enclosed space, for a way to join her. Through the methodic noises, a small tap here and a slight click there, she knew where it was. Before long, it would find its way to the door. The image of it prying the door open filled her head. Another wave of pain caused her to cry out, and the noise stopped. Knowing it was already aware of her presence, she decided to stop writhing in silence and let her screams fill the air, dropping the knife to her side. The baby was only minutes away. Her body pressed in from all sides.
Morning, Will. How are you?
Claire expected it to break through the windows, provoked by the sound of her pain. As the seconds passed, she realized it wasn't going to force its way in. What was it doing? She closed her eyes, bearing through the stabbing feeling. When she opened them, she saw it standing at the window across the aisle from her. Its fingers were splayed wide as it stared at her, looking like a child at a toy store. It just stood there, watching. She'd rather it just end the pain. Why wasn't it attacking her? Was this the child she had seen born all those years ago? The thought frightened her, but she couldn't help but look for some sign of recognition in its terrible eyes. Before she realized it, her body pushed once again, and she felt the child begin to emerge. The thing outside began to sway, apparently excited. A lipless smile stretched across its face. Claire looked away, not wanting to see anymore. As she prepared for the final push, she grabbed the knife and held it poised, ready to meet her child. Within seconds, she was empty, staring at the baby on the floor of the bus. It was exactly what she had expected.
Their bellies had all flattened, and none had come to seed. Upon the breath of every man, dark words to be free. Then the month of May, when milk teeth grew no more, until the night the dryness ended, seed replaced with spore. A perfume master poison, deception none could name, and through the blood it came to be, for a world it was to claim.
Okay, creepy.
Ultrasound. Written by Kevin Thomas. Performed by Jesse Cornett. Featuring Otis Gyrie, Steve Taylor, Jeff Clement, Alyssa Carr, Brendan Dean, Jacob Keane, and Evelyn Cornett. Production and original score by Jesse Cornett. As a teacher, making the subject interesting was always the biggest challenge. But that was the bit of the job that I loved. And with some classes, it was really easy. Some students were just naturally interested in what made the world tick. Some got all starry-eyed at the idea of infinite universes, destructive black holes, chemical explosions, and classifying all the creepy crawlies that lived in the world. Some classes were harder to grab, though, and you had to really find something to pull them in. This was even more fun to figure out, like teaching taxonomical classifications using Pokemon, or using some sci-fi to explore the
I
ideas
had
of
this on my
space
wish
and
list
time.
for
Or
quite a
sometimes
while.
just a good old-fashioned blowing something up. Every now and then, though, I'd get a really tough group. It was even worse when it came to teaching a subject that they found especially dull. One class in particular was an unholy boiling pot of hormone-fueled disruption. I would love to say that I didn't consider them bad kids, but the inbuilt liberal apologism most teachers have hardwired into them can only take so much punishment. They all had their reasons, of course. Broken homes, runaway parents, bad areas, drugs, alcohol, or just plain learning and development needs that we didn't have the time or the funds to accommodate properly. But with all the justification in the world, it did stop every lesson with them blurring that fine line between learning and riot control. I even approached my head of year for advice and support. He was normally a man who preached the gospel of no child left behind and every child matters with religious fervor. However, even he, having provided cover teaching for the group in a pinch, simply looked at me with sunken, defeated eyes and told me, "You're on your own with them, dude." The best he could offer would be to steer the school observations away from those classes and to cast a sympathetic eye over my end-of-year results. A token gesture that didn't stop the lessons from being a constant struggle to retain control. For instance, one kid, Jake, he took a lesson about evolution and survival of the fittest to be a personal challenge to his finely honed fighting skills, and the rest of the lesson was primarily concerned with me attempting to stop the class degenerating into a battle royale. I taught a lesson about the alkali metals, a family of metals which have a violent reaction with water, by putting a tiny pea-sized amount in a bowl of water and letting the class see it skitter around before popping with a tiny bang. This lesson was rewarded by a break-in to the chemical cupboard that night, and that was followed by a missing 100-gram block of potassium and a mysterious explosion that destroyed half the plumbing in the gym's shower block. I was out of ideas and at the end of my tether, and had resigned myself to simply embracing my new role as riot officer and condemning the class to oblivion. However, I had one of those soul-searching moments and thought that, no, everyone deserves one last chance. It was my class, my subject, and damn it, I was a grown man. I would not be defeated by a bunch of foul-mouthed little jerk-offs. I checked the curriculum, and the next subject to be taught would be sound waves, ultrasound and subsonic waves in particular. So now all I had to find was the hook to draw them in. Had I known what would happen, I would have stopped right there. But I didn't. I plowed on, trying to find some way to make the subject of sound waves that you can't hear interesting. I found plenty of experiments using ultrasound to break glass. I didn't fancy giving them any excuse to break glass, using it to break up kidney stones. The kids knew enough about weapons, thanks, or the way animals use it for navigation. But I didn't fancy teaching them to add horrific screeches to their Batman impressions. I'd all but given up on finding anything useful when I stumbled across an article on scientific explanations for the paranormal based on sounds that existed outside of normal hearing range. The article was fascinating. A scientist called Gabbro had noticed that certain areas of a particular laboratory made anyone who worked there feel uneasy and scared. Some went as far as to say they'd seen ghosts and shadowy figures in that part of the lab. Few would dare work there, and fewer would dare twice. Being a man of science, the researcher rejected any supernatural claims and set up monitoring equipment around the area to investigate. What he found was that the area was a hotbed of subsonic sound waves. There were all kinds of research equipment in and around the lab, like centrifuges and auto stirrers and incubators, all creating sound waves inaudible to the human ear, but which created a feeling of dread and terror in anyone that was subjected to them. Paranormal research critics were quick to point out that whilst subsonic waves might account for the feelings of dread, they asked how this explains the visions of ghostly and shadowy figures that were also reported in the lab. Gabbro postulated that the waves caused the front of the eyes to vibrate, and that this could distort sight, inducing visions of horrific shadow men and other tormentors. I even read that Gabbro was planning to expand his research into whether this might explain other ghost reports. For instance, the huge increase in ghost sightings during building projects like extensions to the London Underground tube lines, often blamed on disturbed graves and inappropriate plans. It may be nothing more than the subsonic waves caused by the digging machines. Yes, this was perfect. I couldn't believe my luck. It was such a simple experiment to set up in a classroom, and even the most hardened little thug gets quickly silenced when they think ghosts are in the room.
Then once they're thoroughly terrified, bam! Science. I was grinning from ear to ear at this point. I couldn't wait. For the first time ever, I was actually looking forward to the next lesson. I was so naive. I should have looked deeper. The irony is that everything that unfolded from here on out is down to the fact that I, teacher of the worst class in the country, didn't do my homework. It would have been hilarious were it not for the tragedy of what was to come. I finished my lesson plan and went to bed, getting the last good night's sleep I'd ever enjoy. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The morning came, and I still had a confident spring in my step. I even treated myself to a nice coffee on the way to work. I started doing the criminal thing that you do when you think you've had a good idea and let the fantasy run away with itself. After all, I'd just figured out how I was going to control that class. My head of year didn't know how to do that. Maybe this would lead to a promotion. Maybe I'd be next in line for the head of department. Maybe I could include it in the book I was going to write about controlling classrooms. Maybe I'd be invited on to TV to explain how I'd turned this obnoxious class around. I knew I was getting way ahead of myself, but hey, it was a daydream for the commute.
Maybe he should have just watched South Park instead.
I got to my classroom and started setting up the equipment. They were going to be my first class of the day, so I wouldn't have to wait forever, which was lucky because at this point, I could barely contain myself. The equipment was very simple. There was going to be a basic speaker at the front of the classroom, which would be the focal point of the display. And in the back corners, I set up a couple of metal plates that were held in front of electromagnets. They were all going to be set to the same subsonic frequency that Gavreau had used, and I hoped that the acoustics of the room would amplify the effect. The class piled in and took their places. They were already starting to play up.
That on a wall,
a couple of them were disquieted by the calm,
only on the
confident look
ground.
on my face. There wasn't much that gave any of their teachers cause for that kind of collected facial expression in their classes. Most had a look of barely concealed fear and trepidation, so to see me looking like a Hindu cow shook their confidence. I had to capitalize on this brief period of crumbled bravado before they collected themselves. "Sound!" I bellowed. "What is it?" My question was met with stony silence, as most of my attempts to engage with them were. Sound is a form of wave energy that, for the most part, allows us to hear things. I subtly turned on the speakers to their subsonic frequency. It was at a low amplitude, so no one perceived anything yet. However, scientists are still discovering new ways that the body interacts with energy in all its forms. Every day we find new mechanisms by which the body is sensitive to energy. Every day, uncover a new way to explain the unexplainable by using rigorous scientific methods to observe, predict, experiment, and analyze. I tweaked the intensity up a few notches and saw a few of their bored expressions shift to one much less complacent. I was loving this, truly loving this. I almost didn't know whether I was getting an adrenaline rush from finally controlling this unruly class, or whether the sound waves were starting to get to me too. There was a bubbling panic growing in my chest, but I was sure that was just down to the excitement of the position. Even if I was also being affected, at least I knew that I was in control. And if you kids really apply yourself, really buckle down, and stop giving me crap, then maybe you'd be able to use science to achieve something. I paused and scanned over their increasingly distressed faces to ensure that I really had them before I went to the grand finale. Really special. I cranked the intensity of the sound wave up to full. I saw an instant shift in their demeanor. It was beautiful. A few started crying. Some hid their eyes. Some were just frantically looking around, wondering if they were the only ones, and quickly seeing that they weren't. I almost started scaring myself. I looked across their terrified faces, watched them start scrambling and pleading with me and each other and God and anyone to make it stop. This started to feel like revenge rather than science. Every crappy lesson, every fight, every interruption, every curse, every punch, and every missed piece of homework was all avenged as I watched the class descend into pure terrified panic. Then there was a shift. I don't know why I'd been slower to respond, but all of a sudden, the sound waves got to me too. Then I saw what they were seeing. I understood their fear. Shadowy figures swooped and darted around the peripheries of my vision. The corners of my eyes were dancing with barely seen terrors. However, when one of the shadows appeared to dash right across the classroom, I realized I'd gone too far. And this was terrifying even for me, and I knew none of it was real. This needed to stop now, before it went any further. I killed the power to all speakers. Instantly, the room was back to normal. No figures, no shadows, nothing clawing at the extremities of your vision. Just another classroom full of clearly unsettled children. I regained control of myself and calmly explained to the class exactly what had happened. We went into detail about sound waves, energy transfer, the retina,
Broke a
the
lot of
eyes,
the
lens, the whole
non-bohemian
lot.
maps.
I knew I'd way overstepped the mark, and I didn't want to send a single child out until I was sure they knew that it was all an illusion, that there were no ghosts.
Yeah,
no
this is an
evil
audio
shadows,
book.
just
There's
a
no
scientific
real
trick
audio
of
in
the
this game other than the sheep or the ducks.
Most of the class
so
had recovered by the time they needed to leave for their next lesson. A couple were still shaken.
there needs
but
to
I
be
was
something in the
satisfied that
background.
All they needed was a bit of a sit-down. I'd certainly knocked them down a peg or two. Amazingly, Jake even looked me right in the eye and said, "Nice one," before moving on.
Ah.
I was in a better mood than I'd been all year. I told the head of year, and he let out a laugh so loud and appreciative that I was sure that half the surrounding classes had heard.
God, I wish I'd been there.
He then put his stern professional face on and said,
"But you really should run these kinds of things past me first. If one of the parents complains..."
He trailed off, before looking at me again and letting his stern facade break into another wide, appreciative grin. I stayed on cloud 9 until later that evening. Everything was fine until the sun went down, and it started getting a bit dark. I could have sworn I saw another shadow dart into hiding. What the hell was that? Out of the corner of my eye. The first time it happened, I was still full of bravado, thinking, I know what caused that. The pneumatic drill must be vibrating my windows just right. At that point, I actually believed
this is
myself.
actually from a creepypasta collection
As the light
on
continued to
YouTube.
fade, the twilight carried on playing tricks on me. I kept seeing dancing in the shadows long after the road crews had gone home.
See if I can find the name on there.
I tried just getting an early night, but I couldn't. As soon as I felt myself drifting off, I'd see more movement in the shadows.
If you look under Chilling
move.
Tales for
They
Dark
kept darting
Nights,
around.
you
They
should be
darted
able to find
towards,
it.
away and around me. Sometimes they looked like they were just standing there. Other times, They looked like they were ready to jump on me.
Yeah, I did Lovecraft
My imagination was
last
driving me
October.
wild. I couldn't take it
Went
anymore,
through
so I
everything
bolted
that
out,
Lovecraft
turned on
wrote.
all the lights, and went on
So,
the internet. Unable to think of anything more constructive, I
thank you for
researched a bit
coming in,
more about Gavro's
Wary
findings.
Warlord.
Why didn't I do this before?
We are currently working on an
Gavro's
autumn
scientific studies
castle.
had tapered away rather rapidly after his subsonic
way.
discovery. From what I could see, they were replaced with increasingly erratic and less reliable conjecture about the nature and power of the sounds and the shadows.
Usually two different
Most of his
shades for
academic
those.
companions deserted him as he got more and more unhinged. I remembered the power I felt manipulating the class, and I remembered having to tell myself that it was just an illusion. What if Gavro lost that grip on reality? What if he kept pushing it until he forgot the science and believed his own pranks? I was hardly comforted when I found out that his final conclusion from his last published research paper, widely discredited by all who found it, was that the sound didn't make you see ghosts. The sound lets you see ghosts that were already there, and they didn't appreciate being seen. I couldn't sleep a wink. It didn't look like any of the class did either when I saw them the next day. Saggy-eyed, drowsy, yawning. I asked them what was up.
I kept seeing the shadows, sir,
said one, and many murmured in agreement. Worse, though, was that one student hadn't turned up at all. Jake was absent. Not especially unusual. A lot of the students played truant when given a chance, but something didn't sit right. I asked if any of the students had heard anything from him. One girl timidly replied,
"He texted me last night, sir. Said he couldn't sleep. Said he needed to find what was making the sound so he could turn it off."
I just hoped he found it. I just hoped he got some sleep. I hoped we all would. For good measure, I spent the remainder of the lesson going over the science behind my little illusion again, in order to try and allay their uncertainties and fears. It was almost funny. This lesson went even better than the previous one, as every student was held in a rapt state of attention. The whole class clung onto my every word. They took notes, drew diagrams, asked deep and pertinent questions on and around the subject. And they even completed all their group work with nary a ripple of disruption. I understood, of course, exactly what they were doing. They were trying their very best to understand what had happened to them yesterday, so that they could really try and put it behind them. I'd always considered scientists to be as brave pioneers branching out into the unknown, but looking across my students' steadily brightening faces, I saw how science could just as easily be a comforting blanket, a rational barrier against the demons of the unknown. By the end of the class, the horror of the previous day seemed to have well and truly faded and was replaced by a joking camaraderie. Kids who would normally have been at each other's throats in group sessions were working without issue. They even seemed positively friendly with each other, in a way only a group who've experienced a shared hardship could be. It was a fantastic sight. My earlier doubts about whether I'd gone too far were still there, but to look at them working productively and peacefully with each other, it was difficult to be too concerned. Jake still played on my mind, though. I was sure he was fine. He made truancy into an art form. But his texts about needing to turn off the sound in the middle of the night still made me nervous. Yet the lesson had one last shot for my nerves in store. It concluded without issue, and concerns for Jake aside, I genuinely thought maybe I'd turned a corner with this class. I needed to be far more careful if I was going to use it with any other classes in the future, though. I had been completely unprepared for the intensity of the visions and the feelings of sheer terror. But it didn't seem to be anything that a bit of personal experimentation with the equipment couldn't refine. In order to get the right level, just looking at the quality of the work that the class had just produced, it was going to be easy to get the head of science to sign off on the experiment for further use. I was still running through these thoughts and contemplating what modifications to try next when, as the students were leaving, one girl asked to see me for a minute. In the now empty classroom, she stood, staring intently at her shoes and refusing to look me in the eye. "What is it, Amy?" She shifted her weight uncomfortably.
Sir,
She was having trouble formulating her question.
were the speakers on just then?
When?
During the lesson.
No. Why? The color drained from her face as she weakly answered.
Oh, nothing.
She scuttled out of the room, clearly needing to be anywhere but in that classroom. I wanted to call after her, chase her even, in order to clarify what she meant, but I was distracted by something skittering across the room, out of the corner of my eye. I didn't get a clear look, and by the time I'd spun around to try and see, it had gone. I turned back to the corridor to shout after Amy, but she too had disappeared. Just as suddenly, her question disturbed me, and my mind returned to Jake. I used the morning break to contact the office to see if there was any word on him. Jake Tandy, Class G2. Any word from him or his parents as to where he is today? I asked the office girl in charge of monitoring attendance. She was about to answer when a gray smudge darted across the doorway to my right and pulled my attention away. I was still staring intently at the door when, out of nowhere, Richard, my head of year, stuck his head into the room and asked to borrow me for a moment. He ushered me into his office and closed the door.
Jake Tandy was reported missing as of 9:30 a.m. this morning.
What? By whom?
His mother. When she noticed he wasn't in bed this morning, she called round a couple of his girlfriends' houses to find out if he'd snuck out there in the night. None of them had seen him. When she called to find out if he was in school, we told her he wasn't here. Her next call, obviously, was to the police. Now, one of our students is officially missing.
My mind was overwhelmed with questions. The playful grin that was on his face when I first told him of the demonstration was well and truly gone, replaced by an unshifting expression of grave concern.
The police found Jake's phone in his room, and the final message he sent details him going to find the source of the sound. They want to know what that means.
Of course. Do they need a formal statement?
I don't know. You can ask them yourself. They want to talk to you as soon as we're finished. Now, listen, and listen carefully. I'm sure I don't have to tell you how serious the consequences of this could be if Jake doesn't turn up quickly. This experiment you ran, please tell me you first ran some basic safety tests or ran a risk assessment.
How could I have been so stupid? I didn't so much as do a test run before the lesson, let alone do something as sensible as documenting a full risk assessment or investigate whether infrasound fell under the Department of Education regulations. My complete, unforgivable incompetence must have been written across my face, because before I could answer, Richard interrupted.
You friggin' fool!
I had to focus all my strength to not burst into tears right there in his office. My eyes were damp, but I maintained composure.
Answer me this, and you had better answer truthfully.
Richard continued.
Do you have any cause for any form of concern for any of your other students?
Amy, I uttered quietly, still staring at my hands to avoid revealing my increasingly watery eyes.
What?
I raised my head to meet his accusatory gaze. Amy Sunderland. She approached me after the class today to ask. My heart stopped, Standing over each of Richard's shoulders were two towering, shadowy figures. Through the blur of my tears, I couldn't make out even basic features. All I could see were that they were definitely human-shaped. I was frozen with dread, and a feeling of deep panic started welling up in my stomach.
What? What did Amy ask?
I rubbed my eyes dry in order to answer him. Once I'd cleared my sight, the figures were gone. I looked around, but there was nothing and no one else there anymore.
Answer me, damn it!
She asked if I had the speakers on during today's lesson. I tried to ask her, but she wouldn't answer me.
And did you have them on?
No!
Right. Tell the police that. Tell them everything. I'll send them in.
Richard stood up to leave and walked towards the door. I felt him stand behind me and place a reassuring hand on my shoulder. I couldn't believe how irresponsible I'd been. How reckless. I'd been so caught up in my own ambition that I hadn't taken even basic precautions, and now I was paying for it. I just hoped that Jake was all right. I knew Richard was furious with me, but feeling his protective hand on my shoulder meant that maybe there was a way to fix it all. I heard Richard outside, telling the officers to head in. Wait. Richard was outside? Then whose hand was... I spun around to see an empty room. I desperately tried to contain the panic coursing through my veins. What was happening to me? It was just an illusion. Two officers entered the room.
Good morning. Thank you for talking with us. Now, tell me about infrasound.
Through the tension, I almost laughed. Where to begin? I'd rarely seen police officers as young as the two opposite me. They lacked the authoritative confidence one would normally expect during questioning in a missing child case. The questions were meandering and unfocused, as though the officers really didn't know what they were actually trying to achieve or elicit from me. My guess was that they were rookies who had been lumped in with the dull task of closing off a dead-end lead. When a child goes missing, every lead needs to be chased, if only to protect the police force against accusations of neglect if the search failed. But Jake was a troubled kid, and I know he had been caught dealing weed to other pupils. I imagine that the officer in charge of the case had a stack of leads that provided far more plausible explanations as to why a kid with links to local low-level drug dealers might mysteriously go missing in the night. He wasn't going to waste his best officers chasing down a science teacher using strange noises to fill a room with ghosts. These officers were here on a glorified administrative mission, and I could see resentment in their eyes. But for their lack of experience and motivation, they were diligent nonetheless. They wanted more details about the nature of infrasound and what it could mean in the context of Jake's text, so we discussed it in some detail. I delivered a mini science lesson about the nature of low-frequency wave energy, natural resonance, and how the retina could be fooled into seeing things that weren't there. Describing it was almost therapeutic given everything that had just happened. As I felt my grasp on reality slipping, it was good to go over the simple, rational explanations to help me regain my grip. I answered all of their questions about Jake. Apparently all they found on Jake's home computer were a few articles about shadow people and ghosts, as well as a few research papers on unrelated medical procedures. They wanted to know if the two could be linked, but I explained that Jake's mom was a nurse in the nearby hospital, so if anyone was searching for methicillin-resistant staph or aureus treatments, or subcranial hematomas, or phacoemulsification techniques, then it was probably her. Shadow people and youth porn, though, that sounded more like Jake. Eventually, they had no further questions. Though their theories were obviously not something I was supposed to be privy to, their relative greenness as officers meant that they let slip more than they should have when exchanging tidbits. From what I could gather, they thought that my experiment had probably spooked him, leading to a sleepless night. In his insomnia, he probably tried to sneak out to visit a girlfriend, but had fallen afoul of one of his less amiable contacts en route. There was an implication that even at 15, Jake already owed some serious people money. The officers had what they needed to close this lead. I was thanked for my help, and they left. Richard seemed visibly relieved when I explained to him everything we'd talked about. He'd clearly been driving himself crazy thinking that the cops were investigating a case of neglect at the school, and that he was going to be facing legal action over inappropriate experiments being conducted in the classroom. However, although the panic had faded, his anger had not.
Clean up this mess, now! Talk to all of your students from yesterday. Find out if any of them are still having problems and fix it. Make sure they know there's nothing to worry about. If I get so much as a report of a broken night's sleep from one of their parents, then you're finished.
I sent messages out to all the
He's in
students and asked them to come see me as
trouble.
soon as possible, since Richard had agreed to cover the rest of my day's classes. I interviewed them one by one, asking them what they'd seen since the experiment. Most told stories about occasional glimpses of something in the dark. One told me that he was so scared that he hadn't been able to do any of his homework. Nice try, I thought, but I kept my solemn face on. However, most had been able to nod off eventually, and few complained of anything further stretching into the daytime. In fact, when really pushed, most seemed to agree that anything they had seen was just their imagination going into overdrive. Secretly, I had my doubts as to how many of their visions truly were imaginary, but the calmer they were, the less they were affected. And if they truly did see fewer shadows, the less they believed. I was just going to let them carry on and watch the problem solve itself. The end of the day came, and I looked over the register of the class to see who I'd managed to talk to. I'd ticked off everyone, bar 2. Jake and Amy. I hadn't seen Amy since she approached me after the lesson. I hurried to the administration department to report it, but Amy had apparently been picked up by her father earlier that morning, claiming to be suffering from a massive headache. I breathed a sigh of relief. I could talk to her tomorrow, and hopefully another night's sleep would put the whole thing to bed. With Amy safe at home, the day over, and Jake still nowhere to be found, I went back to my place.
Yeah, I love reading Lovecraft, but we did that last October,
I
so
poured myself a whiskey.
I'm not
Stood
going
by
to
the
do it
window,
again.
watching the sun go down over the
Not
sea
going to
horizon.
repeat it.
It was normally a beautiful sight. This view was one of the principal reasons I paid so much for this apartment, but today it held no such pleasure. The sun got lower, and I watched as the tall building's shadows elongated into the evening. There was something about the way that the shadows were creeping across the streets and over the hedges and walls towards my windows that sent my heart racing. Of course, it was just the angle of the sun, but for all the panic of the last 2 days, it was difficult not to feel an almost predatory aspect to their approach. The way the shadows snaked through the trees and poured through my windows. The way the black imprints of the lamp posts and power lines created long, grasping fingers that crawled up into my room. Soon, the whole city seemed to be cloaked in a dusky twilight, and every shadow seemed to writhe, pulsate. The wind blew the trees, and the shadows swayed on my walls like a cobra waiting to strike. I downed the whiskey and threw on all the lights for comfort, but there was no comfort to be had. The harsh, bright lights just turned my apartment into a patchwork of shadows. Behind the couch, behind the TV, over the cupboards, and anywhere that bright central light couldn't reach was suddenly turned into a pool of darkness. A darkness that stared and watched and waited and mocked. A darkness that demanded to hold my gaze just so that it could gaze right back at me. I poured another whiskey.
Is that how you would deal with it, Looney? Break out the M240?
Then took a deep swig when through the distorting lens of the bottom of the glass, I saw a blurry, dark figure standing in front of me. I was paralyzed. The whiskey slopped against my teeth and burned my tongue, but I didn't dare swallow. I didn't dare move. I just watched as the shadowy figure towered, motionless, challenging me to react. An eternity passed in between the poundings of my heart. The vapor of the whiskey almost tickled my nostrils, and in that moment of lapsed concentration, the shadowy figure charged at me. I screamed and flailed, sending my glass shattering against the nearby wall. But then, nothing. In the instant that our gaze had broken, the figure was gone. I stood, panting and breathless, my heart beating so loud I couldn't hear. I was sweating burnt adrenaline and shaking so hard my teeth were chattering. I brought my hand up, and grabbing a handful of hair, I collapsed backwards against the cupboard and slid to the floor. If not believing was the key to not seeing these things, then I was doomed forever. Gavreau was right. He must have been. These ghosts were already here. I just let them out. But what did they want? I don't know how long I sat there for. It felt like hours. Soon, though, I found my composure and got the courage to stand up. I poured another whiskey, but the shadows were still there. In every alcove and nook and cranny of furniture, there was another drape of shadow waiting to pounce. I had to get out of that place right then. I wandered the streets until I found an internet cafe that was open until late. Better still, they too had whiskey. I wasn't really paying attention to what I was doing, just blind, meaningless surfing of anything that came to mind. Given the evening I'd had, pictures of kittens were a central theme. However, through my aimless Googling, one particular results page came up. Result 1, as usual, was a wiki article. I figured there was no harm in reading it in case anyone ever asked, so I clicked it. I felt my stomach lurch and my heart sink. I fumbled for my phone and dialed 911. I knew where Jake was. I just hoped I was in time.
911, what's your emergency?
By the time I got to the hospital, the police were already there. I should have known there was no way that the hospital staff would let me see Jake, but the police were very eager to talk to me. My tongue couldn't keep pace with my brain, and the gargled mess of questions that I barraged the police with were barely coherent. An officer I hadn't met before raised an authoritative hand to silence me.
Please, sir, follow me. We have some further questions.
Is he all right?
Sir, if you'd just please follow me.
I was ushered into a small room and sat down on a squeaky and uncomfortable chair. The officer took his place behind the desk. What the hell was this room? What kind of a hospital had an interrogation room? The officer was not one I recognized. He certainly wasn't with the two who questioned me earlier. He was older, and he was also harder more experienced. His stony face revealed nothing of his intentions or how much he knew. And I imagined that, unlike the two rookies who questioned me earlier, I wasn't going to find out one damn thing he didn't want me to know.
You're Jake's teacher, correct? The one who placed the call.
Yes, that's me. Is Jake all right?
No, but he will survive.
I couldn't tell whether to be relieved or not. The officer's poker face refused to let slip anything that could calm my fears for Jake. But he's alive.
Yes. Now tell me, how did you know where to find Jake? How did you know he'd be here?
It was a guess. Something your officers asked me about earlier. He held my gaze, revealing nothing, and taunting me into carrying on. Your officers, that is, the infrasound.
Yes, this ghost noise of yours.
He interrupted with the tone of a man sick of entertaining the idea that there was anything at play here other than an off-the-rails kid in trouble. However, there was the faintest flicker of doubt in his eyes, as though he'd seen something he couldn't reconcile with his foregone conclusion. The infrasound interferes with your eye's lens. It makes you see things that aren't there. Terrible things. Jake's text about turning off the noise made me think that he was still seeing them, and that maybe that had something to do with his disappearance. The officer remained stoic. I had no doubt that this was a man who was well versed in allowing criminals to hang themselves with their words, with nothing other than the blunt force of silence. Then, this morning, your officers were talking to me about things that were in Jake's search history. Most of it was unsurprising given the nature of the vision and the nature of him being a 15-year-old boy. Then they mentioned some medical terms he'd also been searching for. At first, I figured they were from his mom, as she's a nurse, and I didn't see any connection between them and the infrasonic visions. Still, nothing. The officer was going to wait until I told him everything before he played his hand in return. Out of curiosity, I Googled the ones I hadn't heard of. The faintest twitch disturbed the officer's rigid gaze. Phacoemulsification is a form of eye surgery based on using ultrasound to break up cataracts. I saw Jake's logic straight away. I'd screwed up his eyes using infrasound, so maybe he thought he could fix them using ultrasound. I knew with his mom working here, he'd know the layout and maybe even have the means to gain access to the relevant wards. That was when I called you. Now, please, tell me what happened to Jake. At this point, my mind was almost at breaking point. I needed to know what was happening. The officer took his time to consider revealing what he knew. Eventually, he leaned in close and said softly,
Jake Tandy blinded himself using the ultrasonic equipment in the ophthalmology lab. I don't know whether that was what he intended to do, but that was the result.
My jaw dropped.
He directed 2 focused waves of ultrasound into each eye and destroyed the lens and retina. Nurses found him curled up by the still-running machine. When they tried to approach him, he lashed out at the sound of their footsteps and screamed to be left alone. He calmed down as soon as he heard their voices and sobbed apologies for his outburst, saying, I thought you were them. The nurses said he kept repeating, they're gone. I can't see them. They're gone. I can't see them, as they took him to intensive care. He was smiling.
I was gonna be sick. I'm so sorry, Jake. I truly am. I never intended for any of this. Please believe me. Willie?
Oh.
Is he? I stammered.
As I said, he will live, but there's no way to save his sight, and he'll need extensive therapy.
At this point, the officer leaned in closer. He had the same look of steely authority on his face that Richard had when he originally questioned me about the other affected pupils. He was mentally searching for something, anything that could be used to pin this on me. But he was falling short. There were no regulations in place regarding infrasound, even in a concentrated experiment, so they couldn't even charge me with professional misconduct, let alone assault. I was free to go. Instead, he simply held my gaze and asked in a bullying tone,
You got anything else to tell me?
There were hundreds of things I wanted to tell him. Jake was right. I wanted to tell him we were both being stalked by the shadowy beings. I wanted to tell him that my apartment was an inhospitable orgy of demonic chaos. But I didn't. At this point, I must have looked insane enough without the truth making things worse. I simply whimpered. No. Like a kicked puppy.
In that case, you're free to go. But look,
he said, softening his tone momentarily.
If you think of anything else, here's my number.
I was walking out of the hospital towards the parking lot when a thought hit me like a brick. Amy! I'd failed Jake, and for that, I could never forgive myself. But I could still save Amy. Oh, please let me be in time to save Amy. I immediately called the detective. I'm still at the hospital. Can you meet me downstairs? I've thought of someone you need to speak to. When the officer arrived in the cold, comforting, well-lit hospital reception area, I told him, You need to send someone to check on Amy Sunderland. She went home complaining of headaches, and she also complained of seeing the same shadows long after the experiment finished.
I don't see any reports of missing Amy Sunderland.
She's not missing. She's at home. Her father collected her from school today.
Listen, I appreciate your concern, but I can't send officers over to someone's house to see if a 15-year-old girl has recovered from a headache.
Just please send someone. I don't know her address, but her parents are Lydia and Jim Sunderland. I think she might be in danger. She reported exactly the same symptoms as Jake, just a few hours behind. If she's following the same path, then we might not have long to prevent the same thing happening again. Please! The officer fell silent. This wasn't the same authoritative silence he'd used to intimidate me during questioning. This was the genuine sound of indecision. He'd had a difficult night. Just because Jake had been found didn't mean his case was closed, and the officer still had the task of discovering how a 15-year-old boy had been able to get access to hospital equipment and blind himself. He took his time weighing up whether he could justify sending officers to check on the girl given the crime scene at the hospital. My face must have swayed him. After all, the only reason Jake was found was because of my hunch. So he figured it was better to be safe than sorry. He pulled the walkie-talkie to his mouth.
Send a car around to check on the house of Lydia and James Sunderland.
Could you repeat the names?
Crackled a male voice on the other end.
Lydia and Jim Sunderland, parents of Amy Sunderland.
Sir, I don't understand. You want another car sent there?
Came the voice, still seeking clarification.
What do you mean, another?
2 cars already visited this evening, sir, accompanying the ambulance, in order to assess the scene and question the parents.
The professional facade the man had put on this morning was dying in front of me. His ashen face looked ready to crumble as the implications sunk in. He looked like he wanted to shoo me away in case I overheard important information, but he didn't.
What happened?
He quizzed the still nonplussed radio operator.
Sorry, sir. I thought you knew.
They don't allow phones in the hospital. I haven't been updated on anything for an hour or so. Tell me.
Sir, Amy Sunderland was found dead in her room this evening. She bled to death after clawing her eyes out. Her parents left her sleeping off a migraine to go to the movies and found her when they returned.
My world broke. I'd failed Jake. I'd failed Amy. I'd failed everyone. I don't even know what happened next. In a mindless daze, I drifted home. It was going on midnight by this point, barely 48 hours since I'd found that damned article. 2 days ago, I'd been a self-pitying teacher with a tough class and a lack of balls. I now had the weight of Jake's sight and Amy's life crushing me. Through the aimless glaze, there was my vision. I stumbled home. I didn't care. The shadows in the streets, in the bushes, in the alleys, and between the cars seemed thicker, almost solid, tangible. They seemed to reach for me, grasp me, touch me, grab me. I even felt fingers on my bare skin at times. Chilled scratches ran up my arms and down my neck. But I didn't care. When I got to my door, I opened it and looked into my shadowy dwelling. The darkness here was alive now. I could feel it. At this point, I don't think even turning the lights on could have dissipated the sea of writhing blackness that had engulfed my home. It pulsed and swayed and seemed to breathe as I stared into it. It wasn't just figures anymore. It was dozens of them, all dancing and mocking and taunting and begging me to join them. Inky black tendrils snaked out of the doorway and over the hallway walls like the branches of some foul tree, growing and producing some fouler fruit. Snakes of writhing black snuck across the floor towards my feet. Whatever I'd brought forth with my little science lesson wasn't going away and wasn't going to let me go. It still had another 30 kids to claim from my mistake. I could think of nothing else to save them. So as the horrific fingers of whatever lived in those shadows continued to climb up my legs, I simply walked in and closed the door behind me. I didn't care. I'm sorry.
You're a little sheepy.
Meets. Written by Kevin Thomas. Performed by Christopher Keegan.
I saw my mate Ryan 3 weeks ago. For the first time in about 5 months. First time since I'd been thrown out of that gym, with the Wreck-Its closing in on me. I nearly didn't recognize him on the crowded tube platform, with his grey hoodie over his head and his big black bomber jacket that strained at the seams with the bulk of the man underneath. He looked terrible. His veins and arteries were so dark that they looked like they'd been drawn on. His eyes were crusted with that yellow powder. So was his nose, and the edges of his mouth. His ears seemed blocked with the stuff. More than that, though, his arms and chest were huge and solid, inhumanly so. What? Ryan? I croaked. Ryan's head turned towards me. His neck creaked like an antique rocking chair. His dusty, yellowed eyes seemed glazed until they lit up with a brief flicker of recognition. His mouth tried to crack into a smile, but his lips moved with the stiffness of a ventriloquist's dummy. You could almost say it was the first time I'd ever seen Ryan, because before that night, Ryan had always been Wasp, a nickname he'd earned when we were both about 12, and he barged into me running away from a wasp's nest he'd accidentally disturbed when climbing on his auntie's roof. Wasp was a good mate. Mostly. He was shy and positively awful with girls. Our first fight was just after I started dating my first girlfriend, Laura, and he revealed that he'd long harboured a thing for her. In his eyes, I was stealing her from him. Honestly, had I known in advance that he liked her, I would have backed off. But he was acting like he was entitled to her just because he silently decided he liked her first. And that pissed me off enough to date her anyway. Not my finest hour, I admit. He wasn't bad looking, but he had a face that needed a good growth spurt to make handsome. He needed puberty to hurry and square out his chin and line it with some designer stubble. But it never did. See, when I was about 14, I went from 5 feet tall to 6 feet 2 and bulked out accordingly. Wasp, however, seemed to top out at around 5 foot 4. We used to rib him about it, and he used to laugh along. But I guess he took it more to heart than we thought, because pretty soon he started pumping weights. To be honest, for every good mate instinct I had to try and convince him that he was fine just the way he was, he did genuinely seem happier when bulked up. Within a few months, you'd never see him without a protein shake in his hand. He ate chicken fillets like some people chew gum, and he always carried an issue of Men's Health or Gym Fitness in his bag. Don't get me wrong, we still thought he looked like a knob poured into that tight t-shirt with a neckline plunging so low you could nearly see his belly button, and we all delighted in telling him as such as often as possible. But it gave him confidence, and I guess that's all that mattered. I mentioned our first fight was over a girl, but so was our worst fight. The summer I turned 15, I heard that Wasp's little sister Robin fancied me. I know, sisters are off limits, but I was young and stupid and hadn't really got a grasp of my hormones. The same genes that had missed Wasp had blessed his little sister with a petite figure and delicate features, all set off with deep blue eyes and dirty blonde hair. We got together at a party, and when Wasp found out, he was furious. He screamed at me, called me a bastard, and warned me to stay away from her. I'm not proud of what I said next. I know it was a low blow, but I was so angry that he told me off in front of everyone I just lost my temper. Or what? I yelled in his face. What you gonna do, punch me in the shin? Cue big laughs from everyone. I felt awful. I spent the next few weeks all but begging for forgiveness and promising to leave Robin alone. One day during a weight session, I guess he gave in. He squared up to me, flexing his growing arms, and he said, "If what you said the other day is true, all the worse for you, because if I can't punch you in the face, I'm going to deliver one hell of a smack to your bollocks." With that, a big grin spread across his face, and he punched me in the arm before going back to working out. It seemed like the problems were all done. But then he joined Meats. See, when Wasp had got serious about bulking up, he started touring the local gyms. My family had a group membership to this fancy gym on an industrial site just off the motorway. It was huge, with an indoor pool, an outdoor pool, tennis court, spa, sauna, the works. It even had a bar, cafe type place that always seemed far fuller than any part of the actual gym. I brought Wasp there once and he hated it. He couldn't understand why anyone would pay that much to spend 20 minutes on the cross ski and then 2 hours reading the Sunday papers once a month. Needless to say, when he found the gym he liked, it was a scuzzy, sweaty, male-only 24-hour type place. All strip lights and free weights and tattooed guys doing endless squats. Before Wasp got as heavily into it, we'd call the other guys there Wreckits, due to how much they looked like... well, I'm sure you can figure it out. It was a place called Meats, because in the grand tradition of male-only gyms, they had to pick a name that could double for a gay bar. It was a small, converted warehouse surrounded by barbed chain-link fence. Car park was a mix of dirt and rubble with potholes that never seemed to fully dry out. The main shutter was permanently down, and the gym's logo had been crudely spray-painted over it, though it was now faded. The only usable entrance was a small side door, covered in chipped blue paint, with a window that had wire crisscrossed through it. Security didn't appear to be a major concern for what was essentially a room full of men whose idea of a fun time involved picking up incredibly heavy things and then just sort of putting them down again. So Wasp started going to Meats and carried on bulking up. But something changed when he started training there. After a few months, gone were the protein shakes and the chicken fillets and his macronutritional protein bars. Gone was the permanent bottle of water he carried around. I thought maybe he'd given up or reached his goal, but his bulking didn't seem to stop, or even slow. If anything, it sped up. He let his subscription to Men's Fitness expire and stopped drinking green tea, but his muscles didn't stop growing. Even girls started to notice. They used to look at him with flirty intrigue, but this was slowly turning into puzzled concern. The amount of bulk was concerning enough, but it was the speed at which he bulked up that was more worrying. Now, don't get me wrong. We're still young, but still, this was happening on a scale of weeks, if not days. I mean, I swear I could see stretch marks around his biceps where his skin just couldn't keep up. I asked him how he kept bulking without all his supplements, and he grinned. "The guys at Meats sorted me out something new," was all he'd say. The breaking point came one day when Wasp fell down some stairs. It was nothing serious. He was too busy reading some news story about a suicidal man who jumped in front of a truck and just missed a step that sent him tumbling. He only fell a few feet, but the problem was how he landed. He put his hand out to break his fall, but his bag threw him off balance, and he landed on the outside of his palm, wrenching his elbow the wrong way. The sound was wrong. I'm pretty squeamish about these kind of things. I can't hear someone being sick without heaving myself. And that fraction of a second sound clip of that guy's teeth on the curb in American History X makes my balls hide somewhere in my large intestine. So my face was sucking a lemon at the anticipation of the sickening, squelching, dull crack I was about to hear when Wasp's arm broke. But that wasn't what I heard. It was sharper and louder and stiffer than I expected. It sounded like tree bark snapping, like a branch giving way when a kid tries to climb it. When I dared open my eyes, Wasp was just looking at his broken arm as it hung limply from its new bonus elbow. The break was bad enough, but the wound, it was bloodless. There was a good 2-inch tear in the skin that should have been gushing with blood, but it just hung open, flapping like torn wrapping paper. A fine, yellowish powder dripped out onto the floor. "I'll have to go," said Wasp, shoveling the spilt contents of his bag back inside. "No, wait," I called. "You have to go to the hospital." Then I saw it. I thought it was a pen at first. But no, it was a syringe. Clear as day. Of course it was. How had it taken this long to figure that out? There's only one way he could have kept up the gains without all his powders and shakes. He was on steroids. That's what those chav Reckits had sorted out for him. Seriously, Wasp, come on. I tried to follow him, but he ran. I called him all afternoon and into the evening, but no answer. Eventually I went round to his house, but Robin hadn't seen him. There was only one other place I could imagine he'd go. Meats. I pounded on the chipped blue door. "Membership number." "Look, I'm not a member. I just need to know if Ryan is here." Membership number." The Wreck-It behind the door mumbled again. "I'm not a member. Is Ryan here?" "Membership number." "Oh, hell, I don't know, 12? The door clicked open. As I said, security did not appear to be a major concern. I stormed past the Wreck-It working what passed for a front desk. In reality, it was just a fold-out table, topped with a wood-effect plastic. On it sat a spreadsheet on a clipboard and a small blue strongbox. Quite the business empire. I carried on marching until I saw Wasp, bench pressing some obscene amount of weight. Another towering Wreck-It behind him was a spotter. I stormed over, all ready to rip into him about steroids and abuse and getting his broken arm seen to. "Wasp, what are you doing? Your arm." "Stop calling me Wasp. My name's Ryan." "What? Since when don't you like being called Wasp?" "I know why you call me it. Just 'cause I'm small and annoying and pointless and I ruin everything, yeah?" "What? Of course not. That's not the reason. You damn well know it." "Of course it is. And now you're just mad I'm getting bigger than you." "Mate, when I met you, you were literally running away from wasps. How's it taken you this long to tell me you didn't like it?" "Yeah, whatever." It was this moment I realised all the other Wreck-Its had stopped working out and now had just sat on their equipment, watching our little domestic unfold. The room seemed bigger on the inside. The strip lights buzzed and beat down on the equipment, but the room's perimeter remained bathed in darkness. In those shadows, more of the Wreck-It swayed and watched. "Look, Ryan, I'm sorry if you don't like the name. I won't use it anymore, I promise. I'm just worried about your arm." "What about my arm? It's fine." "Mate, I saw it snap. It was..." By now, Ryan had sat up on his equipment and was leaning forward with his hands in his lap. His arm was fine, save for a particularly angry-looking stretch mark where the tear had been. Why isn't it... "See, I'm fine. I'll prove it." With that, he lay back down under the equipment. "Put some more weight on." His spotter turned around and started fixing some more weights to the bar. I went to stop him, but wordlessly. 3 of the Wreck-Its who'd been silently watching stood up and took a step towards me. The spotter finished putting the extra mass on. Ryan wrapped his fingers around the scored metal, and I heard a faint creaking, as though a tree was blowing in a gust. He took a deep breath and lifted the bar off the holder. He slowly lowered it down towards his chest and then, through gritted teeth, pushed the whole thing back up in locked arms. Repeat, repeat, repeat. It seemed to be getting easier with each rep. After 6 or so, he started talking. "See, mate, this is why you're here. You can't stand on becoming better than you." Repeat. "No, Ryan, that's not it." Repeat. "Yes, it is. I'm finally not small." Repeat. "Or annoying." Repeat. "Or pointless." Repeat. "And you hate it." I I heard a tearing sound, like the first cut into a new piece of card. The angry red stretch mark near his bicep had ripped open again. That same weird yellow powder was falling out. Some of the other Wreck-Its saw this too and took a step towards us. Ryan, please, you were never... Just leave. Go crying to my sister, you sonic butt. You don't want to see what comes next. Repeat. Ryan, stop. The tear widened. Leave. Repeat. Ryan, repeat. Go! The sound I heard next is imprinted on my mind forever. When I was 7, I spent a summer at my granddad's house, and he had this wide, fenceless front garden with a crabapple tree in the centre. I lost control of the football I'd been kicking about, and I followed it into the road without looking. There was a squeal of tyres and a blur of blue metal as a speeding car swerved onto the pavement and across my granddad's lawn, straight into the tree. The sound was unforgettable. A deep, powerful splintering of wood. And Ryan's arm snapped too, just like the tree. Ryan's arm tore off at the bicep, and the weight came crashing down directly onto his chest. A tremendous cloud of light yellow powder pumped steadily out of his arm and engulfed him. I tried to rush forward and help, but 2 of the Wreck-Its grabbed me and dragged me backwards towards the door. I reached out, screaming for Ryan, but more Wreck-Its surrounded him, blocking him from view. The strip lights started shutting off. They threw me out of the door into a pothole full of oily water. I sprung up to get back in, but the door was already shut. The final lights inside went off. I stood there pounding on the door until it occurred to me to call the police. However, when they arrived and bust the door down, they found nothing. Just a bunch of Wreck-Its pumping iron. Police searched the place but found no trace of Ryan or the mysterious steroid they appeared to be using. 5 months passed. I didn't see or speak to Ryan once during that time. I was convinced he was terribly injured, or in hospital, or worse. Imagine my surprise then when I ran into him one night on a crowded tube platform while awaiting the next northbound train. I couldn't believe my eyes. It was Ryan, all right, and in one piece. Ryan, mate, what happened to you? What do you mean? I've never felt better. Where have you been? Everyone's looking for you. Everyone misses you. No, they don't. Not stupid little wasp. Not pointless, annoying wasp. Please, Ryan, I thought we got past this. No one thinks you're... Save it. I don't need your apologies. Not anymore. I've got a way to prove it. Prove what? Prove I'm not pointless. The northbound train's lights shone down the platform as it approached the station. For the love of... Ryan, no one ever said... He raised a brown, solid-looking hand and shushed me. Shh. As I said, I'll prove it. Ryan, please. But he only grinned widely again before turning towards the train and charging. And he jumped straight in front of him. I was back on my granddad's lawn again. That same sound. That same thick, powerful crack a speeding vehicle makes as it ploughs into a block of dense wood. In an instant, what had once been Ryan became a shower of splinters and yellow powder. I choked and gasped as the substance filled the air. Commuters standing nearby started screaming, then fell to their knees, coughing and heaving as they too tried desperately to shield themselves from the debris. It was no use. I cradled my head in my hands and felt a shower of powder fall from my hair. I scrubbed furiously in my efforts to dislodge it, and ended up with lungs full of whatever it was. It clung to my tongue with a sour sting. That was 3 weeks ago. Since the day Ryan leapt to his death, others have followed suit, always jumping into the path of moving trains, always on crowded platforms, always followed by the same shower of mysterious yellow dust. Despite the alarming increase in suicides, there's been no official explanation as to why this is happening. Every day there are reports of more jumpers in more cities. Meanwhile, I've noticed the local membership of meets has tripled, and it keeps growing. And I don't even lift. But everyone keeps complimenting me, telling me how ripped I'm getting.
Dun, dun, dun.
The Well Went Bad on the Pearson Farm. Written by William Delphin. Performed by Pendleton Arkwright. Featuring the cast and crew of the Simply Scary podcast. The other night, I read my oldest daughter a bedtime story from one of her favorite books of ghost stories. Afterwards, she turned to me with a question.
That story wasn't true, was it, Daddy?
No, of course not. She wrapped her arms around me.
Because things like ghosts and monsters don't exist, do they?
I petted her head and lied. No, they're not real. After making sure both girls were tucked in good and tight, I left the room while my wife kissed each of them, and stood for a while looking out the living room window to the darkened street below. I could feel my body tensing up instinctively, like it knew something was coming, but nothing ever did. Still, I looked out the window for far too long, remembering the terrible October of my 15th year. I worked as a cashier at Klein's Pharmacy in the center of town, and had just finished up my shift. Home was miles away, but I enjoyed the walk and having some time to myself and my thoughts. The days were getting colder, though, forcing me to bundle up tighter to keep the chill out. Normally, I just followed Main Street until it came to Loop Road, which winded through woods and crop fields. But on a whim, I decided to take a shortcut through some of the farms that bordered the town. After a few minutes of hiking, I reached a stone wall on the edge of the Pearsons' lot, and I hopped it and cut through one of their fields and set it. The dirt was hard and crunched beneath my weight. Leaves covered much of the area, blown off a thicket of nearby trees. Across the field, I could just make out the Pearsons' farmhouse in the distance, quiet and cozy. I stayed clear of it, though, as Mr. Pearson was known to chase trespassers off his land with a shotgun. On the other end of the field, just before another stone wall, I spotted a ring of set rocks surrounding a hole in the ground. If I hadn't been watching my step to avoid stumbling over the uneven terrain, I might very well not have noticed it, and wouldn't be telling you this story now. It was an old well hole, probably dug many years ago. A lot of the farms in the area had them, often abandoned, and boarded over when the well went dry, or the owners built a new house on another section of the land. This one, however, was not covered. Propped up against the stone wall was what looked like a wood lid that had probably been laid over it at some point, but for some reason it was not that day. As I got closer and my shoes crunched in the frozen soil, I heard a small voice echo from the darkened depths of the well.
Hello?
Oh no, I thought. Somebody's down there.
Please, help me.
It sounded like a kid, and I immediately thought of Robbie Pearson, son of the people who owned the farm. He was only 9 years old. Had he fallen in the well? I ran over to the edge of the hole, catching myself at the ridge of set rocks and cautiously peering over into it, half expecting to see Robbie standing just a few feet down, looking up at me. But the well was deep, and it dropped straight off into a foreboding blackness. I couldn't make out anything in there.
Robbie, is that you?
Yes, help me. I think my leg is broken.
Hang on!
I started looking around for a rope, for anything that could drop down and have him tied around himself. But I couldn't find anything, and it occurred to me that I was probably not strong enough to haul a 9-year-old out of a well on my own anyway.
Robbie, hang in there. I'm gonna go get your parents.
No, please, don't leave me here.
I gotta get somebody, Robbie. Don't panic, just hang on.
For the briefest moment, I didn't move. Something seemed to keep me looking down into the hole in the unrelenting darkness. A dizzying sense that I was already falling into it. And somewhere far down below, I heard a sound like something digging desperately at the earth.
No, stay with me, please. Don't leave me here. No.
But then the wind whipped a bunch of leaves up at my face, and I snapped out of my trance. Turning on my heel, I sprinted for the Pearson homestead. I could hear Robbie's cries echoing up behind me, yelling for me to stay. The sun was setting, and it was starting to get gray and colder outside. I was afraid that if I didn't do something fast, it would be too dark before anyone could do anything. I was out of breath when I got to the farmhouse, but I didn't pause before pounding on the door. Raised voices came from inside, and then Mrs. Pearson appeared, a middle-aged lady with her hair done up in a bun and an unpleasant look on her face, glaring at me.
Who are you?
Behind her, I saw Mr. Pearson in his blue overalls getting what looked like a shotgun out of their hall closet. He had the same expression of displeasure on his face as his wife, and for a second, my confidence in the situation waned. But then I remembered that it was their son who needed help, and I started talking fast and gesticulating wildly at her.
Your son Robbie fell in a well.
Mrs. Pearson scrunched up her face.
What are you yammering about?
I tried again, steadying myself against the door frame.
Your son Robbie, he's fallen down a well.
Mr. Pearson set the shotgun down by the foot of the stairs behind his wife and looked at me crossly.
Nonsense. Robbie's upstairs, taking a bath.
They looked at each other for a moment, and I caught a glimpse of some unspoken thought pass between them. Then Mrs. Pearson stepped back from the door and called up the stairs.
Robbie!
Mr. Pearson stood in front of me, blocking the door. He was going on in his years, but he was still built like an ox, big and sturdy and very imposing. I cringed uncontrollably away from him like a dog afraid of being swatted with a rolled-up newspaper. From somewhere upstairs, I heard a voice call back down to the three of us. It was not the same voice I heard echoing out of the well, and yet it was similar in the way that a lot of young kids sound alike.
Nothing. Finish up.
Mrs. Pearson turned to me and crossed her arms, satisfied.
See? He's fine.
But I heard...
I was at a loss for words. Mr. Pearson looked down at me.
What well hole are you talking about? The one in the north field?
I nodded.
Someone's in there. I heard them.
Stay away from the north field. That well's gone bad.
But...
Stay away.
Obviously.
Don't come on this property again, you hear? Go home.
Mr. Pearson clearly had
nothing
to
home.
And left me standing there on the front porch, stunned and confused. I wondered just what the hell had happened as the sun set and everything took on a shade of blue. I had not imagined that voice. Something inside nagged at me, urging me to investigate.
Well, that just has
I walked
stupid
down the
written
front
all
steps
over
and
it.
headed back toward the field, determined to prove to myself that I wasn't crazy. Looking back over my shoulder at the farmhouse for a brief moment, I saw Mrs. Pearson peeking out the window at me and shaking her head. A shiver ran through me, but maybe that was just from the quickly dropping temperature. At the stone wall, the well hole seemed bigger, more ominous. I felt threatened by its presence, as if it could move of its own accord and would slide under my feet and swallow me up. The wind picked up as I stared at it, and the wood cover creaked, rocking gently against the stone wall. It was the only sound I could hear. No voice emanated out of the hole.
Oh, hello?
In all honesty, I didn't really want to hear a response, and I was grateful when none came. I stood there, staring at it in the diminishing light, wondering if my eyes were going to start doing pinwheels in my head. The sound of crunching leaves from the nearby copse of trees made me jump, and I all at once felt really exposed and vulnerable, like a rabbit sitting out in a field surrounded by the eyes of 100 foxes as they lick their lips and converge on it. I wanted to be anywhere but there, and I took off running in the direction of home until I couldn't run anymore and had to hobble the rest of the way, tired and sweaty. When I got home, I told my parents what had happened. I was less than thrilled with my mother's dismissive response.
Maybe it was Robbie Pearson playing a trick on you with a walkie-talkie or something.
I don't see how that's possible.
So, you're saying there's someone in the well?
Well,
I stopped when I realized I didn't really have an answer to the question. My mother smiled in that sympathetic way that says, "You poor, sad little fool." And I clammed up and went to wash my hands for dinner, determined to tell somebody who would listen to me tomorrow. The next day, I went over to my friend Jasper Higgins' house and shared my tale with him. Jasper's a bit of a jerk, but he's the kind of jerk who will listen to even the most ridiculous of stories and accept them as fact if you say they are. Still, he made a point of spending the rest of the afternoon teasing me about getting spooked when I went back to the well. So I asked him, if he was so brave, why he didn't go himself and see that old well hole.
I'll go if you come with me.
No way. I'm not going back out there, with or without you.
I finally relented. After all, I told myself, maybe it really was just Robbie Pearson playing a prank. And with Jasper there with me, there was less likelihood of something bad happening. At least that's what I told myself. So we went together out to the Pearsons' farm the following afternoon. Jasper met me at the local grocery store and we took our bicycles since he didn't want to walk. It didn't take as long for us to get there on our bikes, but in order to reach the field, we had to abandon them down the road and hike a bit through some corn. I also advised Jasper to avoid getting spotted by any of the Pearsons. We had a good hour until dusk, but it was cloudy and gray that day, and everything was darker because of it. As we neared the stone wall, I eased back, letting Jasper take the lead.
Watch your step.
There, ahead of us, was the well, with only the low ring of set rocks visible as a marker before it dropped down into nothingness. Standing a good distance away, I felt a strange tugging sensation, almost physical, but no actual presence seemed to be doing it. My foot lifted as if to step forward, but I willed it back down. Ahead of me, Jasper paused, then seemed to lurch slightly forward as if pulled by the same invisible string that tugged at me. Unlike me, though, he yielded to it, walking slowly toward the well. I reached out to grab him, but he was already 10 steps ahead and out of my reach. Despite the cold autumn air, I felt myself starting to sweat. Maybe nothing was going to... As if in response to my unfinished thought, a quiet sobbing echoed up from down in that dark hole. Jasper stopped with his foot out in front of him and turned to look at me. His face was a mask of white, and his eyes seemed to bug out of his head for a moment. Then he regained his composure and stepped closer to the well.
Is somebody there?
It wasn't the same voice. This time it sounded feminine, a girl's voice. I continued to stare at Jasper to see what he would do. He seemed suddenly less certain, more nervous, and he hesitated from making another move, seeming to listen and test the situation with silence.
Hello?
Jasper looked back at me, and I shook my head. No, we need to leave.
Who's that down that there well?
Jasper put his foot down, crunching in the packed dirt, and stood by the well, leaning slightly over to look down into it.
Please, help me.
If I had never been by that well before, that voice would almost sound beautiful. But in my ears that day, there was something unpleasant about it. A gurgling wetness to it that filled me with dread. Did Jasper hear that too? I could see in his eyes that he didn't.
I repeat, who are you?
Jasper looked at me again and raised his hand, ushering at me as if to say, "Come here." I shook my head in return, unembarrassed to show him how frightened I was.
Please, don't go. I'm so scared.
I ain't going nowhere. Who are you? How'd y'all get down there?
My stomach bunched into a big knot.
Jasper, let's go.
Why did it seem to be getting darker faster than it should have? The sun wasn't supposed to set for a good half hour, and yet it felt like the entire world was being covered in a long, blanketing shadow. I realized I was trembling. Jasper was too. I could see it, and yet he refused to step back from that damn hole.
Are you still there? Please, you have to help me. It's so dark down here, please.
We both stood there as the world dimmed around us, and that girl kept calling from down in the well, the sound of water echoing up with her. He held a finger up to silence me.
I say again, how do y'all get down in that well?
She didn't answer. Instead, there came a noise I will never in my life forget. Hands, fingers, scratching at the sides of the hole, digging into the dirt and earth, and scrambling up. Whoever, whatever it was, whatever pretended to be Robbie, pretending to be this girl, it was climbing out of that hole, and it was doing it incredibly fast. Lord forgive me, I ran. I don't think Jasper even noticed me bolt. I glanced back for a split second, and he was just standing there at the edge of the hole, looking down into it, his mouth hanging open slightly. And then I almost tripped over my own feet and had to watch where I was going. I never looked back again. As the well and Jasper swiftly fell behind, I heard the briefest of reports. A shout. Jasper shouting. No, Jasper screaming. Cut short as quickly as it began. Just a split second of his voice, shrill and terrified. And then nothing. But enough to send a flock of crows in one of the nearby fields to flight. If anything more was to be heard, the panicked calls of the birds drowned it out. When I got to the bikes, I grabbed mine and pedaled until I reached home, falling at the front gate and tumbling head over heels up the sidewalk before bolting inside and locking the door behind me. My parents sat in the living room, startled by my frightened and disheveled appearance. I started babbling and gesticulating wildly, trying to explain to them what had happened. But it took several minutes for my mother to calm me down enough for them to make any sense of what I was saying. My father got on the phone with Jasper's dad. The two of them drove out together to the Pearson farm where, from what I was told later, Mr. Pearson met them at his door with his shotgun and scowl at the ready. I tried to wait for my father to return with news of Jasper, but I was exhausted. And my mother insisted on giving me something to calm me down and told me to go rest in bed until my father got back. Before I knew it, I was fast asleep.
isn't your fault! Your fault! You left me here to die! Why would you bring me here? Why? I'm gonna die here because of you!
I dreamed I was back at the Pearsons' farm, standing in that barren field, only now the well was as big as a house. As I stood looking down into its bottomless depths, I heard Jasper screaming from somewhere far below me, screaming and blaming me for everything. I wanted to run, but I couldn't. I just stood there, rooted to the spot, and watched as long, twisted, inhuman arms reached up out of the darkness, pulling the thing in the well out to say hello to me. Jasper's screams began to bubble with that same sick wetness that the girl's voice had been filled with. I woke up unsure of what time it was. Had my father come home? My heart raced in my chest from the nightmare. Climbing out of bed, I stood there in the dark of my room, looking out the window and feeling suddenly afraid. That sense of the hundreds of eyes watching me was back, but this time I had nowhere to run to. Outside, a street lamp illuminated the sidewalks in front of my house. There, at the edge of my yard, was Jasper. He looked pale. He looked tired. And he just stood there, arms hanging at his sides, staring up at me in my bedroom window. We looked at each other for what felt like an eternity. Then, like before by the well, he raised his hand and gestured to me. Come here. I shook my head. No. Somewhere far off, I heard a sound like the wind whistling through the trees. But there weren't any trees, and there was no wind. Just a strange, rising howl. I stood there in my window, watching Jasper on the sidewalk at the edge of my yard, silently beckoning me to come to him. I was afraid that if I looked away, he'd be in my room with me. Afraid that he was behind me even as I stood there watching him. My mind struggled with the need to keep looking at him as it conflicted with the escalating fear that he was right behind me and that I should turn around to check. I never want to live a night like that ever again. The morning came and I woke up in a pile on my floor. I had collapsed from sheer exhaustion and only barely recalled the sight of Jasper outside that night. But it all came crashing back down on me when I went downstairs and saw my father eating breakfast. When he saw me, his expression grew concerned and the bottom dropped out of my stomach.
Dad, Jasper,
I'm sorry, son.
That was all he had to say. Mr. Pearson had led them out to the well that night. Jasper's shoe was found by the hole. They tried to see if they could spot him, but it was too dark and deep for even their flashlights to illuminate anything. An emergency rescue team flew out from the city to help try to find him, but what they discovered was that the well didn't have a bottom. It opened into a subterranean cave system, hundreds of yards deep and dark as an abyss. It could take weeks for them to locate and retrieve his body, if it was even down there. They called off the search after 3 months at the request of Jasper's parents. The hole was sealed with a concrete slab and a truckload of cement. I watched from the road, and Mr. Pearson stopped nearby on his tractor and strode over to me with a harsh, accusatory stare.
I told you. That well went bad.
You knew something was down there.
Ain't nothing down there.
Our eyes met, and I held Mr. Pearson's stare with a chilling one of my own.
Jasper's down there.
You sure of that?
Mr. Pearson walked off and left me with that thought. He was right, though. Jasper's not down there. I saw him outside my house that first night, pale like an apparition. Or maybe I saw the thing from the well. The thing from deeper than the well. The thing from the Stygian abyss the well broke into. Maybe both. I don't know. But I'll never forget the look of it, or the fact that it came for me and tried to get me to go with it, or the fact that such things exist.
Chilling tales for dark nights.
Spooky, spooky, spooky. Almost need like the Game of Thrones type of soundtrack to go with this. Build castles. Be right back, chat. I'm gonna go grab a Coke.
Chilling tales for dark nights.
My name is Detective Matthew Prosser. I've been a cop for close to 3 decades. For the last few years, I worked in the 8th Precinct Homicide Division. A staff of around 250,000 people can't compete with the murder rate in New York City, but we do our best. To be honest, homicides are usually easy to solve. You don't have to look too far to find a killer because most victims meet their maker at the hands of someone they know. It is a rare circumstance when a murder is perpetrated by a complete stranger. I pride myself that every case I've ever worked resulted in a conviction. I've been batting 1,000 my entire career. I was, however, about to open a case that was beyond the typical run-of-the-mill fare. I received a call from dispatch before I'd even left my house. Well, house might be a generous term for the shitty little brick 2-bedroom ranch I was forced to live in after the divorce. At least the rent was affordable. Anyway, the call came in that a body had been found in an alley next to Callahan's place down in Alphabet City. Since dead bodies normally don't go anywhere until the meat wagon comes calling, I stopped off for a morning coffee. Made a crime scene 15 minutes later. "What's the call, Del?" I asked the patrolman on scene as I slipped under the yellow tape. "He's still dead." And he shrugged. "Nice gray, detective." "Get bent, Del." I stroked my newly grown mustache-beard combo. "You wish you had it so good." Immediately, I noticed there were no evidence markers littering the alleyway. Only a crushed, bloody, corrugated refrigerator box. No discarded weapons, no shell casings. Whatever the killer used, he packed it out when he fled the scene. "Jimmy!" I got the attention of the CSI photographer. "Are we good to go?" "Yeah, we're done here." He was distracted, looking at the digital pictures he'd just taken. Never seen anything like it. Like what? This bum got turned into street pizza. Somebody ran him down while he was sleeping in that cardboard box. Probably never saw it coming. You've seen roadkill before. What makes this different? Somebody rolled over this guy multiple times. Definite 480. Jimmy called it. Definitely a cold 480. Felony hit and run. The tread marks showed obvious signs of multiple passes. Somebody really wanted this guy dead. I pulled out my trusty pen and lifted up the edge of the cardboard. Stench of unwashed hobo hit me head on. "Del, get some gloves and give me a hand, would you?" "Sure, detective." Officer Dell slipped on a pair of latex gloves. I had him hold up the top of the homeless man's cardboard condo. If you've never seen the effect of a 1-ton vehicle landing atop a human being, I wouldn't recommend it before dinner. His head was popped like a basketball filled with canned cranberry sauce. Unrecognizable. The rib cage was most likely touching his spine by the ruptured organs spilling from the chest cavity. Clean bone broken and several places protruded from his limbs. From my initial observation, Jimmy was wrong about one thing. This poor bastard knew what was happening when he died. I carefully picked through his clothing and was rewarded with an expired driver's license that he had tucked in his coat pocket. Holy shit. "What is it, detective?" "I know this guy. The victim's name was Reginald Ingelow. Reggie was a cop, but he'd been kicked off the force over a decade ago. I spent a little time with him on a vice squad before I transferred to homicide. I wouldn't say he was a dirty cop, but he was lazy and sloppy. Story I got was that Reggie lost a kilo or blow and a couple $1,000s from a big bust. Since nobody could prove the allegations, he was put on administrative leave, where he proceeded to solicit sex for drugs from a high school girl. Temporary leave became a permanent vacation and would have ended in an extended stay at the Gray Bar Hilton had it not been for the police chief wanting to avoid a serious media black eye. Now, Reggie Ingelow ended his inglorious life as a splatter in an alley that reeked of rotten food and car exhaust. Whatever sins he committed in the past, he didn't deserve a death like this. Nobody does. Have the techs cross-check his prints with the PD personnel database first. I passed the bag driver's license to Dell. I got a feeling it'll save some time. "Sure thing, detective." Contrary to all the TV shows about detectives, there wasn't much to do once the ME picked up the body. The homeless shelters I canvassed vaguely remembered him. He mostly kept to himself, drank a bit, never stayed longer than a night or two when the weather got bad. Although some of his fellow street urchins admitted seeing Reggie the day of his murder, they didn't know about that night. Before he hit the streets, Reggie was a dedicated bachelor, so there was no family to interview. If there were no family or friends to speak of, who did it? Wasn't likely to have been another homeless person because bums rarely own cars. Besides, the tire marks were from a car with good tread, so who would want to repeatedly run over a disgraced cop? After an eventful day of questions and no answers, I hung it up and headed home. Of course, I kept thinking about Reggie. As I drove, I tried to think of whether a former buddy in the department might have had a grievance with Reggie. Nah, that was as much a dead end as a cul-de-sac where I now lived. And seriously, what cop would wait a decade for revenge? Cops, by nature, are not very patient people. Sad but true. Tried to distract myself counting all the for sale yard signs that covered my street like wild dandelions. Talk about suburban blight. I came home only to be greeted by a cold house. Not emotionally cold, temperature cold. Every older home has its quirks, and this house definitely had its share. The pilot for the gas furnace had gone out. Again. That meant I had to restart the pilot on the ancient water heater, too. I guess I'm lucky I didn't have to venture into some spider-infested basement. The house is built like every typical 40s-style ranch. One floor, no basement or attic. All I had to do was open a service closet in the kitchen and spark the pilot lights on the rusting equipment. Even though I stopped smoking a year ago, I was glad I kept a few spare lighters for such an occasion. Maintenance done, I poured myself a glass of bourbon and sipped on it while the drone of Sports Center lulled me to sleep. Still, I couldn't prevent murder scenarios from bouncing around my dreams. Oh, cold showers suck. Whew. I let loose a string of obscenities and headed back to the service closet. In the morning sun peering through the kitchen window, I could see that the pilot light had not gone out on the water heater. Somehow the temperature knob had been turned all the way down. I cranked the dial into the red, but I knew it would take hours for the damn thing to get cooking, so I braved the icy waters of my shower and got ready for another workday. No sooner did I walk through the door than Captain Deakins magically appeared next to my desk with a file folder. Hey, we get anything back on a murder? Yeah. I held up the coroner's preliminary report. It was Reggie Engelube, vehicular homicide. Lab techs are researching the tire treads we found on the scene. Should have some back today. Good. Deakins dropped the file on my desk. You remember Jace Vark? Yeah, I ran a couple undercover stints with him a lifetime ago. Why? I need you to go out to Sunnyville Trailer Park. You need a ride somewhere, Cap? I knew that was where Jace retired a couple years back. Nah, the coroner's taking care of that. I need you on the scene. I jumped in my car and headed out to the outskirts of town where the trailer park sat. Whole drive out, I thought about Sergeant Jace Vark, retired. He was a pretty jovial guy who made up for his limited brain power with elbow grease. He was built like an oak tree with a crew cut. Good guy. Street smart. Dead. I pulled up to the smoldering remains of Vark's trailer. Pieces of double-wide aluminum siding were scattered in a wide berth. Fire Chief O'Kelly and his crew were already sifting through the burnt rubble for clues. What do you say, Chet? Yeah, Matt. Chief Chet O'Kelly tipped his helmet back. There's a fire. Good one. Yeah, I see that. Any guess how it started? Oh, yeah, sure. O'Kelly looked at me with a deadpan expression. Care to share? This was a regular routine in the police-firefighter relationship. Antagonizing each other was in our DNA. Well, he began in his usual cops are idiots tone. What we have here is a complete burn. That means it took less than an hour before the trailer was completely engulfed. Under normal conditions, a trailer like this could go that quickly, but it's unlikely. He offered me a piece of wood to sniff. Smell that. I nodded. Accelerant. Gasoline? Nah, you feel a little pickly. It's not a reaction to the burnt wood. It's your airway reacting to the accelerant, which in this case happens to be turpentine. And as we know, turpentine is resin made from pine trees. A petroleum-based accelerant like gasoline? Well, it has to rely on its surroundings, or it evaporates quickly. Turpentine, on the other hand, also burns hot and fast, but the resin base allows it to burn longer. Fascinating. So we're looking at arson. What's with the dispersal pattern? Wait, you had a propane stove, right? We might make a decent investigator out of you yet, boyo. Chief O'Kelly slapped me on the back. Must have been fool when it hit that tank. Boom. He illustrated by making a mushroom cloud with his stubby little hands. Trailer blown down. Thanks, Chet, but I think I'll stick to police work. I'll let you guys play in the dirt. I spent the rest of my time on the scene interviewing the inhabitants of Sunnyvale. The balding park manager and his shirtless lackey were of no help. Neither were the stoned or drunk residents that littered the various single and double-wide homes. Clearly nobody was talking. Another dead end for a former brother in blue. Back at the station, I milled over the evidence with a large black coffee. I swear the only time I get headaches is on cases like these. I popped a couple of aspirin, chased them with the warm caffeine. I set the case files for Reggie and Jason in my in-file box, reclined in my chair, and closed my eyes, for better focus. Detective Prosser? My eyes popped open to Officer Dell standing by my desk with a file in hand. What you got, Dell? The medical examiner thought you should see this. He held out the file. I took the file with a sour look. How about you tell me what it says so I don't have to hunt for my reading glasses? I know you peeked. The coroners found a correlation between the two victims, Engeloob and Vark. What'd he find? Dell smiled knowingly. It's not what he found. It's what he didn't find. Cryptic much? Officer spilled the beans like a kid describing his new Christmas toys to friends. The vehicular assault and the fire were the official cause of death, but their hearts were removed, and they're missing pieces, like someone took a bite out of them. No shit, I said, more as a statement than as a question. I wouldn't kid you, Detective. He sounded seriously sincere. The coroner's making bite mark impressions. Thanks, kid. Make sure the captain sees this. Will do, Detective. Sudden inspiration smacked me in the face like my morning shower. Do me a favor. Put up parole sheets for the past 2 weeks. Skip the county stuff and give me the reports from Western Correctional. Dale bonded away like Robin Hood had just invited him to be one of his merry men. The new information gnawed at the back of my brain. I felt like somebody was asking me a trivia question about a TV show I used to watch when I was young, but I just couldn't quite call up the answer. Concentrating only pushed the answer farther from my mental grasp. I knew there was a connection, but damned if I could put a bow on it. The parole sheets cleared up all my cobwebs. Before I moved to the homicide division, I made my detective bones as part of an operation in the Vice Squad. Back in the day, a violent Mexican gang called the Viento Duero made the Big Apple part of a cocaine cartel pipeline. We estimated these scumbags were using the city as a base of operations to distribute drugs to multiple destinations. We're talking about an operation that pumped millions of dollars in poison across 5 states. Essentially, they were the head of the drug-dealing octopus, and we were determined to make calamari. But it wasn't going to be easy. Our biggest problem was the fear factor that these Mexicans instilled in everyone, including members of our own police force. These sleazeballs would use anything to keep people in line. This included payoffs, intimidation, blackmail, torture, and murder. The worst of them was their leader, Mateo Moreno. His gang nicknamed him Loco Lobo. He stood 6'2", weighed about 285. He was physically imposing, yeah, but it was the darkness behind those brown eyes that could have unnerved even the bravest man. Moreno was known to lead the torture sessions because he enjoyed it. Pain in the eyes of his victims was his drug. When the bodies began to pile up, we knew he was addicted, and nothing could ever satiate his appetite except jail or death. We formed a task force of guys who refused to be corrupted. We were hungry and idealistic, ready to rage against the dying of the light. This was our town. If we failed, anything we had worked to achieve and everything the badge meant would be useful as a car with square wheels. I joined Engeloob, Vark, and a select few to set the wrongs to right. It took a year before we finally nailed those bastards. I can't tell you how satisfying it was when the 3 of us took the stand as witnesses for the prosecution. Our case was ironclad, and Moreno could only sit at the defendant's table grinding his teeth. When the gavel fell, Moreno hurled vengeful curses at us as they dragged him away to serve what we thought would be a lifetime in maximum security. Apparently, we were wrong. 5 days before Engeloob was murdered, the Ninth Circuit Court quietly overturned his conviction on grounds of evidence tampering. Moreno was free on a technicality, and he wasted no time in his quest to fulfill that bloody promise he made in court a decade prior. How do I know Moreno was a killer? Easy. The heart removals. Lobo told anyone who'd listen that he was descended from Aztec kings. These rulers would conquer their foes and eat the heart of the losing commander. Moreno was batshit crazy enough to do the same thing to his own defeated enemies. Knowing I was the 3rd stop on Lobo's heart-munching comeback tour didn't frighten me. Sure, if I still had a wife and kids to worry about, I might have started sweating, but I'm a crusty old bastard past his pension date. I was nothing but the job. No way was this psycho gonna punch my ticket. I shared my discovery with Captain Deacons. He wanted to put a patrol outside my house. I declined. It was more important to have as many officers as possible on the streets. Captain didn't argue and issued an APB for Moreno. He told me to check in when I got home, and I agreed, just to appease him. I decided to take the long way home. There's a difference between caution and paranoia, but I was losing the ability to tell one from the other. Many times in my career, I've been called upon to tail a vehicle. Figured the reverse would be just as easy. When I pulled into my driveway, no headlights were in my rearview mirror. I was safe, for now. Needless to say, I didn't waste any time keying open my front door and turning the deadbolt. Remembering my dumb decision to redline my water heater, I checked to make sure everything was okay. I'd seen a Mythbusters episode where they proved a faulty water heater could be dangerous. Damn thing built up so much pressure it blew through 3 stories after a short buildup. I opened the service closet to make sure my heating equipment wasn't eminently poised to destroy my cramped home, although I'm sure renter's insurance would cover any damage. Tomorrow I'd remind myself to go buy a policy. I was quickly distracted by a noise outside. It sounded like a branch scraping a pane of glass. It seemed to be coming from my living room window. I looked through the small window and caught a police cruiser looping the cul-de-sac, honking twice before it headed out to the main road. For once, I was happy the captain lied. I started to close the curtain and consider a glass of chilled bourbon. It was then I caught a weird reflection, only this was no mirage that confronted me. Hola, Detective Brasa. Do you miss me? Mateo Loco Lobo Moreno stared at me through the window. Get the fuck off my lawn. I pulled my .357 service revolver from the shoulder holster. He vanished from the window. I took comfort in the fact that he'd have a hard time trying to shimmy through the window anyway. A freight train slammed into the house. Again, the train landed. I blessed my shitty little home for its World War II construction. Unfortunately, I couldn't say the same for my door. I could see the wood shaking loose from the frame, and I knew it wouldn't hold much longer. The hinges would give way before my deadbolt. Little pig, let me in. Not by the graying hair on my freaking double chin, scumbag. I popped a couple shots through the thick wood door. The half-deserted neighborhood seemed quieter than usual. Any good cop, or parent for that matter, knows silence means trouble. I slowly drew back the curtain, hoping I'd find a dead hoodlum laid out on my lawn, sporting a couple new holes in his chest. What I saw instead was his massive hand plow through the triple-pane glass window like he was punching through tissue paper. He snagged me by the suit jacket and yelled, I will eat you whole. It was then I noticed his hand had no cuts or glass shards embedded in it. The muscles stretched into tight, thick cords. Lobo's skin turned a deep chocolate color. Brown hair rapidly sprouted across his arm while his fingers lengthened and grew vicious claws. In the moonlight, I could see he had transformed into a beast with glinting yellow cat's eyes and a sharp, toothy grin. A low, guttural growl huffed from his muscled, rippling body, and he let loose a howl that iced my soul. I finally understood why his nickname was Loco Lobo. With no time to waste, I took aim and fired until the hammer issued a thick click. Lobo stood there laughing, not a scratch on him. I knew I was not that bad of a shot. I flipped open the cylinder, shook out the shell casings, and reloaded. When I looked through the broken window, he was gone. More damn silent. Not sure if this was the calm before the storm or if I was in the eye of the hurricane, but it was time to take the offense. This was the OK Corral, and I was going to be Wyatt fucking Earp. Hey, Lobo! I yelled at the broken window. You're even dumber than I remember. A real criminal mastermind would have tried the back door first. I could hear movement outside. With an animalistic snort, I heard him start around the house. He had taken the bait. I ran to the service closet, dialed the hot water heater knob all the way into the red, and jammed the release valve closed, just as I dove behind the breakfast island. And unlike the front door, I knew the back door wouldn't last a couple of shots before it gave up the ghost. Pieces of the flimsy door exploded into the house with such force that some jagged splinters embedded into the drywall. In a doorway, the massive beast stood, nostrils flaring, eyes filled with the fires of hell itself. I leveled my gun and took advantage of the partial coverage the breakfast island afforded. Hold it right there, hairball. I lined him up in my gun sight. Time for dinner, he growled. I will buy a snack first. I drew the hammer back on my 357. Moreno howled laughter and moved slowly toward me. He offered a look of confusion when I changed targets and filed a shot into the water heater. The tank's metal skin briefly buckled before rupturing. Over 85,000 psi of scalding water exploded across the tiny kitchen. Luckily, the concussive blast buried me under the uprooted island. The creature howled in pain, taking the full force of the boiling shockwave. Ears ringing from the blast, I quickly dug myself out. The kitchen had turned into ground zero and smelled like wet dog. In the middle of the devastation lay Loco Lobo. Most of his thick animal hair had been blasted away. His body writhed in a mass of third-degree burns as he whimpered like a puppy that's been spanked for peeing on the carpet. The big bad wolf looked on helplessly as I picked up a discarded kitchen knife and straddled him. There was no fear or remorse in his glittering yellow eyes as I raised the blade. Only pain and hate. The knife had no problem piercing his seared chest. I cut a long trench under his barrel ribcage and thrust a hand into the warm cavity. The last thing Lobo saw before he died was me taking a big, juicy bite of his still beating heart. The aftermath was, to say the least, complicated. Captain Deakins had no idea how to write it up without drawing every paranormal investigator and Bigfoot hunter around. So we decided to pretend all the supernatural stuff never happened. We explained the damage away as a tragic accident caused by a faulty hot water heater. The home invasion, Lobo's transformation, and the details surrounding his death were never recorded. We quietly had Moreno's body cremated and pretty much tied a bow on that when we were back to chasing real-life perps. Well, not all of us. I was homeless. My little brick house was still structurally sound, but contractors estimated 6 to 8 months to repair the extensive interior damage. I didn't let it get to me. I got flooded with invites from friends for a temporary crash pad. The best of these came from a cute little number who worked down in the records department. Officer Locke set a little place on the lake with a spare guest house. She said I was welcome to stay as long as I liked. Sounded perfect for a much-needed vacation from the grind, so I decided to take Goldie up on her generous offer. Unfortunately, she neglected to mention the bear problem she was having. But, that's another story.
During my childhood, my family was like a drop of water in a vast river, never remaining in one location for long. We settled in Rhode Island when I was 8, and there we remained until I went to college in Colorado Springs. Most of my memories are rooted in Rhode Island, but there are fragments in the attic of my brain which belong to the various homes we had lived in when I was much younger. Most of these memories are unclear and pointless, chasing after another boy in the backyard of a house in North Carolina, trying to build a raft to float on the creek behind the apartment we rented in Pennsylvania. But there is one set of memories which remains as clear as glass, as though they were just made yesterday. I often wonder whether these memories are simply lucid dreams produced by the long sickness I experienced that spring. But in my heart, I know that they're real. We were living in a house just outside the bustling metropolis of New Vineyard, Maine, population 643. It was a large structure, especially for a family of 3. There were a number of rooms that I didn't even see in the 5 months we resided there. In some ways, it was a waste of space, but it was the only house on the market at the time, at least within an hour's commute to my father's place of work. The day after my 5th birthday, attended by my parents alone, I came down with a fever. The doctor said I had mononucleosis, which meant no rough play and more fever for at least another 3 weeks. It was horrible timing to be bedridden. We were in the process of packing our things to move to Pennsylvania, and most of my things were already packed away in boxes, leaving my room pretty barren. My mother brought me ginger ale and books several times a day, and these served the function of being my primary form of entertainment for the next few weeks. Boredom always loomed just around the corner, waiting to rear its ugly head and compound my misery. I don't exactly recall how I met Mr. Widemouth. I think it was about a week after I was diagnosed with mono. My first memory of the small creature was asking him if he had a name. He told me to call him Mr. Widemouth, because his mouth was large. In fact, everything about him was large in comparison to his body. His head, his eyes, his crooked ears. But his mouth was by far the largest. "You look kind of like a Furby," I said as he flipped through one of my books. Mr. Widemouth stopped and gave me a puzzled look. "Furby? What's a Furby?" he asked. I shrugged. "You know, the toy. The little robot with the big ears. You can pet him and feed him almost like a real pet." "Oh." Mr. Widemouth resumed his activity. "You don't need one of those. They aren't the same as having a real friend." I remember Mr. Widemouth disappearing every time my mother stopped in to check in on me. "I lay under your bed," he later explained. "I don't want your parents to see me because, I'm afraid they won't let us play anymore." We didn't do much during those first few days. Mr. Widemouth just looked at my books, fascinated by the stories and pictures they contained. The third or fourth morning after I met him, he greeted me with a large smile on his face. "I have a new game we can play," he said. We have to wait until after your mother comes to check on you, because she can't see us play it. Oh, no. It is a secret game." After my mother delivered more books, and so at the usual time, Mr. Widemouth slipped out from under the bed and tugged my hand. "We have to go to the room at the end of this hallway," he said. I objected at first, as my parents had forbidden me to leave my bed without their permission, but Mr. Widemouth persisted until I gave in. The room in question had no furniture or wallpaper. Its only distinguishing feature was a window opposite the doorway. Mr. Widemouth darted across the room and gave the window a firm push, flinging it open. He then beckoned me to look out at the ground below. We were on the second story of the house, but it was on a hill, and from this angle the drop was farther than 2 stories due to the incline. "I like to play pretend up here," Mr. Widemouth explained. "I pretend that there's a big, soft trampoline below this window, and I jump. If you pretend hard enough, you bounce back up like a feather. I want you to try." I was a 5-year-old with a fever, so only a hint of skepticism darted through my thoughts as I looked down and considered the possibility. "It's a long drop," I said. "But that's all part of the fun." "It wouldn't be fun if it was only a short drop. If it were that way, you may as well just bounce on a real trampoline." I toyed with the idea, picturing myself falling through the thin air only to bounce back to the window on something unseen by human eyes. But the realist in me prevailed. "Maybe some other time," I said. "I don't know if I have enough imagination. I could get hurt." Mr. Widemouth's face contorted into a snarl, but only for a moment. Anger gave way to disappointment. "Well, if you say so," he said. He spent the rest of the day under my bed, quiet as a mouse. The following morning, Mr. Widemouth arrived holding a small box. "I want to teach you how to juggle," he said. "Here are some things you can use to practice before I start giving you lessons." I looked in the box. It was full of knives. "My parents will kill me," I shouted, horrified that Mr. Widemouth had brought knives into my room, objects that my parents would never allow me to touch. "Oh, no, I'll be spanked and grounded for a year." Mr. Widemouth frowned. "It's fun to juggle with these. I want you to try it." I pushed the box away. "I can't.
I'll get in trouble. Knives aren't safe to just throw in the air.
Mr. Widemouth's frown deepened into a scowl. He took the box of knives and slid under my bed, remaining there the rest of the day. I began to wonder how often he was under me. I started having trouble sleeping after that. Mr. Widemouth often woke me up at night, saying he put a real trampoline under the window, a big one that I couldn't see in the dark. I always declined and tried to go back to sleep, but Mr. Widemouth persisted. Sometimes he stayed by my side until early in the morning, encouraging me to jump. He wasn't so fun to play with anymore. My mother came to me one morning and told me I had her permission to walk around outside. She thought the fresh air would be good for me, especially after being confined to the room for so long. Ecstatic, I put on my sneakers and trotted out to the back porch, yearning to feel the sun on my face. Mr. Widemouth was waiting for me.
"I have something I want you to see,"
he said. I must have given him a weird look because then he said,
"It's safe? Oh, it's safe, I promise."
I followed him to the beginning of a deer trail which ran through the woods behind the house.
"This is an important path," he explained. "I've had a lot of friends, about your age. When they were ready, I took them down this path to a special place. You aren't ready yet, but one day, I hope to take you there."
2 weeks after I met Mr. Widemouth, the last load of our things had been packed into a moving truck. I would be in the cab of that truck, sitting next to my father for the long drive to Pennsylvania. I considered telling Mr. Widemouth that I would be leaving. But even at 5 years old, I was beginning to suspect that perhaps the creature's intentions were not to my benefit, despite what he said otherwise. For this reason, I decided to keep my departure a secret. My father and I were in the truck at 4 a.m. He was hoping to make it to Pennsylvania by lunchtime tomorrow with the help of an endless supply of coffee and a six-pack of energy drinks. He seemed more like a man who was about to run a marathon rather than one who was about to spend 2 days sitting still. "Early enough for you?" my father asked with a hint of sympathy. I nodded and placed my head against the window, hoping for some sleep before the sun came up. I felt my father's hand on my shoulder. "This is the last move, son. I promise. I know it's hard for you, as sick as you've been. Once Daddy gets promoted, we can settle down, and then you can make friends." I opened my eyes as we backed out of the driveway. I saw Mr. Widemouth's silhouette in my bedroom window. He stood motionless until the truck was about to turn onto the main road. He gave a pitiful little wave goodbye, steak knife in hand. I didn't wave back. Years later, I returned to New Vineyard. The piece of land our house stood upon was empty, except for the foundation, as the house burned down a few years after my family left. Out of curiosity, I followed the deer trail that Mr. Widemouth had shown me. Part of me expected him to jump out from behind a tree and scare the living bejesus out of me, but I felt that Mr. Widemouth was gone, somehow tied to the house that no longer existed. The trail ended at the New Vineyard Memorial Cemetery, where I noticed that many of the tombstones belonged to children.
Spooky, spooky.
Yesterday, I had a rare return of energy and positivity. Today, I woke up miserable with all the signs of an oncoming cold. Something about the timing of it had me more agitated than usual. In fact, I was downright angry. My schedule for the last week had been crazy, but somehow I felt more and more alive by the end of it. Yesterday, I wrote down a massive to-do list. I had the energy and attitude to get my life in order, to hit the gym, to eat healthy, and to be more ambitious at work. The sudden surge in motivation had been a long time coming, but it was gone in an instant when I woke up with a sore throat. I sat at the kitchen table glaring out the window as I waited for my coffee to brew. God damn it! I was beginning to feel like this happened every time. Whenever I finally woke up and beat my bad habits, something would happen to kick me right back in. This time it was a sudden oncoming cold. Last time it had been a sudden inability to sleep. Before that, it had been a sudden case of food poisoning. Stewing over it made me so angry that I began to entertain stranger and stranger ideas. What if life was out to get me? What if reality itself was tuned to keep me down? If that were true, then what had I done during the last week to get the motivation surge from yesterday? As I began going over it in my head, I realized that the busy week had made it impossible for me to do many of the things I normally did. For 2 or 3 of the days, I'd hardly eaten, and I'd had way less caffeine overall. Feeling weird, I got up and turned off my coffee maker. Maybe I'd try going without the black stuff for a bit. I went about my morning routine after that. When I returned to the kitchen, the coffee maker was back on. My roommate was there, bleary-eyed and zombie-like, standing over the machine. He mumbled, "Want some?" I should have seen the signs then. At the time, I thought nothing of it. Maybe it'd been a silly idea to try and kick my caffeine habit on a Monday with no warning. I took a traveler's mug with me in the car on the way to work, but a feeling I could not quite articulate hit me every time I tried to take a sip on the commute. I would lift up the mug, smell the coffee within, feel a surge of wakefulness and need, and then put the mug back down without drinking any. It was too much. I needed it, and I didn't want to need it. I just got angry at myself for how desperate I was to drink it. Sitting at my desk that morning, I began to feel the weight of my decision behind my eyes and on my brain. The world felt heavier. My awareness was a boulder tipped on the edge of the cliff of sleep, and I was exhausting myself just keeping it from falling over. A coworker came by.
"Hey, bud, got a case of the Mondays. Here, you need this more than I do."
He put a mug of coffee on my table. I stared at him until he went away. Then I went to the office kitchen and dumped the coffee out. I wasn't trying to be rude. I just didn't want to have to sit there smelling it and having it weigh down my resistance minute after minute. In the kitchen was a huge tray of bagels, donuts, and random leftover cake from an event that weekend. I approached with a grin until my fingers were just above that last blueberry bagel. It was the last one. It was more valuable. I was tired, so for some reason I needed this. A free, unexpected blueberry bagel would make up for the pain of caffeine deprivation. but why? Why do I need this? Sullen resentment joined the burning star of anger under my ribs. Was I really going to just switch from caffeine to sugar for my indulgence this Monday morning? For that matter, why did I hate so much that it was Monday morning? It almost felt like an excuse just to indulge. I sat staring at my computer blankly. I wanted to browse Reddit instead of work, but before I did, it occurred to me that that was just another indulgence. Begrudgingly, I actually started doing my job for the day. But I did jump up, reaching lunchtime. It was time to eat. That would help me feel better. I drove to the nearest drive-thru and studied the menu for nearly 2 minutes before I realized that everything on it would just make me more tired. It was all heavy. Hamburgers, fries, chicken sandwiches. I ate this every day of the week and just felt gross and sick the rest of my workday. I tried another chain, but the offerings were the same. This one had a salad option, but it would come with a ton of dressing and processed stuff. I don't know if I could resist using the dressing. I even wasted precious lunchtime going to a grocery store, but I wandered around its aisles in confused horror as I realized that there was literally nothing available that was easily edible but would also not make me tired. As a last resort, I realized I could use the office kitchen to cook something. Nobody had ever done it as far as I knew, because it was awkwardly public and would fill the area with food smells, but I had no other choice. I started looking for extremely basic ingredients. The first box I picked up was expired. So was the second. I didn't want to bother any of the employees, so I just took the freshest expired box and went up front to check out. I chose the self-checkout aisle and scanned my choice. The computer didn't react.
"Not working?"
an employee asked. She took the box from me and scanned it a few times.
I guess it's not reading it.
So how do I buy it? I asked her.
I guess you can't. Sorry.
Frustrated and out of time, I left the box with her and began to walk out. As I passed her by way of an awkward apology, she said,
Mondays, right? Maybe some coffee would help.
That moment crystallized something in me. I stopped, turned, and looked at her. She was serious and sincere. Everyone was. I'd been serious and sincere when I'd suggested coffee to people in the past. I returned to the office and sat at my computer. No longer working, I waited.
Whoa, you look sick,
my boss said when she came by.
Are you feeling all right?
I nodded.
Maybe get some coffee, she said. You know, a little pick-me-up.
There it was. I nodded again. About an hour later, a coworker came by.
Hey, I heard you were feeling sick today. We got some extra Chipotle by accident on a lunch order.
He left a large foil-wrapped burrito on my desk. I nodded and smiled. When he moved on, I threw it in the trash. When the clock neared 5, I snuck out the back way. Just before I left the building, I peered around a corner and saw my boss and a coworker at my cubicle, surprised that I wasn't there. Traffic was horrible and the commute was long, but every time I went to turn on the radio, I stopped myself. That was just another way of tuning out. When I got home, I went straight to my room and locked the door. Sleep that night was easy, deep, and incredible. I couldn't believe it. I struggled with sleep every single night of my life. But one day, resisting the weird pressure to tune out, and I slept like a baby. When I opened my door, my roommate was standing there with a coffee mug.
Hey, bro, this is for you.
I tried to maintain a mask of politeness. Oh, well, what's this for?
Just, didn't see you last night. Thought you might need it.
I took the mug graciously. I thanked him and left it on my nightstand. The world felt different. I felt different. Showering felt oddly real, and I could feel the individual water droplets in the stream rather than just this numb pressure. My body felt lighter, and for once, the weight behind my eyes was gone. The relief of not having that heaviness there was disconcerting. I mean, was this how humans were normally supposed to feel? I mean, had cavemen walked around feeling decently fine every single day? On the commute, I didn't listen to music. I sat with only my awareness and my thoughts. Time passed ever so slowly as a result, but I didn't dare fall back into the flow. At stoplights, I looked left and right. Other drivers stared straight ahead, unaware that I was watching them. Some bobbed their heads lightly to unseen music, but none were awake, not like me. At one light, I watched them all stare straight ahead for nearly 3 minutes without so much as blinking. That couldn't be right, could it? Yeah, I must have missed them blinking. Someone had left an elaborate cake in the office kitchen. 20 blueberry bagels had been stacked nearby. It all looked mighty delicious, and that was exactly why I didn't take any. My boss came by an hour later. Hey, Starbucks has a barista here. We're about to have a free coffee tasting. Oh, oof. Yeah, I am coffeeed out, I told her. Are you? She tilted her head. You look really tired. Are you still sick from yesterday? I frowned. No, I feel great. It's free, though, and you really should have some coffee. Really? I'm all right. Come on, it'll be fun. I was beginning to feel a little weird about this. No, thank you. Really, I'm fine. Everyone else is going. I said the word a little more sharply than I intended. No. Rude. She rolled her eyes and moved on. What the hell is that about? I looked after her, confused and hurt. While the other employees all gathered for free coffee and lemon pound cake, I stayed in my cubicle. Oddly, I wasn't as hungry as I expected. One day without food had not been lethal. I did not require it. In fact, sitting there feeling light and spry, I realized that eating McDonald's or Wendy's or Chipotle's made me feel tired. And being tired made me feel weak, which made me make poor choices, like eating heavy food. Eating heavy food led me to eating heavy food again, keeping me tired every single day. Being tired every single day
made me drink caffeine every single day. What the hell had I been doing all my life? Had I not been outside this cycle of terrible food and caffeine dependence for even a single adult day? A man stopped at my cubicle and regarded me for a moment. I almost didn't recognize him. It was the regional vice president, but he appeared to have gained noticeable weight since I last saw him. His chubby jowls bounced distractingly as he said, "Company meeting in the kitchen." I nodded and got up to follow him. The coffee tasting was still going on when I entered, and all 40 of our employees were packed too deep in a ring around the table in the center where the cake was being handed out. It must have been my imagination, but my coworkers seemed darker somehow. Horrible purple bags were visible under their eyes, and they moved about, slumped and haggard. Richard's hair was thinner, and Marie's face was lined with age. Dean's waistline was 2 inches bigger than I remembered, and the haircut I liked on my boss the week before, now it looked poorly done. It felt like I was looking at a high-definition television for all that it exposed flaws and blemishes, and suddenly I remembered feeling the individual drops of the shower. Someone passed me a plate with a large piece of cake on it and a plastic fork. The 2 deep ring of people started devouring their shares with horrible slurping and smacking noises. I stared around in masked horror. Were we all really so slovenly? Had I just gotten used to it? As I gazed around the room, they slowly began looking up at me. The room fell silent, and all those purple-ringed bloodshot eyes turned towards me. Richard asked, "Why aren't you eating?" "Oh, I'm full," I told him. It was the best I could come up with while on the spot. Marie frowned.
You didn't eat anything yesterday either. You're making everyone feel awkward.
You're making everyone feel bad.
Dean added, with anger as he touched his waistline with his free hand and held his cake close with the other. I took an unconscious step back. As a group, they moved forward 1 step. The regional vice president ordered, "Eat some cake." I held my plate a little further away. "I don't want to." My boss glared.
Eat some goddamn cake!
40 pairs of eyes watched me with vicious anger, as if I'd personally insulted each and every one of them. They were waiting for my reply. I had the distinct feeling that if I said no, they might attack me. But my newly gained freedom was too precious to give up just like that. I threw my cake on the floor and ran for my life. They began screaming like rabid animals and surged after me, knocking down cubicle walls and pouring forth like a river. I screamed too, but in abject terror. What the hell had I done to infuriate everyone around me so much? I darted for the back door of the building and burst out into the parking lot. 2 maintenance men were standing a few feet away smoking. They turned and looked at me in surprise, and I came to a shocked halt. Their eyes were dried gray husk, and tar dripped from their noses and mouths. Their skin was thin, so thin, God, so paper thin that I could see their veins and arteries pulsing in their necks. Tumors had grown like bubbles from behind their ears. One said, "You all right, man?" The other held a hand forward. "You look like you could use a cigarette."
I'm losing my mind!
I screamed at them and at myself. I ran for my car and pulled out of that lot as my coworkers stormed out the back door in search of me. They were all larger now, and they trampled right over the frail maintenance men, splattering their blood and organs in every direction. I looked down from my rearview mirror aghast, but I was not safe on the road. How the cars swerved this way and that at random. Within, I could see blind men and women with stumps for hands trying to drive without fingers. No, not stumps. Their cell phones had sunk into their skin and festered, not blind. Their heads were simply held down at an angle by veins that had grown out of their infested hands. I screamed at them to get away from me, but they couldn't hear me. I sped on, trying to get away from them, but they were everywhere. A cop car turned on its lights and turned onto the road behind me. That finally broke through my terror, and I pulled over to the side of the road. The police. Yeah, the police would help. Yes.
No, they won't.
I could tell them what was happening, and I could get help. He looked normal as he walked up to my car. Yes. My delusion was passing. License and registration, please. I got out my wallet, but he reached in through my open window and took it out of my hands. He began rifling through. He took my cash and threw the wallet back in past me. I tried to protest. Hey, what are you... He shouted, "Stop resisting!" The next thing I saw was a nightstick arcing towards my face. Darkness found me. Darkness and pain. I awoke in the hospital. That weird feeling of high-definition sight and texture was gone. I sat for a time just recovering my senses and feeling out the pain in my head. Apparently, I was not too horribly wounded, and I hadn't lost any teeth. What had I done? God, I must have had an episode. A fit. Oh, my coworkers probably thought I was nuts. Yeah, I was bored, and there was a television in the upper corner of my room, but I resisted turning it on to pass the time. Which seemed like an eternity later, only 5 minutes or so in reality. A doctor came in. I was relieved to see that he looked normal. His hair was nicely kept, he was fit, and he bore an expression of empathy. "Hey there, how are you doing?" My mouth was dry, but I coughed a little and then said, "What happened?" "Seems like you tried to go cold turkey off caffeine and sugar," he told me compassionately. "And you didn't eat for a few days at the same time. Bad recipe. Apparently you really flipped out there for a minute." Oh, God. It was true. I had some sort of a nervous breakdown. I must have freaked everyone out. Your coworkers, they're actually all here, I believe, out in the waiting room. They're all very worried about you. I couldn't believe it. Really? Yeah, you didn't hurt anybody if that's what you're worried about. You just panicked and ran for your life all of a sudden. That was a relief. I looked at the tubes running down to my arm. Saline solution and electrolytes. Just a chemical imbalance from too much dietary stress all at once. I nodded. Man, I saw the craziest things. His compassionate expression felt a neutral concern. What? What is it? He shook his head. We, haven't given you any caffeine yet, but you probably should get some sometime soon. And you probably shouldn't mention anything that you saw. My relief turned to worry. Why? He glanced down at the floor, then pressed his lips together unhappily, turned, and left the room. A nurse came in a few minutes later and helped me up. I was shaky, so she gave me a wheelchair and rolled me out toward the waiting room. As I approached, I saw all of my coworkers standing there with concern. They really all had come out to see me. But as I got closer, I wondered, why? Surely they hadn't stopped the entire company for the entire day just to sit and wait for my recovery at the hospital. Once I got close enough, I began to understand. Dean was there, and his waistline was a foot wider than in my delusion. Marie was a decrepit old woman with rotting teeth. Richard was almost completely bald, with a few scraggly stray hairs angled randomly from the corners of his scalp. Here we all were, and I was not hallucinating. Each and every one of us was a horrifying, unhealthy mess. And oh my God, what did that mean for me? What did I look like? I began to look down at my hands, but creeping horror shook me forcefully as I began to take in the rotting bits of flesh on my arms.
We brought you a coffee and a blueberry bagel,
my boss said, leaning forward to hand them to me. Her teeth were uneven, and she had a double chin I never noticed before. My coworkers waited with bated breath. Their expressions cried, "Please, please, please," though they said nothing out loud. I took the coffee in one hand and the bagel in the other before I looked up at the nurse behind my wheelchair. Haunted in a permanent and traumatized sort of way, she nodded absently down at me. With relief, I wolfed down that bagel in 10 bites and guzzled half the coffee. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. When I opened them, everything was back to normal. Dean looked great. Marie was beautiful. Richard had a full head of hair, and I was one of the gang all over again. I smiled. "I'm glad you're all here. I can't believe it.
They rushed forward with relief and excitement to hug me and wish me well and tell me how worried they'd been about me. A slick, cool man emerged from the crowd. It was the regional vice president, looking good, just like I remembered. We're all a family in this business. How about a night out at karaoke? On the company. Everyone cheered and ribbed each other, and they swept me up to my feet again. It was such a relief to leave my delusion and terror behind. Reality is a tenuous thing, I knew that. It had to be carefully defended and cultivated. Even something simple like a dietary imbalance can cause you to become paranoid and see horrible things. I turned back to the nurse to give thanks and say goodbye. She looked despondent, like she could use a pick-me-up. Hey, want the rest of my coffee? She turned away without reply. Huh. Rude. Rude. A kleptomaniac is a person who can't help but steal, and they could almost be forgiven for it. Me? Well, I'm a thieving bastard. I don't have to steal. I don't need to. But I like to. I don't have any excuses either. An excuse would suggest that I felt in some way guilty, which I don't. Not me. If a shop or store doesn't have the right security or some idiot doesn't have his wallet in his inside pocket, well, then they pay a stupid tax. About 3 years ago, I was taking a walk along the high street when I noticed a new shop had opened. It was a small bric-a-brac shop full of the normal old furniture, paintings, timepieces, and old coins you'd expect to find in such a place. Walking in, I noted only one old man behind the desk, and after a few minutes concluded he was the entirety of the staff. Yeah, it was time for me to have a little fun. I found a small pocket watch, which felt old, cast iron, and almost industrious. That'll do, I thought, turning to see that the lone shopkeep was even kind enough to have his back to me. Think about it. Here he is. He's new in town, just opened shop, and won't even acknowledge his first customer. Well, his tough luck, I thought, as I pocketed the watch and calmly strolled to the door. I think the phrase is blunt force trauma, but I'm not sure. What I am sure of is that getting a big oak table leg wrapped around the back of my head was both blunt and more than a bit traumatic. I was probably only down for a minute or two, but by the time I was back on my feet and a bit more weight, the shop owner was between me and the door,
left.
holding the biggest fucking knife I'd ever seen.
Boy, you want to make sure you know who you're stealing from before you try. You put that watch in your pocket and clear side of my little camera. Right there.
He pointed to where he previously stood, where I thought he couldn't see me. Pointing at the wall, he revealed a security camera that pointed right at the spot where I had pocketed the watch.
You even walked slow enough for me to turn the camera off and grab something to brain you with, you silly little shit.
I was caught, hands down. I asked the shop owner in, I must confess, a very pathetic voice, if he'd called the police. He replied in a softer voice this time.
Son, I got you red-handed and on tape. Here's the deal, son. I have a close friend who is a parish priest of the church up at the top of the high street. What I want you to do is to go confession. Tell him not just about today, but about all your sins and carry out your penance. I'll call him and say he should expect you there tonight, at 9.
The shopkeeper, an old graying man, but well over 6'5" with a big frame and also holding a massive knife, had given me a pass. All I had to do was go to confession, tell the priest my sins, and knock out a few Hail Marys. Oh yeah, I agreed. We amazingly exchanged a polite goodbye, and I was out. Thinking about what happened made me laugh as I walked home. It had been just under a year since the last time I was caught, and instead of spending a few months all expenses paid in a lovely prison, all I had to do was an evening down at church. 9 o'clock rolled around, and I found myself sitting in the small confession booth. It took Priesty Boy forever to begin. Well, for 10 minutes at least, I could feel his gaze through the cross-hatched partition in the booth. Now, I'll be honest, it was a little unnerving. Eventually, he spoke.
You may begin when you are ready, my son.
At that moment in time, for some reason, the shop owner's words came to my mind, and I decided to have some fun.
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. It's been 18 years since my last confession.
At the 20-minute mark, I could tell old Priesty Boy was getting more and more impatient for me to finish confessing. Oh, in vivid detail, every single thing I had ever stolen. I ended at the 80-minute mark, feeling quite content at being able to confess about all my sins to someone who was duty-bound to sit and listen.
Is that all, my son?
He spat out in a far less content voice.
Yes, Father, it is,
I replied in a chirpy, smug voice. Now, how many prayers is all that gonna set me back? I asked. That's when it went a bit crazy. The priest opened the partition and stared at me for a minute or so, eyes squinting and face screwed up in what I thought was a temper. He held out his right hand and said,
Take this, my son,
handing me a black stoned rosary.
Your penance is within these beads, and will take you 5 years.
I laughed, counting that there were 60 beads, and what I guessed was supposed to be Jesus at the bottom. So, what? I have to say 1 prayer a month or 60 prayers a day? What prayers am I meant to say? Anyway, Our Father, Hail Mary, the Glory Be, I asked the priest, putting the rosary around my neck. Old Priesty Boy's face slowly began to unscrew, and his eyes began to widen. His mouth turned from a scowl into a grin, and it frightened me to my very soul. The priest, now adopting a sarcastically quizzical tone, said,
Glory be. Hail Mary.
No, my son.
Prayer has no place here, nor does the Virgin Mother, the saints, or the Savior, or the Father.
As the words left his mouth, I began to feel the beads of the rosary become coarse. In vain, I tried to remove the now stuck-fast chain.
The Trinity and its angels and their prayer and their mercy are no longer for you, my son.
Have you ever felt so scared that it felt almost like a fire spreading up through your veins, from your chest out to your limbs? The baseline shot of terror that hits you in an instant of shock, but instead of fading, holds tight its grip on you, almost pushing your blood vessels to burst under the pressure. Yeah, well, that's how I felt. Fighting the bile coating the base of my throat, I managed to ask, So what's my penance? The priest coldly put his hand on my shoulder.
Once a month, you must kill somebody, and not just anybody. It must be someone who has shown you kindness. You must kill them and bring me their heart.
Maybe my fear hit critical mass. Maybe my survival instincts began to kick in, or maybe I am indeed just a bastard. But after he told me this, I began to think in a sadistic but logical way. I was still scared, but my logical thoughts were telling me I was in no position to get myself out of this. If the ever-burning feeling on my chest coming from the beads was as immovable as they felt, and with that being the case, I thought I'd better get the ground rules for this setup clear. I took a deep, labored breath and began to ask Priesty Boy a few questions. 4 questions, to be exact. My first question was, what would constitute an act of kindness? The priest answered that it could be anything from a doctor's treatment to a kind word. My second question was, who exactly is the figure on the base of the rosary? As I'm pretty sure by now that it's not fucking Jesus. The priest answered,
That, son, is your new Lord, our Lord, and you would do well to hold him in reverence.
The third question I asked was, what happens to me if I fail? His eyes lit up with sadistic glee as he answered,
Each of the beads on your chest are, as you by now well aware, embedded into your chest. They will continue to embed themselves further and further into your chest until they reach your heart. And I am sure I don't need to tell you what will happen when they do. Oh, not to worry too much, my son. It will take 5 years to reach your heart, but for every heart you bring to me, one of the beads will drop out of the chain and out of your chest harmlessly. The chain and the symbol of our Lord, however, will remain harmless, but forever with you. And my son, to answer your question, if you should fail, then you will be before the Lord himself, and will have to answer to him. Let me warn you, our Lord has no time for compassion or for second chances. That sure as hell cleared that up, didn't it? For a minute or two I stood before the priest and simply wept. Wept at the hopelessness of my situation, cried for my fate. Hot, wet tears ran down my cheeks as I thought of the fate that awaited me should I fail in this horrid, hellish task. But after that, though, I think I must have cracked. I felt hopeless, resigned to my fate, and the only thought left in my head was, I'm sure I can make something from this. With this thought, I ask my last question. So if you just want the heart, and I have the rest, the money, valuables, you know, all that. Old priesty boy smiled and said, My son, all I want is the heart. Once I have that, no one will investigate their death or even remember the wretched soul. So, by all means, take whatever you want. The priest gave me a small wooden box. The box was ebony and had a latched lock, a red velvet lining, and a plain wooden-handled knife inside. My last instructions before I left were that I was to return within 4 weeks with a human heart within the box. The heart had to be cut from the body with this knife, and this knife alone. Old priesty boy assured me that once the heart was in his possession, then there would be no repercussions for the murder, and as he stated before, what I did with the human and material remains were of absolutely no interest to him. The first one was hard. I had to keep my now counterproductive humanity in check, whilst I found someone to be kind enough to me that would allow me to kill them. It took me 2 weeks of thinking and nerve-building to do my first. A homeless shelter. I arrived unshaven, clothes ripped, and stinking to high heaven. The man at the desk asked if I needed any help and was more than kind enough to show me to where I could bed for the night. I slept in the shelter for 3 nights, in the stench and the lowliness of humanity's wretches. I hated them. Too stupid or too proud to steal, but pathetic enough to beg at some master's table. 2 days and nights I was there. That's how long it took me to work out the desk worker's shifts and where he parked his car. 2 days to work out where he lived. I'm not bad at this. He was an old, short man. He had such a warm and caring smile. He folded like cheap lawn furniture when I belted him with the handle of my knife. He had just unlocked his door and was halfway through the threshold when I did it. Seconds it took before I was inside, door closed, and locked behind us. I kicked him in the jaw first. Couldn't have him making noise now, could I? After a few boots to the head, he passed out, and I got the box open and ready. I cut his throat and left him to bleed out, while I searched his house for money or something to fence. $300 and a gold watch. Not bad. Now, if you think anything like me, I'm sure you're thinking 2 questions, and I'll answer them both. First, yes, I did leave him to bleed out, so the heart would not be beating, and there would be less chance of botching the removal. Clever. Second, no, I didn't think to get his ATM card and PIN before I cut his throat. Not so clever. But it was only my first. I knew better for the next time.
The second one. Again, a homeless shelter. This time I had to only endure the place for one night before following the nice, young volunteer home. She must have been in her late 20s. Oh yeah, I think Mommy and Daddy must have been paying her way for her whole little life, because she had one hell of an apartment that was within walking distance. Now, I'm not making fun of her for being a pampered little shit. No. I mean, he got me $700 from her apartment and $2,100 from her ATM card throughout the week. This second one got me thinking. No, not about that. And I told you, I don't have excuses. If people don't check behind them when they unlock their door, or don't know how to disarm a man with a knife, well, yeah, they pay stupid tax. No, it got me thinking that I should be hitting rich people. What the priest had told me about the lack of repercussions was right. I'm even still living in my 8th victim's house as we speak, typing this shit out. What I had to do was find a way of getting very well-off people to be just a little kind to me. Then I could cut out their heart and harvest their wealth. I mean, the answer was easy. Manners. People are so stupid for manners. It can just be a thank you for holding the door open, or getting on the bus with a crutch and somebody giving up their seat for me. Although I'll be honest, bus kills are not very profitable. But mainly I hit the big posh hotels or hospitals. A lot of money in hospitals. Doctors find it hard to refuse helping people. Doctors are the jackpot. 15-hour shift, follow them home, and they're far too tired to put up a fight. Whew. I love doctors. So caring, so kind, so rich and easy and weak and as pathetic as the rest of them. You may think I'm a bastard, but you have to admit, I can make the most of a bad situation. Truth is, I wouldn't change this life for the world. I get to steal and kill, and I never have to worry about the law even looking for me, let alone catching me. Now I treat it like a job, but the kind of job you wake up to in the morning and you can't wait to get to. I love the feeling of cold steel piercing weak flesh, the gurgle in the throat. And I am so close to being able to look at the pathetic, "Why me?" expression on their faces without feeling hatred for them. Close, but not there yet. Now then, I'm nearing the end of my little confession, and I will answer the question that by now you must be asking yourself. Why confess? The answer is simple. Ego. I am now the world's greatest thief, and nobody knows about it. Yeah, but anyway, that's my cross to bear. We mustn't grumble at life's hardships now, must we? Oh, thank you, by the way, for taking time out of your life to read my little chunk of memoirs. It was very kind of you. Thank you. You have been very kind.
Okay. Well, that's how you build a castle. Just some random type of castle in this game. And honestly, it's pretty cool. I'm really digging this game. I get to build anything I want, make it look any way I want, for the most part. And the more you use it, the easier it gets to figure out how to work and manipulate the building mechanics of it. It's pretty freaking cool. See what it looks like at night. Haven't even put chimneys on it or nothing yet. No smokestacks, no nothing. Not that a drafty old castle would have lots of chimneys poking out of it, but oh, I didn't notice that before. Fireflies on here. That's pretty cool. Really cool. This game will definitely chill you out. Chill you out and make you relax. To the point where you just want to lie down, go to bed. Get you some sleep. makes me wish you could have NPCs and your own character so you could walk around and do the insides of the place too, you know? That'd be pretty cool. Oh, sun's coming up. All lights turned off. Alright, I'm out of here. Talk to you next week. Alright, Glug. Ooh, look at that sunrise. Yeah. You know, I could actually use this game and make a trailer out of this. You build something and then let the sun just cycle through. And you just use that as like a I'll be back later kind of screenshot or something. Intermission. Taking a short break type of deal for streaming purposes. And it would just sit and rotate. Add a little mood music to it. There you go. Find a really good angle. Just let it cycle through. A couple of cycles through it. And then cut it and clip it and make your own little thing for it. That would be pretty cool. Enjoy your time off, Glug. We'll see you back here, what, Sunday? Sunday morning? Easy like Sunday morning. And I'm going to call it a day right here. I'm not going to rate out. It's nobody really on it this time of day. Yeah, this was fun. I enjoy this game quite a bit. I'm gonna have to talk to Luna about this. But yeah, it's nice. It's chill, very relaxing. Doesn't really match with horror stories and scary stuff, but very cool. I will be back on tomorrow. I'm gonna get some sleep, and then I gotta get up and take my disabled sister to the store. So I'll get some sleep in, do my errands with her, and then go take a nap. And then I'll be back on. So until later, I love y'all. Thanks for hanging out, listening to scary stories or spooky stories, whichever way you want to take them, and watching me build a castle. We'll be back. Maybe we'll build something new. Maybe we'll add more to this. I don't know. We'll see what's in store. You have other different seasons we can play with too as well. So till tomorrow, love y'all. Peace out and have a good night. And remember, at the end of the day, it's just a game. Have fun with it. Good night, everybody.